NAHT is a non-politically affiliated union. We guard our political independence jealously. It's time to make sure that the voice of education is heard and that everybody in education campaigns to make sure every party is making the right promises for schools, the right promises for education and the right promises for young people. Young people have been left behind for so very long. Education really is on the brink. We have a recruitment and retention crisis in education, which means we can't get the right people in front of children and young people. Skilled educators we have now are working so very, very hard without the resources that they need. So we want to solve recruitment and retention as our first campaign objective. And one of the ways to do that is we have to maintain the campaign to restore teachers and school leaders' pay back to the value that it once was. It's lost a huge amount in real terms over the last 10 years. But any pay rises need to be fully funded, so we can't disturb the financial health of schools just to get some pay into our members' pockets. So it's pay restoration, but fully funded pay restoration that we'll be campaigning for. The biggest problems for them as well is the outrageous workload pressures that people are under, and then the consequential well-being issues that follow that. And we have to begin to solve those issues, because otherwise people will not come or stay into the profession. So we have a punitive inspection system right now that's putting far too much pressure on the shoulders of school leaders, and we've seen tragedy associated with that, but we also see too many people leaving the profession because of the pressures of inspection and accountability. So we've got an opportunity to campaign throughout any election campaign to make sure that inspection really is proportionate, it's helpful, and it's something that's welcomed by the profession rather than feared. Well, if we can solve the other campaign areas, we need to make sure that young people go to school in buildings that are fit for purpose and that they're safe. It's heartbreaking to see that we close some schools because of crumbling concrete that was foreseeable. But also I can see in the older parts of the school estate, when I go around and visit schools, damping classrooms, uncomfortable environments and verging on unsafe environments too. That's not good for children and young people, and it's not good for school leaders and their teaching teams as well. So we need to do something about the school estate. They should be places that are welcoming, they should be places that children want to go to, and they should be places that help us be successful. So we have to make sure there's the right level of investment in the physical estate, as well as all of the other campaign areas that we've talked about.
Good morning, conference. It's great to see everybody here. Thank you for getting here for 8:30. I hope you had a good time last night, mingling and networking with your colleagues. I do think those après-ski conversations are so important at conference, and I'm very much looking forward to tonight being able to get round and talk to people. Those of you who've noticed in the calendar, today is May the 4th. It's officially Star Wars Day. Thank you. And I'm very lucky because I have NHT's own Obi-Wan Kenobi, Magnus Gorham, on my left to actually help me navigate through today's motions. And we do have a few spicy motions today, so I'm hoping to call on Magnus's skills and Jedi mind skills to help us to get through to a 4:15 hard finish. It's a hard finish because today this venue's got to be converted into our evening session. So there is a hard stop at 4:15, so let's make sure that we're nice and prompt for each session, but we don't want to go and stifle debate at all as well. And in terms of debate, there was just one piece of feedback we picked up yesterday around the notion of national executives supporting motions, and that doesn't mean if people want to speak against that motion, please come up to the microphone as well, because we want to see democracy at our best. We won't be offended as national executive if our delegates go and speak against it, and that's been evident in previous years as well. So please do feel confident to speak up if there's an emotion that you want to go and oppose. I'm going to start off proceedings by inviting Katie, who's one of our brand new platinum sponsor, Wesleyan, who's going to come to conference to speak about the services they offer. And I'm really delighted that we've got Platinum on board as one of our key partners. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Simon, for the introduction and for the warm welcome that we felt at the conference so far. Good morning, esteemed school leaders. My name's Katie Wadey. I'm a member of the exec team at Specialist Financial Mutual Wesleyan. We proudly support the education sector with financial advice and products. And it's a really very proud moment for our business to be with you today and to formally announce our upcoming partnership with the NAHT. So I only joined Wesleyan a few months ago, and I have to say that when my team said to me that I'd be presenting here today, I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and a bit intimidated. There's nothing like being called to talk to a room of school leaders in your first few weeks to sharpen your focus. And it's my proud job this morning to introduce and to tell you a bit more about the Wesleyan Group as part of our upcoming partnership, and to give you a better idea of how we live up to our core purpose of creating brighter financial futures for you and your families. So in the run-up to today, I was reflecting on my previous experiences of school, the excellent education that my children get, and the special role that each of you play in society. I feel incredibly lucky that my children go to good schools with a very, very positive value set. And I have no doubt at all that that tone is set from the very top of the school, and for us as a family, that really matters. And like all of you here today, I'm a huge believer in education as the passport to our future, to quote Malcolm X. It's actually one of the reasons why I made the move to Wesleyan. We're in business to help the people who help the people. And I find myself, particularly at this stage in my life, really caring about the value set a business has and the culture that it operates within. I actually want to do something that matters, and working with and for people like you who help my family, our communities, and of course the UK at large every day. And this is ultimately at the heart of our proposition as a mutual, and one of the reasons I think that the NAHT are working with us to become your new provider of financial advice products, pending approval from our regulator. I've been told I have to say that bit. Wesleyan is 180 years old, and across our groups, we offer a comprehensive range of investments to suit all your needs, as well as mortgages, insurance, and retirement planning. Now, the data tells us that most people in the UK know the term mutual, but don't actually know what it means or what it means for them. So let me explain what it means and why it would benefit others. What it actually means is that the company is owned by its members. That means there's no shareholders taking out dividends, there's no share price to worry about and take short-term views, and it means we can take a long-term view of our investments and what we do for our customers. When you join a company that's been around for 180 years, I'm sure it's much the same as when you take on a school with a lot of heritage and history. Our role is actually to make sure that it's here for the next 180 years, and that we are respectful of what has brought it to where it is today. I speak across our leadership team when I say that we see ourselves as custodians for a very short period of time in this phenomenal institution that has been there a long time before us and will hopefully be there for a long time after us. So what makes us different and relevant to each of you in the room and the teams that you work with is that we've spent nearly 20 years as a specialist in education. We make it our job to understand the teaching profession as best we can, and certainly better than any of our competitors. When we say we understand the profession, we talk to educational professionals on a daily basis. We spend time in schools. We understand the challenges that you have, and we understand the intricacies of your sick pay schemes, the complexity of the teacher's pension scheme better than anyone else. And we use the charitable funds from our Wesleyan Foundation to donate to causes that matter to you. We see that lots of educational professionals want to save earlier, but that's hard early on when you've got other priorities. We see that sometimes educational professionals want to take on other part-time jobs, such as tutoring or invigilating, and we know you need help to understand how that impacts on your finances. We also see that educational professionals more often these days want a phased retirement rather than a hard stop. And all of these things can be made possible with the right advice and help along the way. And the earlier we can do this, the better the end result. We also track the issues you are facing by having school leaders on our members advisory board, helping us design the products and propositions that will help you today and in the future. We have an amazing team of specialist financial advisors, some of whom are outside today. And we've been with you every step of the way as budgets have tightened, retention has waned, and pay matters have made the headlines. We were acutely aware of the toll that COVID placed on each and every one of you, balancing the needs of young learners with the safety of staff, parents, and your communities. As a mum of 3, I had 1 child in reception and 1 in year 4 over COVID, and I saw firsthand how you did everything you could and then some to think about our children's mental health needs and continuing learning in the best way everyone could, all too often whilst you and your teams had your own children at home to look after. When viewed in totality, we know that school leaders are facing a complex landscape where these financial constraints, staffing issues, and staff well-being intersect. Balancing these demands whilst ensuring quality education is undoubtedly an ongoing struggle. And bubbling underneath the surface for each and every teaching professional is, of course, their own financial well-being, which directly affects teachers' lives both in and outside of work. I wanted to share a clip from one of the school leaders that we work with, and he's referred quite a few people over to us to help across his wider team, and I think he explains what we do a little bit better than I could.
I was introduced to Wesleyan by a friend of mine and had a personal consultation. I've then referred a lot of my colleagues. One of the things that is critical at the moment is staff wellbeing, and in terms of improving wellbeing, financial matters are really key to that, and it's had a demonstrable impact on positively improving their wellbeing. My experience of dealing with Wesleyan has been superb. It has really helped with our own family finances, and it's just given us that reassurance in the long term that actually we can move forward and make decisions in the long term.
This helps to illustrate why we talk about being a lifelong partner. In addition to catering for your financial needs, we've supported with books, with laptops, with breakfast for children, and invested in the mental health support of the colleagues who needed it most. And this is why we genuinely believe that we are the right partner for NAHT. So our objectives in the partnership over the coming years are going to be 4 things. Number 1, we want to support NAHT members with your financial well-being. We want to support the NAHT with its own vision and goals, which we wholeheartedly buy into. We want to support the future of education as it continues to evolve, and we want to use the Wesleyan Foundation to make a difference. On that final point, I'm pleased to share that since 2017, the Wesleyan Foundation has donated over £1.6 million to charities supporting pupils, teachers and schools, including £50,000 to education support. And today, I'm really pleased to announce that we will make a further £2,500 donation, as well as looking at what support we can give to the President-elect's charity, Buttle UK, after the conference. We're also keen to hear from you about causes you think we should and could support through our foundation in the future. So please feel free to let the team outside know. They're on stand 33. And so before I leave you to enjoy the rest of your day, I wanted to close by ensuring that you know how we can help you, your teams, and your families in the future. In addition to helping you grow and manage your savings and investments, we can help you offer very, very competitive or find very competitive prices for you on life, home, motor, and holiday insurance, financial education, and our absolute speciality, retirement planning. Whether you're unsure if you can retire early, whether you wonder what to do with any lump sum, or whether you are curious about whether you will be able to phase your retirement, we're the people to talk to. And the earlier you talk to us, the more options you and the educational professionals in your schools will have. To better bring the overall proposition to life for you this morning, I'd like to share just a short clip, a short video that brings to life a little bit more about who we are. So I hope I leave you with a better sense of what the Wesleyan Group is about, our culture, our values, and our specialism in education. We're passionate about supporting you in your sector, and I'm hopeful that you will see and hear more of us as our exciting partnership with NAHT unfolds. As I said, we're of course outside today on stand 33, and there's some very cool merchandise on there if people want some highlighters and books and all the rest of it. And should you wish to come and say hello. And I look forward to meeting as many of you at dinner this evening. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Katie. That was a fantastic start to conference, Katie, and I saw how engaged all the delegates were this morning by reflecting on what you said. And when Katie was speaking, I was reflecting on the wellbeing agenda, and that was brought to my attention when our President Tim Bowen had that as the main theme of his presidential year. And I've been thinking very much about my physical and mental health being since Tim introduced that as a key theme. But I've not really been thinking that much about my financial well-being. And I think that's a really important cornerstone in making sure that our well-being work is joined up together. So I'm delighted that Wesleyan are part of our team, our platinum sponsor. And also I'm delighted their values go and echo the values which were articulated so well by Rachel Younger, our Vice President, yesterday. So let's have another round of applause for Katie. That was a great start to conference. Okay, so we're going to go into our debating and policy making session for motions 7 to 12. But just before we start, Magnus has just come up with a few reflections which he thinks may make things run that even better today. So Magnus, I'm just going to hand over to you just to reflect on yesterday's proceedings and how we can make it even better.
Thank you, President. Just three things to let you know. First of all, we have provided 2 chairs at the front of the auditorium here, just on the front row, and we'd ask that those people who are coming up to propose and second motions come up a motion before and sit in those chairs, so that when the President calls the proposer and seconder of a motion, they can be ready near the front to come up rather than have to come up from the back of the hall. So that's one thing. Another thing is, if you are just formally seconding a motion, i.e. you're not speaking, you're not giving any further speech to it, but you're just formally seconding, you can do that from the floor. So once the proposer has finished, if you are just formally seconding it, you can do that from the floor. Just put your hand up and say, I formally second, and we can save some time in terms of you having to come up to the rostrum just to say those words. But if you do actually have a half a speech, then please come up and do that as you have been doing. And finally, when the President introduces the proposers and seconders for the next motion, he will also say at that point whether there are any notified speakers who have let us know they want to speak. And we would ask those people to be ready at the 2-minute mics when the proposers and seconders have finished. That's to do with the fact that there's a camera that follows you sort of from the ceiling, but the camera's having trouble picking up people immediately. So if you're stood by the 2-minute mics ready to go once the proposers and seconders have finished, that would be useful. And that indeed goes for any additional speakers who want to take part in the debate. If you just come to the 2-minute mic, it'll make that process a little bit more seamless. So thank you for that, and I hope we have some good debate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus. So we're moving on to our first motion of the morning. It's motion 7A, which is a debate on funding. Now, we do have some indicated speakers. We have Grant Studley from Bracknell Forest and Dave Woods from the London region who've indicated they want to speak on this motion. So if you're prepared to stand up. This is our first numbered and lettered motion of the session as well. So a numbered and lettered motion, for people who are new to conference, is a motion that covers broadly the same topic, but they're a little bit too complex to go and composite. So when we do the compositing, we have this mechanism called numbered and lettered motions. Normally, just the lead motion will get the proposer and seconder to speak, but the people who've done the lettered motions will have priority, speaking priority rights. And if somebody from the floor does want to go and debate each lettered motion individually, they can indicate that they want to do that, request a debate, but they will require 50 people to stand up and support that request to debate each lettered motion one by one. Okay, so I hope that's clear to everybody who's new, or everybody like me who's not really understood it in the last 10 years. So, right, okay, I'm going to invite our proposer, Kate and Richard, to come up and speak.
Good morning, conference. It's an honour and privilege to attend this powerful event for the second time and to speak for the first time. My name is Katie Anderson. I'm the president of the Halton branch and proud SEND head teacher of a school in Runcorn. I was awake last night for a long time, hoping not to fall up the stairs. That's been achieved, so I'm very happy. Halton, sadly, could be described as one of the most economically deprived areas in the country. This motion is pertinent to mine and Richard's area. However, I also have an inkling that each branch and region in the country and the whole nation is also hugely affected. Our astute President-elect Rachel described being a young person in 2024 as a tough gig. Not half, it's a tough gig. The cost of living crisis will, in my opinion, soon become a cost of living catastrophe. Our school staff are professional and dedicated to our young people. Schools close the gaps left by cuts and shortfalls in services, and furthermore, we deal with the subsequent demands and needs created by our young people living in poverty. This is a safeguarding, well-being and welfare issue, and we absolutely cannot 2% real terms reduction in school budgets at a time when we need it the most. Our union must work together with other organisations to increase specific funding to prevent the managed decline of our young people's futures. Our esteemed General Secretary yesterday said that the funding system is in chaos. Not to contradict your boss, but chaos suggests that it's random. This isn't random. This is an intentional attack on schools as an asset to improve the quality of life and life chances of our young people of this country. Our conference motto for this year is for their future. Let's do something, as there is no justice, there is just us. Thank you to the sign language colleagues who have possibly managed to keep up with a very fast-talking Evertonian who's exceptionally nervous. Conference, I move.
Good morning, Borada. Colleagues, my name is Richard Collings. I'm from Halton branch. It's my first time at conference. It's a privilege to speak here and second the motion that Katie has just proposed. The examples of struggles that schools and families face are varied and vast. I could go on all day about coach charges, copy paper, utilities, the cost of school uniform and school dinners. But instead, I'm going to use a science analogy to elucidate the problem. Many of you will be familiar with Schrodinger's cat thought experiment, where you don't know whether the cat's alive or dead. I feel like Schrodinger's head teacher. I love that I can provide uniform for our children, but I also hate that I have to do it. I love that I pay for food for our families, but I also hate it. I love that I can transport children to Chester Zoo in my 7-seater, but I also hate it. I could go on, but instead I will simply second this motion. Thank you, and may the 4th be with you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Richard. So now we're just going to have up on the screen 7B. Yeah. So 7B, does James want to speak to this, or are you happy just for people to read it? Morning, James. No.
Just speak. That's it.
Hello. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. This motion calls for a comprehensive review and acknowledgement of the London Free School Meal pilot to discern whether its positive effects on children's physical health and mental well-being. If, when analysed, the pilot has indeed yielded positive outcomes, we propose its widespread adoption across all regions to be explored. This ensures universal access regardless of whether a family is deemed to be able to afford that school lunch or not, thus guaranteeing that all children, regardless of their circumstance, are treated equitably. The highly successful pilot scheme in London, which boasts a participation rate of over 90%, has means-tested the inclusivity of the initiative, and it is, I think, the best course of action. Eradicating concerns about failing to identify children in need due to fluctuating circumstances, removing costly and lengthy identification processes. We can all relate to the immense feeling of relief that colleagues feel here and in many schools that all children, our children, are assured one hot, good quality, balanced meal each day when they are at school. We also propose that the auto-enrolment should be a default for all children, removing the need for laborious checking processes. It just makes sense. Given that we already hold the necessary data to identify eligible children, this process should be automatic for those families in receipt of universal credit. This change will ensure that no child is left behind due to changes in their family's financial situation during such a turbulent financial landscape. There should no longer be a stigma associated with accessing the pupil premium grant. Since its inception 14 years ago, more children are living at risk of poverty than ever before. This process should be automated, it should be easy, and it currently isn't. No longer should the time associated with applying for a grant be a barrier. The focus should be on ensuring children who need the support can easily and effectively receive it. Conference, I move.
Stuart, are you seconding? Because you don't need to. Have you got?
I'm seconding and adding a comment.
Sorry?
I'm seconding and adding a comment, but I can second and then stand in line for my comment.
So you want to speak to this motion?
If that's possible.
Okay, but can we bring in Dave first, who's proposed 7C? Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. So I'm sure all of us in the room know the pressure that we have on our school budgets. And one of the first and sometimes fallback decisions we make is to look at trips, outings, and the range of out-of-school experiences. Across the London region, we know we are very fortunate because we already have free travel for our pupils, both to and from school, but equally for visits and outings. And this policy comes to us at no cost to the school and no cost to the transport providers because the travel is on existing services that run day in, day out, simply using the capacity of those services. This is not a motion that seeks anything for London. This motion seeks to support this policy position so that all of our pupils across all our regions and all our devolved nations should be provided with this same benefit that we already enjoy. We know the benefits of these outings and experiences, the places that pupils get to visit, the cultural capital that they receive from them. But equally, engaging and using services that already run helps to keep and sustain those vital transport routes and links across all areas of the country. And as I said again, it is using the capacity that is already in place. This motion seeks to enable us to campaign for and work towards a goal of free travel for all our pupils, wherever they are, in all our jurisdictions, at no cost to school budgets. I urge you to support this motion for all the pupils in our school and the benefits of visits, trips and outings. I move.
Thank you, Dave. So, National Executive fully supports this motion. I'm now going to bring in Grant to speak.
Thank you. Grant Strudley, Bracknell Forest, first time at conference. Thank you. For the last 40 years, many children from Bracknell Forest and indeed across Berkshire have travelled to Rossigwalia near Bala in North Wales for the rite of passage that is the Year 6 residential. There they experience an environment very different from their own and do outdoor education activities they could never do in their own locality. But the cost of living crisis, cuts to school funding, and indeed rising transport costs are making these trips unaffordable for schools and parents. We all know the benefits, we've just heard them. Residential trips broaden horizons and changed lives. And we should be doing all we can to ensure every child has the opportunity to go on a high-quality residential trip by the end of primary school. I support the motion.
Thank you, Grant. I'm now going to bring in Stuart. Stuart, just say your name, full name and branch for us, please.
Yeah, sure. Stuart Beck, Havering Branch National Executive Member, and I'm speaking to this as Chair of Secondary Council. Apologies that it only took me till the second motion of the day to fail the system up, but here we go. From a secondary perspective, we believe that any family that receives universal credit should automatically be enrolled, so we support the words of motion 7B, and they should be automatically enrolled for free school meal access and also eligible for pupil premium funding into their school. We've been asking for this auto-enrolment for at least a decade, if not longer, and it still isn't happening. I've never received a good explanation from anybody to tell me why this can't be done. It needs to happen. And also from a secondary perspective, all children should have access to a quality, hot, balanced meal on every day at school. And I would like to see that extended into the secondary sector where the need is just as great. It is a great need, admittedly, but that would be good to actually see that. I used to be a governor at a small alternative provision school for Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5. We decided to actually make that provision out of our funding, and it made a huge difference to the educational experience that these children actually had. So I do very much support motion 7.
Thank you, Stuart. I can see 4 people at the 2-minute mic. Thank you for the speakers for sticking to the 2 minutes, but we'll take no more speakers on this one if we go through order. So Claire, would you like to go next? Claire, remember to say your full name and branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Evans, Samwell Branch. I'd just like to speak to support motion 7C, and I'd just like to add as well that children with SEND are further disproportionately affected by rising transport costs. So in my school, I have a child who's a wheelchair user, and when planning recent school trips, a coach with no accessibility for wheelchair users costs £825. However, a coach suitable for a wheelchair user costs £1,200. And the cheapest method would obviously be for her to go in a taxi, but I'm not doing that because that's not inclusive and that's segregating her from her friends. So we pay for an accessible coach, but that puts further strain on the school budget, so I support this motion.
Alison Francis, Coventry Branch. I'm head of a special school. Nearly all of our budget goes on staffing. We need high ratios not only for teaching and learning, but to ensure the health and safety and safeguarding of our students. We're all expected to do more with less. We're seeing a decrease in all services: physio, occupational therapy, speech and language, educational psychologists, many going to private companies. To make up the shortfall, we need to buy in additional services. It's unaffordable but necessary, and still not enough to meet the outcomes in the EHCP plans. Parents are angry, rightly so. We don't have resource to meet need. We can't buy intervention schemes. We struggle to afford CPD or to release staff. We're told schools should be focusing on improving attendance, that we should go out and collect students, undertake welfare checks. Where does the money come from? The need for pastoral support is more important than ever, but not affordable. Trauma-informed practice, mental health, crucial to our young people. Where is the funding? Across the sector, there are high absence rates. We need to cover every absence in school. That's a huge drain on our budget. If conditions were better, I suspect absence would be reduced. High funding top-up rates are not equitable across the country. I know colleagues who get 30,000. Those of us who are special heads who don't get that amount for top-up, imagine what we could do if it was fair. Then there are the buildings. My building, I'm told by the local authority, is not fit for purpose, but we have to teach in it. Families are struggling. We write off dinner debts. Our staff buy food for students. We wash clothes because families can't. The government cannot continue to perpetuate the myth they have invested money in education over the years. We know that's an outrageous lie. I support this motion.
Morning, colleagues. My name's John. I'm from the Ealing branch and Warrior. This is my first conference. I'm mulled over if I should speak or just say the official line because I'm seconding this motion. But we all want to provide our children with the best opportunity we can. I say that as a head teacher. I say that as a head teacher of lots of children with SEND. We want to give opportunities for our children to learn, opportunities for our children to experience and see new things, and opportunities for our children to just be. I refuse to say the line cultural capital. But I'm a head teacher, and like Dave, my school is in one of the most deprived areas of our location. We have families who struggle, and just like you, we have families who live in one room of the house, families who get rehoused, families who are made homeless in the blink of an eye, and families who struggle to give their children opportunities. We have children who've not been on a bus, children who've not seen the Thames, who've not seen a train station, and who've not left their local area. And like you, we go above and beyond to try and level the playing field. But colleagues, it is hard. We all want to provide them with the best opportunities we can, no matter the postcode, no matter the area. The opportunities we provide our children should benefit children, no matter what their background is. Families shouldn't need to pay, schools shouldn't need to pay to contribute for children to expand their horizons. Schools should be able to rely on an infrastructure for that. So I support this motion.
Now, final speaker at 2-minute mic. Thank you.
Good morning, brothers and sisters, esteemed colleagues. Alistair Black, Coventry branch. Primary school is a place where children form lifelong memories. It could be the goal they scored in a football tournament. It could be an overnight residential trip to North Wales. It could be many things. What I don't want it to be is I was hungry in the afternoon because I couldn't get a school dinner, but the wee boy next to me did. How can that be fair? If you're fortunate enough to be in Key Stage 1, you qualify. You all get a free meal. What about the big brother, the big sister in Key Stage 2, who doesn't get that hot meal? Now, the school I work at, we've got over 50% pupil premium children. That doesn't mean the other 50% are being dropped off in Land Rovers and BMWs. Although, to be fair, 1 or 2 are. And I think the police are on to those families. The point I'm trying to make is out of each class, we've got 15 or 16 children who get a meal, another 14 or 15 who don't. How can that be fair? We're fortunate that before school, we have a Greg's Breakfast Club. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we actually started to get some working parents. I couldn't really justify slipping extra children in who didn't qualify for the Greg's deal. So I phoned them up and I was honest. I said, we've got 30 children in Breakfast Club. 4 of them have working parents, the rest don't. How much should I charge them? Greg's said, you charge none of them a penny. We don't want to penalise parents who work. If Greg's will do it, why can't the government?
Thank you, Alistair. So we're now going to move to the vote. So we're voting on these three together, just as one vote. So those in favour, please raise your hand. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we've got motion 8A, which is on funding. We've had nobody indicate that they want to speak at the 2-minute mic. It's been proposed by Dean Taylor from Newport Branch and seconded by Rebecca Penn from Newport Branch.
Bore da, comrades. Croeso I Gymru, croeso I Casa Newydd. Welcome to Wales and welcome to Newport. As we say in the port, welcome to the port. It's good to have you with us. The motion today is about the funding crisis, the absolute crisis we've just heard from colleagues in England. It is the same in Wales. For a country our size, with 22 local authorities, we have a funding crisis. And for many years, I've been coming to conference and talking to this mic about a similar issue, and yet still things don't improve. School leaders across Wales are struggling. This morning, mae'n Hailog, it was sunny in Newport, but mae'n Gymylog, there's a cloud. There's a cloud in Wales that follows every aspect of our funding mechanisms. So in schools at the moment, I'm proud to be a head teacher here in Newport. I love the city. I live here and I work here. It's a great place to be. However, within Wales at the moment and within Newport, you will have seen you're in the lowest funded local authority out of the 22 across Wales. And yet, in our Section 52 statements that go and are published, not many schools in Newport are in deficit budgets, whereas colleagues all around Wales are having budgets that are in hundreds of £1,000s of deficit. So what does it look like? It looks like a reduction in our curriculum offer. Many schools are making savage cuts, as you will have to do with your staffing, which reduces the curriculum offer. Increased class sizes in some schools. Significant decrease in the support that we can have for those essential services for our children in terms of well-being. And the absolute funding crisis that exists around our ALN reform in Wales, where we have reduced numbers of specialist provision bases, higher needs coming through the system, and schools struggling or failing to meet the needs of high-end children. Also, the practical deterioration of the quality of school life for some of our children as school leaders are making cuts to some of those things, thinking about whether or not they can afford transport to sporting events or other activities. Diminishing professional learning for staff, as there's not enough money in the system to get teachers out. And also, we're facing a recruitment and retention crisis for teachers and school leaders. All this in a country that's priding itself on huge curriculum reform, ALN, and is forward-thinking. But we need the funding. We've had some grant funding. It's not enough. The system is foggy, it's cloudy. Welsh Government blame Westminster, Westminster blame Welsh Government. Welsh Government blame the local authorities. They may blame the consortia, and then schools, we blame everybody because we want answers. We need this fog removed. Why should a child in Newport be worth less in terms of funding than a child in Bangor? It's immoral and it's inequitable. It can't continue. We call on National Exec and the Welsh Exec to call for action. For action. Our Welsh Minister will be here at some point. We need action. Not reviews, not documents, action. And that includes funding for teachers as well. Needs to be fully funded. So, alongside colleagues right across the country, I'm proud to be a head teacher and a leader in Wales. I love the job I do, but I'm restrained by the amount of money I get. So, fund our schools properly. Fund our core budgets. Stay away from fantasy political projects and things that make names, and get the core basis of what we believe right. Conference, I move.
Okay, now I'm going to invite the proposer to motion 8B, if they want to speak. Yeah, Damon.
It's not Damon Garvey. It's me, Gareth Lewis. So that's the wrong way around. Never mind, diolch yn fawr. Small schools. Small schools with the lifeblood of rural communities. We're hubs that are valued by our communities, they're loved by our pupils and vital to our parents. And this motion 8B is about the additional stresses and strains that, above and beyond the pressures that we all face, that being the head of a small rural school brings. Expectation of workload is the same as for non-teaching heads, yet our teaching commitment is high. Staff absences or low budgets mean that we regularly have to cover lunchtime supervision, cleaners. I am my own caretaker. Pay for small school heads can be less than that of SLT members of larger schools, so there's little financial incentive to take on the role. And of course the ever-present concern that budgetary pressures beyond our control will deem our schools unviable and lead to closure. It doesn't make for the best of working and learning environments. And yet we don't complain. You're all school leaders, and you know in the face of adversity, you make it work. We need our governments to consider the well-being of our small school leaders. Every new initiative, every change in funding should, as a matter of course, be subject to an impact assessment for small schools, ensuring that our leaders are not left with insurmountable workloads, that our pupils get the education they deserve, and that our head teachers are not run into the ground. We are rightly proud of our schools. We just want to give our pupils the very best learning experiences possible. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for fair treatment. Work pressures have already driven far too many of our valued experienced colleagues from our profession. We need the flexibility to run our schools smoothly, to give our children the opportunities they deserve, and to, let's face it, have a decent work-life balance. We are worth that investment. Please support this motion.
Okay, national executives have support this motion. We've had nobody indicate they want to speak before conference or through the QR code. I can see one person at the microphone. Okay. If you'd like to introduce yourself and say your branch, thank you.
Rob Freeth, Calderdale Branch Secretary. I live and work in the Calder Valley of Yorkshire. It's high up in the hills, and we have a lot of very, very small, under 100 pupil primary schools. And I work with them not only as branch secretary for the NAHT, but also as a school governor and soon to be a trustee of a multi-academy trust that we're trying to form down the valley. I'm very, very aware from all my conversations with head teachers of small schools that they're at breaking point, that the amount of stress that is being caused to head teachers and their communities by the underfunding of these schools, the economy of scale that they face means that if they just lose one or two pupils, and we've got a major problem with falling rolls down our valley at the moment, but if they just lose one or two pupils, it means that they get tipped over the edge. And I know that almost all of our schools are at breaking point, and the head teachers are being forced to do, some extreme things. I've just left a conversation with one of our heads, head of an outstanding school, recently inspected by Ofsted, very, very much valued by its small rural community, who said the only way in which I am going to make my school viable for next year is by, and it's her words, pimping myself out even more than I already do. She already, because she's well respected across the authority and has great skills, uses 2 days of her week as head teachers, going out to other schools to do improvement work with them. That brings in money into the school. She does that for 2 days a week. She's now saying that she's going to have to next year go out for the whole year on a secondment in order to get through financially. I support this motion. If we have to do things as extreme as that, then my goodness, aren't we in a state? Thank you.
Okay, I can't see anybody else at the 2-minute mic, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, raise your hand. Anybody against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to motion number 9, and on funding as well, we have a proposer, Sam Williams, and seconder, Sharon Cutler.
Bore da. I'm Sam Williams, Bristol Branch Secretary, currently in my second year of headship at Redcliffe Nursery School and my first time at conference. I propose this motion, and I'd like to set out the vision for what this motion could achieve. With high needs block funding for the early years, maintained nursery schools can be at the vanguard of solving the current crisis in special educational needs and disabilities, presently experienced throughout all phases of education. We are ready to build partnerships across the sector to form specialist early years hubs, centres of excellence for SEND education. We know the value and impact of early intervention and the right support for children and families at the right time. We know the value of collaboration and partnership working with other services, such as health and social care, and the importance of consistent support through transitions. We know the impact this has on the trajectory of children's development and success throughout their educational journey and beyond. The support maintained nursery schools provide for the wider early years sector through a systems leadership model works. 11 out of 18 stronger practice hubs are led by maintained nursery schools, and all but 2 have maintained nursery school partners, which is remarkable considering that our schools are so sparsely distributed. For example, at Redcliffe at the moment, we're currently hosting SEND immersion mornings, showcasing our pedagogy and practice to early years practitioners, SENCOs and other leaders from settings across the region. When I see the quality of education our SEND support staff provide and share, working in a highly professional way alongside our teachers and SENCO, I both marvel and despair. I marvel at the enormous difference they make to young people's lives and despair in their pay and working conditions, forever on temporary contracts as the funding cycles come and go. With place-based, consistent funding arrangements for children with complex needs, including children of statutory school age who remain at maintained nursery schools where no primary or special school place can be found for them, alongside reformed targeted support, we can build on the impactful practice, pedagogy and research which we have in abundance within maintained nursery schools and deliver the beginnings of a nationwide renewal in SEND education. SEND education is something we already specialise in. In 2023, 29% of children in maintained nursery schools were recorded as having SEND, considerably more than any other settings. We welcome them and we go above and beyond to support these children and families. Yet, inadequate funding arrangements are pushing us into deficit and threaten our future. At the moment, staffing and financial pressures are making it harder for all settings to meet additional needs. This means that the expertise of maintained nursery schools is needed more than ever at a time when the resources to provide it are under unprecedented pressure. Over 200 maintained nursery schools have closed in the last 40 years, more than a third, many of them recently. There are only 381 left. Many of them are still currently under direct threat of closure. It's not only time to save maintained nursery schools, but to put us at the heart of the solutions required to fix the current crisis in SEND education and beyond. On behalf of Bristol Branch, I ask conference to support this motion. I move.
Sharon Cutler, Bristol Branch, first-time speaker. At our maintained nursery school, we have many children with complex needs, each requiring various levels of support. The way SEN is funded in a maintained nursery means we can only employ staff on fixed-term contracts. We require evidence before we can apply for funding, but we have to provide the support from day one. The funding paperwork has to be resubmitted every 4 months. The funding is only paid for the hours, weeks the child attends, not in line with the terms of the employee's contract. The hourly rate is not sufficient to cover the cost of support. Due to the lack of specialist places in school, we are being asked to keep reception children until SEN place becomes available. We do this without receiving any funding, including core funding. It's cost us over $25,000 so far this academic year for one child. I formally second this motion.
Okay, before we go to vote, we do have an amendment for this motion, so I'm hoping that will be shown on the screen. When we discussed this motion with National Executive, they proposed a friendly amendment of changing the words, which are they on the screen yet, Magnus? Yes, they are. So to change the words from ring fence to specific and sufficient. We've spoken to Sam and Sharon, and they agreed to this friendly amendment. And the reason for that was we have passed previous motions at conferences before this which speak against ring-fenced funding. So, so Sam and Sharon are happy to accept it, but we need to know from the floor if you're happy to accept this friendly amendment. So raise your hands if you're happy to accept it. And those against? Okay, that's unanimous. So now we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Oh, it's a speaker, sorry. I didn't see that. And we do have a first speaker, actually. We have Nigel Atwood as well. So we have Nigel Atwood first. I'll take Nigel first, and then I'll take the second speaker. Thank you, Magnus.
The lack of statutory support for preschool children is criminal. Birmingham, for example, in the wake of its financial woes, is now cutting funding and services for preschool children, which will hugely impact families and our schools, receiving children with a significant range of unsupported issues that we have to respond to quickly, impacting our school resources and school budgets. We are all seeing the effects in our current Key Stage 1 and early years, as well as in the nurseries, and on staff, on children and on families, and I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Is it working?
Yes.
Hi, conference. I'm Jo O'Rourke. I'm from Stockport branch. This is my first time at conference. I would just like to speak in support of this motion. I'm head teacher of a small nursery school as well. A third of our children have special needs and need a high level of support. And nursery schools have a high level of expertise to support those children. We support families through early identification and working towards getting their EHCP plan. As Senko, I spend a lot of time planning that, filling in paperwork, and the system at the moment means that we have to apply each term for funding. It takes a huge amount of time, and we only get the funding from the moment the panel get the form in. And sometimes we're working so hard to meet the needs of the children that we can't fill in the paperwork to get the funding, so it's a ridiculous system. So I totally support this motion, it's really important.
Okay, our final speaker at the 2-minute mic, thank you.
Karen Stevens, Lancashire, retired primary head teacher, many conferences under my belt. I wanted to say I didn't really appreciate Maintain Nursery Schools, what they did for Maintain Primary Schools until I retired and became a governor at Federated Nursery Schools in Chorley. And the work they do is absolutely fantastic. We have 60% special needs. The local authority owes us well over £40,000 in past payments. They promised us for children that we would take. Again, like the guys on the stage, reception children who could not get a place. The schools couldn't cater for them, so we kept them for a term, 2 terms, 3 terms. I've written threatening letters to the local authority to say, if you don't give us the money for these children, we are educating them, we are giving the families the support they need. It's ridiculous. I think as primary school teachers, you need to find out where your local Maintain Nursery Schools are and support them, because they do a fantastic job in getting statements of the EHCP piece for the children who come into school, who come into your school at age
Okay, thank you for the speakers. So let's move to a vote. Can I see those in favour of voting for the amended motion? Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We're clapping. Moving on to motion number 10 on funding, we have proposer Mark Sherwin-Peddy and seconder Jan Hatchell, and we've had an indicated speaker, Duncan Thompson.
So Mark Sherwin-Peddy from Luton branch, proposing on behalf of Eastern Region. Our recent all-serving members poll across the Eastern Region revealed that members are particularly concerned about failing pupils with SEND, and the main reason for this is the shortage in funding received. Pupils are presenting with ever-increasing levels of need in ever-increasing numbers, forcing schools to invest heavily in innovative ways to meet these needs. For example, in one school in central Bedfordshire, the percentage of pupils with EHCPs has rocketed to 3 times the local average, with many pupils having suitable for special school included in their plans. Out of necessity, the school has effectively set up its own specialist units equal to an ASD unit, an SMH unit, and an SLD unit because there are too few special school places. This school has become a magnet school for pupils with SEND because of its perceived success, with Ofsted stating that SEND provision is a strength of the school. This has created a perverse situation where success with pupils with SEND is penalising the school financially. The school must find the first £6,000 for every child from its notional SEND funding, meaning that the notional SEND funding has been overspent by approaching £100,000 in a year. Meanwhile, a similar school close by, with few pupils with SEND, receives the same notional funding and yet has a fraction of the cost associated with employing teaching assistants and so on. Should the school strive to be less successful for pupils with SEND to reduce costs? Of course not. But what is required is a funding system nationally that recognises the pressures on schools where SEND numbers are high, not only through the EHCP funding that is already in place, but also by ensuring that schools are funded fully for their actual pupils to avoid penalising schools that are successful in SEND provision and that attract pupils from beyond their traditional catchments. Conference, I move.
Jan Hatchell, Suffolk branch. I come to conference with 40 years experience within the special school sector, and the only reason I look this good is because I've retired. And I've seen the impact of insufficient funding from being an NQT with a class budget of £30 a year, and in '84 that weren't a lot of money, to trying to maintain a budget where 12 pupils were lag funded. Lag funding means you have the children in the school and in the next financial year you receive the place funding. How anyone can morally believe it's okay to put 12 children into a school in addition to the funded places without paying for them is incomprehensible. Trying to create their provision is beyond challenging. At the same time, schools are told they have a notional amount of funding for children's SEND needs in their budgets. Let's remind ourselves this is based on a formula that as far back as at least 2005. Those children are now having their own children, and their needs will bear no relation to the children you now have in your schools, nor the pedagogy we're using, what we expect our staff to know and understand, and what resources we need to have available and stored within our beyond capacity provisions. It's well known that the notional 10,000 per pupil is neither within the budget nor enough to meet the needs of the child, followed by a top-up scale that starts with as little as £200 in some authorities. In 2019, the National Audit Office identified that over 80% of local authorities were overspent on their high needs budget, and pupil funding for those children had already decreased by 2.6%. Conference, we know our children's families, and I mean that in the very broadest sense, know that funding for SEND provision is inadequate. A word the DFE are rather keen on continuing to use. So we'll use it. Got one sentence. The House of Commons itself debated SEND funding on the 11th of January this year and called for a review of funding for special educational needs provision. We have to push to ensure that funding for our schools enables us to do our jobs and meet the needs of our children. I formally second this motion.
Thank you. I can see Duncan at the microphone and I can see one other speaker, so we'll close the 2-minute mic after those two speakers. Thank you, Duncan.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on this motion for very personal reasons. As the father of a special needs child who wasn't well served at his first school, I was determined that my school would be very inclusive, and I'm very proud that it became a magnet school, recommended by other SEND parents and SEND professionals. The result of which is that last year we ended up with about £80,000 deficit purely because of the difference in the funding that came in and the provision we had to give to our special needs children. The result of that was we had to lose most of our TAs. So we're now in a position where no children are getting what they deserve. The staff that are left are incredibly stressed and stretched. And unfortunately before Christmas it made me so ill that I had to take the selfish decision to retire. So at Easter I had to walk away from the school. I went back this week to help the new head teacher with a few bits, and they're expecting 7 more children in September who, as the people who proposed motion 9 have already said, they will come in needing high levels of need with no funding whatsoever, and she does not know how she's going to manage. So for all those reasons I completely agree with this motion.
Morning conference, Roger Blackburn, Salford Branch Secretary and North West Regional Secretary. I fully support this motion. SEND funding has reached a crisis point. There's got to be a change. In my own school, like many of my colleagues, I'm sure the amount of money that we spend each year on SEND far exceeds the funding that we get, and it puts pressure on an already really tight budget. I've become a magnet school for a specialist SEN provision, which is very expensive, and the gap in the funding is putting a massive pressure on everything we do. I fully support this motion. I'll just leave you with the thought. Imagine if as school leaders we ran our school budgets the way that the government has run SEN funding. Conference, I move.
Okay, there's no more speakers, so let's move to a vote. Those in favour of motion 10, raise your hand. And those against? Okay, that's passed unanimously. It's actually okay. I thought it was a legacy hand, Deborah. Okay, we're not going to have time to go to 11 and 12, so we'll take that after we've heard from Sir Martin Oliver and we've had a break, so we'll pick those up again. So we're just going to take a moment just to rearrange the top table to welcome Sir Martin Oliver. Thank you.
We had Schools Academy show on Tuesday, didn't we? Yeah. No, briefly, I know you missed everything. You were listening, weren't you? Oh, that's right. Immediate
No, that's right, because you said, that's right, you told me, you said you'd see me here.
I said I'll see you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to sit down for introduction or do you want to go into the podium? It's only a briefing.
It's entirely up to you. What would you prefer?
I think
Can I just drop these on? Yeah, and try not to board down the back. Hello.
He's just orientating himself. Yeah.
Here?
Yeah. Okay. It is quite a long walk.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, conference. Our next session, we're going to welcome our new Chief Inspector, Sir Martin Oliver. And in reflection, I'm thinking about back to 2023 in Telford. And we will all remember those who attended in person, or who went and read the headlines, that inspection and Ofsted dominated our motions, dominated our debates, and dominated the media reports. And when inspection has such a high profile at our conferences, I do worry, because it tells me that inspection is something which is concerning members. But since we've met in Telford, Sir Martin has been appointed as Her Majesty's Chief Inspector, with his term of office starting in January 2024. He was appointed after 28 years working at the Chalk Face as a teacher, senior leader, head teacher, and chief executive at Outward Grange Academy Trust, a trust which serves some of the most disadvantaged communities in the Midlands and North England. And I think it's important to note that Martin's experience of Ofsted is he's been on the receiving end of inspection over 90 times, so he does know how it feels to be inspected. One of the key features of Sir Martin's early work as Chief Inspector has been to engage with school leaders and their unions. He attended our last national conference, executive meeting in Brighton, and it was evident from our conversations that he was committed to listening to the profession and building an inclusive, humane and intelligent inspection system. So Martin, thank you for attending our conference today. We really look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, or Bori Da. Thank you for the invitation to speak to you all today. And I also want to thank you, Simon, and you, Paul, and all of your colleagues, for the spirit of openness and cooperation that you've shown since I took up the role. I first met with Paul, actually before I started, and also then in my first week, and I agreed to keep that engagement going through frequent discussions and constructive challenge. This dialogue has been really positive and valuable as I begin my 5th month, and I hope that we will still be able to say that, Paul, in my 5th year. I say that because I see working with you as a union, as individual heads and leaders, as vital. After all, we all have the same aims. We all care about the same thing: children. It is our goal to make sure that every child has a great education and is well cared for, that every child has access to as many opportunities as possible, that every child has the best possible childhood, because children only get one chance at childhood. And I know that you all have that same goal, but I do want to make sure that we never lose sight of that, and in particular, that we all do all we can for the most vulnerable children. And I mean that in the broadest sense, in the many ways that vulnerability can present itself. So children facing challenges as a result of the cost of living difficulties, or mental health strategies or struggles, or special educational needs and disabilities, of caring responsibilities, of feeling excluded, of the legacies of COVID, of family dynamics, and of course, of childhood poverty. Something that I'm very worried about. And it has knock-on impacts on every area and every aspect of children's lives and their futures. So there are many factors that can make a child vulnerable, that can put them at a disadvantage. But it's up to us to do all that we can to make sure these factors don't prevent them from achieving everything that they can. I know the lengths that you go to support the children in your schools to succeed, especially the most vulnerable amongst them. I know how hard the job is for those of you serving disadvantaged communities, delivering the highest academic and behavioural standards. So, Ofsted will use the insights that we gather, area by area and community by community, to recognise the difficulty of teaching and leading in those contexts. And we will champion those schools that deliver the highest standards for vulnerable children. How we realise that ambition and get it right is one of the reasons that we launched the Big Listen. Hopefully, many of you have already taken the opportunity to tell us your thoughts through the Big Listen. We've had over 15,000 responses so far. This includes over 4,000 from teachers and leaders like you, nearly 3,000 from parents, and, most importantly, over 3,000 responses to our children's survey. This is already the single biggest consultation Ofsted has ever conducted, and we are only 2/3 of the way through. If you've not responded, please add your voice. It is a genuine chance to let us know what you think, and please ask your colleagues, your parents, and your students to respond too. As I've said before, nothing is off the table. The consultation includes questions on a whole range of topics, but you can answer as many or as few of them as you like. And if you want to tell us about something not covered in those questions, then there are 3 text boxes in every section. Indeed, if you want to put the same answer in every box as at least one person already has, that's your right. But please don't miss the chance to contribute, because it will lead to real action. That is a promise, and one I want you to hold me to. I didn't take this job to hold to business as usual. I know we can do better, and I am determined that we will be. I know you are impatient to see that action. I understand that impulse. It's an incredibly challenging time for the education sector at the moment, and it can be frustrating if improvements take longer than you would like. That's why, where we can, we have acted. On my first day, we put in a brief halt to inspections and brought in mental health awareness training for all of our inspectors. Every inspector we use has now completed that training package with support from Mental Health First Aid England. We've published as much of that training as we can, and we've committed to publishing all our training in the future. I want us to be a more transparent organisation, and I want us to be better at sharing what we know and what we do with all of you. We've also committed to thinking through all our inspection policies and practices to make sure we're doing all we can to reduce leaders' anxiety about inspection overall. We've updated our complaints policy so that we can handle your concerns more fairly, thoroughly and efficiently. We've introduced a new pause policy on deferring inspections where it's appropriate to do so, and we've made it clear that we can be requested when leaders require support in the interests of their well-being. All these changes are not just for schools, they're for all the sectors we inspect and regulate, including social care, further education, skills providers, and the vital early years. And next week, for schools, we're making changes to our inspection reports website to show the full range of subjudgments rather than just the overall grade. And I can announce today that we are acting to reduce the burden of inspection following feedback from smaller primary schools. We've heard from many of you that the inspection methodology is particularly challenging for these schools. For too many of you, it feels as though inspection is designed for large secondary schools, not small primaries. That's the feedback we've heard, we've listened, we continue to listen, but we're also acting where we can. So, from September, we will make changes to the way we undertake ungraded inspections for all schools. This doesn't preclude further changes to our inspections in future, but where we can act quickly, we will do so. On ungraded inspections, we will no longer conduct deep dives from September. It isn't right, and it isn't helpful to try to cram all the detail of a full graded inspection into an ungraded one. Instead, we want ungraded inspections to feel more like monitoring visits. What do I mean by that? The emphasis of these inspections will be on providing school leaders with opportunities to demonstrate where they have improved and to discuss where they still have work to do. The inspection process must be a professional dialogue between the inspection team and the school leadership. As I've made very clear to my inspectors, I expect them to act with professionalism, empathy, courtesy, and respect at all times. And I hope you will meet them with the same, because they're not trying to trick you or catch you out. They're trying to find out what's great about your school and where there is room to improve. So, we will invite the head teacher and the senior team to show us what is typical. What do you do well? Where have you made changes to improve? And what do you still need to tackle to make the school the best it can be? Now, will some of those conversations be challenging? Absolutely. Exactly as they should be. Because all of us, including Ofsted, can always do better. And that willingness to never stand still and to always strive for the best is what marks out the very best leaders from everyone else. But removing the deep dives from September will allow for a proper conversation between professionals about the school's strengths and its areas for improvement, not a rushed dig into every detail. We also hope that this change will reduce the burden on subject leaders and more junior colleagues. We'll focus on a dialogue with you and your senior leaders. So while we will still want to have conversations with subject leads, it will be less intensive for them. And the flip side of that is you'll hopefully feel more involved. Head teachers have said that they sometimes feel out of the loop with deep dives because they're not part of the process. Sometimes that's right, as we want to see the subject leader's expertise and skills independently, but it's not necessary for an ungraded inspection. So we'll put you and other senior leaders at the heart of them. As I've said, we hope that this will be particularly helpful for small primary schools where inspection can really stretch resources, but it will help all schools. It means that over 40% of the school inspections that we plan to do next academic year will no longer have deep dives. That means nearly 3,000 inspections, over 3/4 of which are primary schools. They won't have deep dives. It's just one of the ways we're trying to make sure that you spend as much time as possible educating and caring for your children, and hopefully it shows that we're serious. Serious about listening, serious about acting, and serious about improving. So, where there are solutions that can be implemented quickly, steps we can take that make life easier for you and in turn for your children, we will make them. But simple solutions are unfortunately rare, because Ofsted is just one part of an incredibly complicated system. And every change we make impacts 22,000 schools. It impacts the 75,000 other providers of education and children's services. And, of course, it impacts the millions of children and families that we all serve. So, we need to make sure that we get it right. Right for you, right for the sector, and most importantly, right for children, especially the most vulnerable. I've said I want Ofsted to be a modern, world-class inspectorate and regulator. That means an organisation that helps you drive up standards and keep children safe. An organisation that acts professionally with empathy, courtesy and respect. An organisation that makes sure leaders like you are accountable without restricting your autonomy and your ability to innovate. An inspectorate that challenges schools and other providers, but also encourages them to show what they can do and how they are making a difference for children. Look, I'm not naive. I've spent too long as a teacher and school leader to think I can make inspection an enjoyable experience. It is rigorous and challenging, quite rightly. We wouldn't be living up to our responsibility to children if it wasn't. But that doesn't mean it can't be positive, helpful, and built around understanding and professional, courteous dialogue. We want to see you at your best and give you the opportunities to show us your best. And I want that to be the experience of everyone we inspect. This isn't easy, it isn't simple, but it is crucial. Crucial for you, so that you can focus on delivering for children. Crucial for the sector, the government, and the public, so that they have clear, informed, and reliable information on the quality of education and care. And crucial for children, so that they get the education and care they deserve. So, where time is needed to get the answer right, I will take that time. And I want to be honest with you about that. I don't want to stand here and make grand promises, then disappoint you for the next 5 years. Because pretending it is easy to build a better inspection and accountability system helps no one. If anyone says it's easy, if anyone presents sweeping changes without considering the full impact on all the people we serve, if anyone pretends there is an obvious, simple solution that would resolve all of the difficulties without any downsides, they are, I'm afraid, wrong. And their simple solutions could put children's well-being and education at risk. So I will never pretend it's easy, or that there aren't trade-offs to make and balances to find. That's why we're hearing from as many people as possible through the Big Listen. Because it's vital that we listen to everyone that our work affects. The people we hear from regularly, and the people we rarely or never hear from. The people who work in our sector, as well as the parents, children and learners. So, as well as the online consultation, my colleagues and I have been up and down the country. We've been listening to thousands of people at events and visits, at meetings and roundtables, at small discussions and at big conferences like this one. We are establishing external reference groups which will give us independent advice and challenge on some of the most significant issues in our sector. These will include curriculum, teaching and assessment, behaviour and attendance, inclusion, and how we use our regulatory powers and insights for the good of children. And we are also working with independent organisations to carry out surveys and focus groups with parents and professionals. We are working with the National Centre for Social Research to poll the public and parents, as well as following up with more in-depth parent focus groups. IFF Research are also doing polling and focus groups with the professionals we work with, like you. And we're working on research with the National Children's Bureau and the Children's Charity Quorum to make sure we hear the voices of children in care. With Catch-22 to make sure we hear from care leavers, and with Career Matters to make sure we hear from children in the youth justice system. We know we will hear challenging messages through all of this work. We want those messages. We are ready to hear feedback, accept criticism, and improve. This is what the Big Listen is all about. We are determined to be open and transparent in service of children. To those who still doubt I'm serious, I ask you to hold me to account when we respond to the Big Listen and start to build a better system for everyone. And let me talk about the elephant in the room. I know some of you would like us to make changes to our gradings as part of a future system. I'm sure you'll know, especially from recent media stories, that we can't do that unilaterally. So much of the government's school improvement system rests on our grades that any changes would need to align with a bigger, wider remodelling of the whole accountability system. That has to be a government decision. But it's worth noting that the grading system, like any system, has strengths and weaknesses. The case against the grades is that they are simple. They lack nuance and can be a blunt summary of a complicated reality. The case for the grades is that they are simple, that they are unambiguous and they give a clear picture, while more detail is provided in the sub-judgments and reports. So there really is no perfect answer, but it's right that the debate goes on and that we continue to challenge ourselves about the way we present information to you and to the public. That's a big part of the Big Listen. And whether grades stay, go, or are reformed for the future, that decision will not stop us from building a better system now. As I've said, that's why I took this role. I'm not here to maintain the status quo. We need a system, first and foremost, that protects children and keeps them safe, that helps to raise standards whilst protecting the autonomy of teachers and heads, that ensures schools are praised, not penalised, for working with disadvantaged and vulnerable children, because a better system needs to be an inclusive system. And that is something we should all be working toward already. What do I mean by an inclusive system? And what does it mean for your schools? An inclusive school system is a system where all children are supported to achieve their potential. It is a school system where children are kept safe and high standards of behaviour are expected of all, with support and sanctions as appropriate. So I want to be clear that we want to see you serving your whole community, serving the community you have, not the one you want. We expect to see you promoting inclusion and bringing down barriers, and that includes making sure your school is available for all who want to attend. We all know off-rolling is wrong, but it can come in many forms, including putting children or families off before they even apply. So there will continue to be consequences for schools who push children out. But that will also be true for schools that work to skew their admissions and measures that aim to put children off based on their characteristics, background, or level of disadvantage. All children have a right to a great education, and you have a responsibility to provide it. We want to see you getting it right for the most disadvantaged and vulnerable, because when you get it right for them, you get it right for everyone. But I also want to be clear that inclusion cannot and should not ever be used as an excuse to lower standards. Inclusion is about bringing barriers down, not lowering expectations. But if you are doing what's right for all your children, then we will recognise, praise, and support your work. So, I want to finish by thanking you. I want to thank you for your help in finding the right solutions and building a better system. I want to thank you for your patience and understanding as we make sure we get the right answers. And I really want to thank you for the difficult but vital job you do every day. I've been a teacher, a head teacher, and a leader, and I've done it for nearly 30 years. I know how challenging it can be, but I also know that it is one of the best careers out there. And I know that the rewards make it worth it. That feeling when you see the difference you've made in a child's life, when you open a door that they thought was locked, or you show them that they can do something they thought was impossible. Well, that is worth every challenge, every bad day, every setback. So I want to encourage all of you to remember and talk about the positives a little more. I'm not diminishing the real issues in schools or sticking my head in the sand, but I do worry that if a narrative of negativity becomes all-encompassing, that we may lose some of the best potential teachers in the next generation. Of course, we need to identify the problems and be vocal about finding the solutions. Of course we do. But if that's all we do, if we only talk about the negatives, the stresses, the things that make us want to give up, well, then we risk putting off a generation of brilliant and inspiring teachers. Instead, I hope we can continue to work together to focus on what we can improve, to not shy away from the difficult challenges, but instead find the right solutions. Then I know we can build a better school system. Better for you, better for parents, and most importantly, better for children. Thank you.
I was just about to thank you, Martin, before you run away. I wasn't quick enough to sit you down. They're being quite gentle. There's no need to run. I think they... Martin, genuinely, thank you for being with us today. It struck me as you were opening about how we're starting our dialogue with openness, honesty and warmth, actually. The words I used in my speech yesterday were almost identical, and I can assure everybody we hadn't exchanged notes beforehand, so it's a genuine joint view formed independently of the relationship we're building. And your attendance here today demonstrates yet again your desire and determination to work with the profession to solve some of these issues. And it won't always be easy. And, you know, this conference and AST believes there's a crisis in accountability right now. And it can't be right, can it, that inspection has been feared so deeply by a profession for so very long. And it can't be right that inspection policy can cause so much harm as well. And you try to draw the difference or the distinction in your speech, I think, between what you do as an inspectorate and government policy around accountability. And that's something that we have to deal with together. But I know that you don't think either is desirable in terms of the fear and damage that it does. And as you say, only a few short months ago, you were on the receiving end. You also invited us to hold you to account. That's an easy promise. I have no doubt that our members will hold you to account for what you do. They'll criticise you when they think you are wrong, and I'm sure they'll be very noisy about inspection as well. But I can also promise you this. When we can genuinely work together for the same positive purpose, we will do that, and we will be noisy about your successes too. We'll make sure we do that, because we do need a good education system and a good inspection system for the profession, but as you say, more importantly for the children as well. We agree that inspection is an important part of accountability. One place where I would take just a small bit of issue with one of your remarks when you did the balance in favour and against, and I know you weren't favouring one or other of these arguments on single phrase judgments, but you missed one there. And I think one of the arguments against is the danger that those single phrase judgments carry. And in contrast to you, blimey, that's the longest round of applause I've got all week. In contrast to you, and we can't hold you accountable for the actions of government, we wouldn't dream of doing so, but in contrast to you, the government's response to the Education Select Committee last week failed to listen to what the profession has said. It failed to listen to what the coroner had said about those single phrase judgments. And I understand and agree it's a complex subject, but it's a subject that needs to be solved. And I think if we all play our respective roles, we can create a model of inspection and accountability that does its job and doesn't do harm to those that we need to drive excellence. So once again, we know not all those barriers are under your control, but if we play our respective roles, I'm sure we can be successful, and I'm sure we will invite you back in a few years' time and celebrate that success in the same way that we've heard from you today. So thank you very much for being with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Sir Martin. So we do have a break now. The session reconvenes at 11 o'clock, so please be prompt. We do have two motions on funding, because we were due to go and hear our Ofsted inspection and accountability motions straight after break. So in terms of the funding motions we've got, if we could just make sure we use a QR code. There's a QR code up on the screen, so speakers who want to speak around motion 10 and 11 can do so via using the QR code, just to help with time, because we have gone over slightly from session number 1. So if you want to speak around motion 11 or 12, please go and indicate via the QR code. Thank you very much. Found it, Magnus, actually.
You found it, okay.
Yeah, it was going to be. Yeah.
Can I introduce you to Hello, Lynn. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm
I'm
standing up.
introducing you as well, Lynn.
Right,
Okay?
great, lovely,
Okay.
thank
So, do you want to take that down for the introduction and walk off, or?
Yeah, can
Do you want to go and just see if the podium?
Yeah.
How long do you think
It's maybe a bit less.
Yeah, guys, we've also got the colleague coming up for the first funding motion.
Yeah. And they're on, so they're not.
Are they a bit high?
Yeah, not only just because I'm quite short.
Yeah. So the only way we've got around that before is people have stood on that box.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Shall I
is that
do that?
right? You'll be all right getting on?
Yeah, no problem. There we are. That'll probably be a bit better. And then, there we are. Yeah, there we are.
Good stuff. Come and sit down and we'll introduce you properly. Our job is to create the conditions under which school leadership can be successful, because if school leadership is successful, then actually children are going to thrive as well, and that's what drives all of our members.
I love being regional secretary. I like having the voice of the region, to work alongside colleagues, to become a caseworker, to use my experience and own history to prevent things happening that happened to me, to support colleagues when they're having a really bad day, to say we can get through this.
It's been invaluable because I've developed this network of people that I can call on for support, and I'm also able to see the big picture of things, see how we make a difference as a trade union into policies at a national level.
We all share the same issues, we all share the same worries, so it's about coming together, to work together, to really help and support one another with well-being, workload, and just to have a voice, really.
Wales, Northern Ireland, the Crown dependencies, we're all facing these challenges, they're all similar.
And to know that the things that are bothering me up in the northeast are actually bothering colleagues right the way across the country. You feel part of a huge community and family, so it makes you feel confident and less alone.
I'd absolutely encourage any members to become officials in the union, because the sense of power and urgency that you can achieve by working with other people is huge, and at the moment there is so much against us in education. The only way to get through that is through united strength, and working together to do that, we can make a difference.
And I'm part of an organisation that has a oneness purpose that ensures that we represent our members, we fight for social justice, and we ensure that our members are given the best terms and conditions.
Don't be scared about it. There's some excellent training out there. They walk you through the step. There's always people on hand who've been doing it a little while to guide you through that. The future can be bright if you can get involved.
I've come to understand the importance, the solidarity, the collective work that a union can do for you.
The more members of the NAHT we have, the stronger we are, the more we'll be listened to. You feel supported. There's a community that you belong to, and you feel supported rather than isolated, and you feel the strength of mutual support. And then in expressing voice, in making sure that all of those voices of membership, all of those voices in that community are heard by government, we can make sure that we really do make a difference. But for that to work, we need members active locally so that we can have those conversations, so that the voice comes through our democracy to people like me who are lucky enough to get in front of ministers and in front of government, and we can articulate your voice passionately and faithfully, and to make sure that government really does understand that we have 37,000 experts in membership that all need to be heard.
So come on, be brave, step up, give me a call, come and join us.
We need you to get involved. It's a member-led organisation.
Get involved in officialdom. It will really, really have a massive impact on you both personally and professionally.
So be part of your branch, become an official. That's how we can beat this together and get the best for our children and for the future of the country.
It's a fantastic opportunity, it's so supportive, and we can really make a difference.
Don't delay, join up straight away.
Come on, official.
Come and be active in your branch, be active in your region, be active nationally as part of the NAHT, be an official, make a difference to education and make a difference to this nation's future.
Thank you, conference, and thank you for your punctuality. We're going to start off our second session of the day hearing from Lynn Neagle, who's new Welsh Cabinet Secretary for Education. One of the pleasures of being president is travelling around the country and finding out about the successes and challenges across the different regions and different countries. And one of the bright spots I've witnessed is the constructive relationship between NHT members and the Welsh Government. And I'm delighted that Lynn Neagle, the Senedd member for Top Vine and newly appointed Cabinet Secretary for Education, is joining us here today in Newport. Lynn is a former Deputy Minister for Mental Health and has been a champion for children and young people throughout her political career. Lynn hails from Merthyr Tydfil, and she continues to promote the values of the place where the Chartist uprising began and is a great supporter of the trade union movement. Lynn, thank you for attending conference today. We look forward to hearing from you.
Bore da, good morning, and thank you so much for your invitation to be with you today. I am really pleased to be here. It was a huge honour for me when, 6 weeks ago, the First Minister asked me to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Education. I consider this to be the biggest, best and most important job in government. Having the opportunity to work together with all of you and your school staff for the benefit of children and young people in Wales is a privilege and a huge responsibility. I wanted to begin today by saying thank you. Thank you for the work you do day in, day out to lead our schools. Thank you for the work you do to support our children and young people and to transform their life chances. Thank you in particular for the role you have played in leading schools through a global pandemic. I know it's been an incredibly tough time for school leaders and your teams, and I am so grateful to you for it. I have been clear since coming into post that I want to listen to you, to your staff, and to the children and young people whose life chances depend on us. I've been really grateful to the head teachers who've already attended round tables with me, who have begun to show me the great work you are leading in your schools, and who have contacted me by letter or email to share your views. I would like to assure you today that I will keep on listening, and I hope you will all keep on sharing your views and concerns with me. As you've heard, my previous role in Welsh Government was as Deputy Minister for Mental Health. I'm incredibly passionate about the mental health and well-being of our children and young people. In Wales, we see good mental health and well-being as the foundation on which a first-class education system is built, not just for learners, but for our workforce too. Good mental health and well-being is vital to ensure children can attend school. Good mental health is vital for learner engagement and to promote positive behaviour in the classroom. Good mental health is vital for children to learn and to aspire to reach their potential. In Wales, we are implementing a whole school approach to mental health, both for our learners and our workforce. We've required by law all local authorities in Wales to provide a school counselling service for pupils from age 6 and above. We are also making progress in expanding counselling and supervision to school staff in recognition of the impact of vicarious trauma many staff are carrying. And a school's cameras in reach service has been rolled out to all parts of Wales, providing consultation, advice and support, as well as vital links to wider NHS mental health services. But as you all know, a whole school approach is not just about counselling and mental health support. It's about the whole culture and ethos of the school. And in 2021, we underpinned this in Wales by publishing statutory guidance for all schools on a whole school approach to mental health. Mental health and well-being is also at the very heart of our new curriculum for Wales. Our new purpose-driven curriculum is designed to support our learners to become ambitious, capable learners ready to learn throughout their lives, enterprising, creative contributors ready to play a full part in life and work, ethical, informed citizens of Wales and the world, and healthy, confident individuals ready to lead fulfilling lives as valued members of society. This new purpose-driven approach is now being taught in all schools in Wales. By focusing on what really matters in learning, why it matters, and what it means to make progress, the curriculum for Wales raises the bar for learning and teaching and takes it to the next level. I am so grateful to all our school leaders and school staff, the experts who know our learners best, for all your hard work in implementing the new curriculum. But I am listening, and I know too that there are challenges. I am acutely aware we are asking a lot of our schools. I know that some school leaders feel overwhelmed by the reforms you're being asked to implement at the same time as we recover from a global pandemic. I know that you are dealing on a daily basis with the challenges of poor mental health, behaviour problems and a drop in attendance. And I don't expect you to carry this on your own. Government, parents and carers and society as a whole need to come together to address these challenges. Heads are telling me they would like more support on curriculum implementation. Working with our practitioners, we will deliver that. I know too that schools are working hard to implement our ambitious ALN reforms. I am listening here too, not just to schools, but also to parents and young people, and I will act. Improving the implementation of the ALN system will be a key priority for me. Now, our new First Minister has said the sustained improvement in educational attainment alongside wider support for children and young people are a top priority for his government. This sustained improvement in attainment will be my priority as Cabinet Secretary. We know that poverty is a huge issue which impacts on attainment. We do not hold all the levers in Wales to alleviate poverty, but we can do our utmost to reduce its effect in education. It is unacceptable for children and young people to miss out on educational opportunities or be unable to reach their potential because of their personal circumstances and background, and I know that you will agree with me on this. So we addressing these issues through a range of policies. Our Pupil Development Grant helps us to raise the attainment of children and young people from low-income households and care-experienced young people. Our School Essentials Grant has made a huge difference to many lower-income families across Wales, helping to reduce the worry surrounding the purchase of school uniform and equipment, enabling children to attend school and take part in activities with their peers. Our developing partnership with the Education Endowment Foundation will also play an important role in ensuring that our schools have access to powerful international evidence which points to the most effective learning and teaching strategies. Our early priority with this work has been to provide teachers with access to the Education Endowment Foundation toolkit in both English and Welsh for the first time, are well informed about how their practice can make the greatest difference to pupils living in poverty, complementing our work to target the use of the Pupil Development Grant to ensure the funding has the biggest impact. Working with the National Academy of Educational Leadership, we are entering the second phase of our Attainment Champions pilot, where successful school leaders work with partner schools to develop strategies and practices to reduce the impact of poverty on educational attainment. This collaboration between schools has helped them to focus on improving key areas to help schools and pupils overcome the challenges brought about by poverty. This work includes improving teaching, looking at how pupils are grouped in school, and the importance of community-focused school approaches. Now, as we know, children can't learn when they're hungry, so as part of the cooperation agreement with Plaid Cymru, we began the rollout of universal primary free school meals in September 2022. Since then, approximately 167,000 pupils have become newly eligible for a free school meal under the offer, and nearly all local authorities have now completed the rollout to all learners, with the remaining 3 on track to deliver by September. This is a transformational intervention in terms of child hunger and child poverty, and is part of a wider package of support to help low-income families and those struggling with cost of living increases. It will have an immediate impact in the current financial climate, keeping money in families' pockets. And our commitment does not end when schools close for the summer. Our school holiday enrichment programme is a school-based scheme that provides healthy meals, food and nutrition education, physical activity and enrichment sessions to learners in areas of socio-economic disadvantage for a minimum of 12 days during the school summer holidays. In a challenging financial period, the budget of nearly £5 million has been maintained for 2024 to 25. In 2023, 175 schemes ran, supporting young people in some of our most economically disadvantaged areas. Now in Wales, we are committed to supporting schools and school leaders to develop and improve, so our School Improvement Partnership programme is crucial. I would like to thank Professor Dylan Jones, himself a former school leader, for the work he is taking forward on this. And I'm particularly grateful to the school leaders who have engaged with this work. The strength and consistency of views from school leaders was clear, not just in terms of the challenges, but also in terms of the solutions. School to school and cluster working is seen as the most important element of support, and school leaders believe this should be the foundation for school improvement going forward. We have a shared commitment in Wales to put teachers and school leaders at the very heart of our school improvement system, promoting and enabling you to cooperate with each other to improve learning, with local authorities and Welsh Government providing a supporting framework for that collaboration. And a new inspection model, which includes interim visits every 3 years, will enable schools to receive independent feedback on a more regular basis to enable improvement. Estin are looking to change the culture of inspection to provide more support for schools on a continuing improvement journey. Schools will receive increased feedback from Estin from September 2024. I am really pleased that we no longer have summative judgments in inspections in Wales. And there is also the... And there is also the introduction of a communication programme to reassure schools that they do not need to over-prepare for these visits. This is part of the task of helping to reduce workload and pressure on teachers in Wales. This emphasis on partnership also informs our approach to industrial action. We do not believe the right response to strikes is to introduce new laws which make it even harder for workers to take industrial action. We believe the right response is to work with employers and unions in social partnership, however difficult, to resolve disputes collaboratively. Which is why we continue to promote fair work at every opportunity. Last year, we even passed the Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act, which sees Wales become the first part of the UK to create a statutory framework for partnership between trade unions, government and employers. Social partnership and collaboration are the Welsh way. Forging strong social partnerships, talking to each other and supporting each other are the ways to build an excellent education system. For some time now, we've been actively engaged in productive discussions with our education leadership and teacher unions, local authorities and regional partnerships, as well as Estin, around workload and well-being. We know from these discussions the importance of considering the potential impact of all new Welsh Government policies on teacher workload. So we are developing a workload impact assessment alongside a professional learning programme for Welsh Government. We are also developing a digital tool to enable head teachers to evidence causes of workload, which will support the ongoing workload impact assessment and feed into policy development and implementation. Linked to this is our work around the simplification of grants. Our schools and education settings have been very clear there are too many grants, too many different terms and conditions, and too many organisations providing funding. To simplify national funding mechanisms and reduce the bureaucratic burden on schools, from April 2024, all grants are issued to local authorities. This helps to ensure that resources are targeted and delivered in the most appropriate, efficient and effective ways. I must also take a moment to celebrate the most visible evidence you will see of our commitment to education in Wales, our programme of capital investment in schools. We have implemented an historic programme of capital investment in schools, replacing and upgrading the oldest and most worn-out school buildings throughout Wales. To date, more than £2.35 billion has been targeted towards new build and major refurbishment projects by the Welsh Government. We have also invested a further £203 million in capital maintenance over the last 4 years. This programme has taken another step forward in the last few years under the new banner of Sustainable Communities for Learning, ensuring school buildings fit for the future in the era of a climate crisis. Schools in Wales are also innovating in the way school buildings are used for the benefit of the wider community. Through our community-focused schools programme, we are investing in learning environments, co-locating key services and securing stronger engagement with parents and carers outside traditional hours. In this way, schools are responding to the needs of their community, building strong partnerships with families and collaborating effectively with other services. This is just a taste of some of the many things we are doing in Wales to sustain and reform our education system. We know there are challenges within education, many of which are not unique to Wales. But we are addressing these by working together with our partners to build the excellent, robust and ambitious system which people in Wales deserve. We've all been through difficult times in the last few years, and we are still living with austerity and the effects of the pandemic, amongst other things. We are all aware of the behavioural issues that many of you have to deal with, and I know it can seem like you're having to deal with the effects of so many societal issues that come from outside of schools. So I want to assure you, I will always be in listening mode. The only way we can deliver on our shared ambitions for education is by working together. I want to end as I started by thanking you. Thank you for listening, but thank you above all for the incredible work you do every day to help our children and young people succeed. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Lynn, thank you very much for being with us today, and so early in your post as well to come and visit us. Thank you. But I think being here today so early in your post is a testament to your desire to work with us for the future of education and the future of children in Wales. Now, as you pointed out, the relationship between government and the profession is not always an easy one, but I'm struck by the preparedness of the Wales government to really engage with the profession. The social partnership model here in Wales is such a positive contrast to other jurisdictions in the UK. And even under the most acute strain last year in the middle of a formal dispute, that model made sure we kept talking and we found the right solution going forward. We appreciate that despite the many frustrations that come time to time in social dialogue, it is a much more productive model for the long-term good and the promotion but rather than the promotion of division and conflict that we see elsewhere. We enjoyed a really good working relationship with your predecessor, and I'm confident we're going to build the same with you. So thank you very much for being here. I look forward to getting to know you well, and good luck in your role. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you, Paul. So we're now going to move on to our debating session. We've got 11:40 and we've got to stop at 12:50 to hear from our sponsor before a 1 o'clock break for lunch. So we are going to pick up motions 11 and 12. On funding, we have closed 2-minute mic for these, but we do have Grant Studley from Bracknell Forest who said he'd like to go and speak towards motion 11. So could I invite Jane and Amanda to come up and speak? Yeah, Magnus just wants 2 minutes while Jane just gets ready.
Yes, I just wanted to let delegates know that there are some people in on the floor of conference who are not voting, and that's because they're not disinterested in the debate or don't have a view. It's because they are probably national executive members who aren't voting delegates. So if you see somebody who's not putting up their hand for any of the votes, that's the reason why. So I've just been asked to point that out because people were feeling a little bit anxious that everyone around them was looking at them as if to say, why aren't you putting your hand up for yes or no? So just some clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can say that National Executive are definitely interested and engaged in the debate after our Thursday night meeting that we had before conference. Jane, welcome. You're going to be proposing motion 11 on funding. Thank you very much.
is you walk twice the distance. I'm now out of breath. So I'm Jane from Warwickshire, and this is my first conference. The Send Green Paper 2022 clearly set out the challenges of the current SEND system for children, parents, and schools. The press release accompanying the publication of the SEND and AP Improvement Plan in March last year featured the very promising headline, "Transformational reform begins for children and young people with SEND." Pause for laughter. 12 months into this £70 million improvement programme, you might be wondering where that transformation is happening. The difficulty is that most of the testing by the 9 change partnerships relates to children and young people already in the system with EHC plans. So it's things like standardising, digitising EHC plans, looking at the quality and the use of multi-agency panels, providing families with tailored lists to enable families to make an informed choice once they've got a draft plan, strengthening mediation. As one of the strategic leads for one of these change partnerships said recently, are we simply pruning? In his inaugural speech as president of the Association of Directors of Children's Services said only a couple of weeks ago, Andy Smith, he expressed doubt that the reforms set out in this improvement plan will deliver the necessary step change, despite record levels of spending. According to this week's Schools Week, even Amanda Allard, who's director of the Council of Disabled Children, has waded in to express utter frustration with the Department for Education. There is nothing in the improvement plan that will fundamentally shift resources to reform the SEND system and prioritise earlier intervention. And importantly, sort out the complexity of who pays for what. Instead, local authorities are locked into spending record amounts of children and young people in independent specialist provision, more than double what they are spending in 2015, and at an average placement cost, which is more than double of a state-funded special school like Marika's. We cannot continue to fail our children with SEND. We need that promised transformation, this time co-produced with leaders of all phases, people who really have the expertise. We need to stop seeing SEND in isolation, and motion 3 yesterday called for ensure we have a curriculum and an accreditation framework that meets the needs of every child. Conference, I move.
Conference, I formally second.
And thank you, signers.
Thank you, Jane. So we've got one additional speaker. We've got National Executive support this motion, and we've got Grant Studley from Bracknell Forest, who's indicated he wants to speak at the 2-minute mark. Thank you, Grant.
Hello, Grant Studley, Bracknell Forest branch. When it comes to the SEND system, as a school leader and as a parent of a child with special education needs, I am, to coin a phrase, as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. As the number of motions at this conference attest, The SEND system in this country is broken beyond repair. It needs reimagining and rebuilding from the ground up. It needs to be properly funded so that we never again have something like the DfE's safety valve imposed on local authorities and schools, as has happened in Bracknell Forest, to our detriment. We need a system that invests in speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, EPs, mental health workers and more, because any system will fail without them. We need to end the postcode lottery of provision with a nationally strategic approach to commissioning specialist provision, not the chaotic and scattergun approach that we currently have. We need to reform the way that children and young people are placed and funded in SEND provision, particularly when it comes to independent special schools, as the proposer mentioned. And most importantly, we need a less adversarial system, which currently pits families, schools and local authorities against each other in a sort of seemingly never-ending battle. And instead we need one that places the needs of children and young people at its heart. As school leaders, we must be part of the solution, and I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you, Grant. So we're going to move to the vote. Please can I see those in favour raising their hand? And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to motion 12 on funding. We've got a new proposer than stated there. We've got Karina Hanson, who's going to propose it, and Hugh Jones, who's going to second it. Thank you.
Shemai. Karina Hanson, Swansea branch, speaking on behalf of Monmouthshire branch, and much of what I'm going to say echoes the issues that we can hear from colleagues in England. As part of multiple reforms in Wales, the rollout of the new Additional Learning Needs Code for Wales began in 2021. And nobody can argue with the principles of the code. It's a rights-based approach. Early identification, intervention and prevention, collaboration and integration, inclusive education within a bilingual education system in Wales. It sounds fantastic. And none of us can here, as educators, we all have the highest aspirations for our most vulnerable children. But in the short time that we've had our bill in place, we can already see that it's an overly bureaucratic system that is woefully underfunded, leaving schools unable to meet the needs of our learners. The code is 378 pages long and full of statements of what schools should and must do. In the initial rollout of NAHT, Welsh Government concluded the implementation would be cost neutral, a statement that they've since withdrawn. The statutory obligations of NAHT have had a significant impact on schools, particularly on workload and funding. A recent survey evidenced that Elencos, that's an equivalent of Sencos, have had a particular impact on them. 37% of our Elencos said they were likely to leave the role in the near future, and 63% said that it had already impacted on their well-being. And I'm going to give a shout out to our small school colleagues here, because as Elencos leave their roles, particularly in those small schools, it is our head teachers that are taking over the post and that additional workload. As mentioned earlier, we have 22 local authorities in Wales, and every one of them has introduced a different funding formula for ALN. It's chaos. In many of them, it's not funding for the child or funding after. I heard that earlier on, somebody talking about lag funding, but we don't get that in our local authorities. It's a set budget, whether you've got 1 or 100 pupils with needs, based on factors such as pupil numbers or our FSM numbers. Across Wales, the funding for a child with additional needs is not the same. With increased workload from the statutory process set out by the bill, there has been no funding to release our Elencos to do their work. Many Elencos in our schools are class teachers as well, and I'll share with you some of the quotes from the survey that was taken recently. My Elenco is at breaking point. To keep up with paperwork, I'm working 70 plus hours a week. I am seriously worried. There is more and more paperwork to do and less support for staff and, most importantly, our pupils. As a Lenco, I spend more time on paperwork than ever. It reduces the time I can spend with children, making it counterproductive. It makes me sad to think of the students who need help and can't get it. Conference. We support the ambitions of the new Welsh Government legislation to support children and young people with additional needs, but schools are seriously struggling to deliver it due to the complexity of the requirements, inadequate funding and lack of support services. Our local authorities are interpreting the code and issuing further guidance because of the concern around tribunals. The risk and responsibility of supporting our most vulnerable learners has been put firmly with schools, and it feels like we get very little support from the wider system. We call on Welsh Government to either amend the ALN code and the base legislation to reflect what schools can realistically achieve, or provide much needed cash to deliver the ambitions of the code as it stands. To quote the phrase from earlier, we are at breaking point. Conference, I move.
Hugh Jones, Conway Branch, National Exec, and I fully endorse his motion and second it.
Okay, thank you. We're taking nobody from 2 Minute Mic on. Oh, sorry, we've got seconders. I'm sorry, Claire. I didn't see you. Yeah, you're the lettered one, aren't you? Yeah, so there is a lettered motion on this one, so I'm going to invite Claire up to the 2 Minute Mic to speak on 12B. Thank you, Claire.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Currently in Northern Ireland, as in all of the UK, special educational needs is chronically underfunded. And additionally, in Northern Ireland, a significant percentage of already minimal funding available is filtered into supporting a system. It's about 40% minimum. We believe that that funding should go directly to the children, and they should be the priority for our funding. So we are asking for the funding to be adequate and for that funding to follow the child, not the system. Currently, especially in the early years, children begin education and schools have to scramble and fight to meet the need, to get the support that they need, and we're missing opportunities for vital early intervention. It's just not good enough. We need a plan that acknowledges the importance of properly funded education and support for all our children with additional needs. That plan should be long-term, it should be properly funded, it should prioritise the child, and it should not be subject to changes in the Department of Education, the Education Authority or our government. Proper funding, processes and support for our most vulnerable children and their families should be a right and not a fight. Colleagues, I move.
Katrina Moore, Northern Ireland. As educators, we are given the privilege of shaping all our young people from nursery level right through to post-primary, and our focus has and always will be on that individual child. These are our leaders in the future, and we urgently need to ensure that we plan for their future. I wholly recommend this motion, and as I was chatting with the Secretary of State said yesterday, we need to remove all barriers to the development for our children. I'm reminded of a quote that says, "We do not inherit this world from our ancestors." I'm going to change it slightly. We are its custodians for the future. These young people are our leaders of the future, and we need to ensure that we plan for their futures.
Thank you to the speakers. Can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour, raise your hand. And all those against? Okay, thank you. That's passed unanimously. Okay, right, we're moving on now to an emergency motion that has been sent via the app, but it's just coming up on the screen. So just in case you've not had a chance to go and read the app beforehand, I'll just give you a minute, but I'm going to invite the proposer, Angie Gibson, to come and speak to the motion as well. But if we just give people a few 30 seconds, Angie, just to read it through, just in case it didn't land or they didn't get a chance to see the app. We do have Michelle Sheehy, who's the National Executive member, and wishes to speak to this motion, and she's indicated that already. Emergency motions can be submitted. It can be submitted by different groups, and we have a general purposes committee to see if it meets the test. An emergency motion, the principal test is that could this motion have been submitted within the time frame for submitting motions, and so when emergency business comes up, we have a mechanism to hearing emergency motions, and this is the first one of today. Okay, Angie.
Hi, Angie Gibson, primary school head teacher and national executive rep from the North East. Conference. At our last annual conference, we heard a very moving and powerful testimony from Ruth Perry's sister, Julia Waters, and many serving school leaders about the terrible health impacts of the current unsafe and unreliable high-stakes inspection model. NHT's written and oral evidence to the Education Select Committee set out the undisputed harm that results from simplistic single-phrase inspection judgments arising from a flawed, over-prescriptive and undeliverable inspection framework and associated intervention powers. We also published our report, Rethinking School Inspection, directly reflecting members' views to set out a roadmap for interim and longer-term reform. The tone and language of the new Chief Inspector has been encouraging. Ofsted has launched a survey, The Big Listen, to hear from the profession. In response to NHT's publicly expressed concerns about the design of the survey questions, Martin Oliver himself and today has promised that all free text comments will be carefully evaluated and reiterated that nothing is off the table. The survey is still open, so there is time to make sure that Ofsted receives your views. So far, so good. But last week, without even waiting for Ofsted's ongoing consultation to close and reported 10,000 responses to be analysed, the Secretary of State set her face against reform, effectively ruling out any significant change to inspection. Gillian Keegan defended single-phrase judgments as clear and simple to understand, ignoring the clear recommendations of the Select Committee, the vast majority of parents, and the broad consensus that inspection must be reformed to safeguard the health and well-being of school leaders and their teams. It is high time that government followed the evidence. Conference, we faced an existing recruitment and retention crisis at all levels of the profession. Almost 2/3 of assistant and deputy head teachers no longer aspire to headship, and more than half of school leaders say they are considering leaving the profession within the next 3 years. And 85% of leaders do not have any confidence in Ofsted. Inspection reform is needed immediately. This is an emergency. This motion mandates your national executive to use all means at its disposal, including campaign, legal and industrial routes to secure necessary changes to inspection to safeguard leaders' lives. I urge you to support the motion. Conference, I move.
Thank you. Amanda's just indicated she supports and seconds from the chair. So we fully support this as National Executive, and I'm now going to invite Michelle Sheehy to speak towards that motion.
Hi, Michelle Sheehy from Warsaw Branch National Executive. As Angie said, last year we all sat in a room like this and we listened to Julia Waters speaking. And we were moved and we were excited because we thought that it was gathering momentum. Head teachers were handing in their badges saying they weren't going to inspect. So a year later, why are we in the position of having an emergency motion to safeguard leaders' lives? It's almost unbelievable, really. And the argument from the government that parents want single-phrase judgments, well, I don't know who these parents are. I don't know if they've carried out any research. I don't know what questions they've asked them if they have done. Cynically, I suspect that the single phrase judgments are so that schools can be identified quickly for intervention, and obviously that isn't using the information that's available, so those decisions are not really valid. If by any chance they do carry out research and parents do want single phrase judgments, well, in the profound lyrics of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, you can't always get what you want. So I very strongly support this motion. Thank you.
I can see an additional speaker behind Michelle. Thank you.
Yeah, Nigel Atwood from Birmingham. In his speech earlier, he started off well talking about listening, the big listen, nothing was off the table, that was true. But the second half of his speech said the opposite. That the elephant in the room was, gradings were not going to change, and we can actually change very little because of what the Department for Education, the government wants in their accountability system. And then insulted us at the end by talking about off-rolling, and we should be serving the families we've got, not the ones we want. And I don't know anybody in this room that does that. It's very, very, very unusual for that to happen in schools. So I am very concerned that the big listen now, we're not turning into anything else and we're going to carry on the way we are. So I very much support this motion and was quite worried by the second part of his speech this morning. Thank you.
Okay, next please.
Jim Nicholson, Stockport branch. Oh, my apologies.
Go on, Jim. Jim, you go first.
Yeah,
Jim, then James.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Last year, Simon, in your speech, you talked about putting down the badge of outstanding, not celebrating Ofsted in any way, shape or form, taking off our letters, taking off our brochures, taking it from our websites, and having our members not doing the job if you are serving head teachers. And yet, after Michelle's impassioned work last year, and the passion that was on conference on the stage, we still have our membership supporting the system. We are part of the problem. This motion, please, at the exec, use every element of your power to undertake this motion and really put this into touch as soon as possible. It needs to change. And actually, I said last year, Napoleon said, leaders are dealers in hope. Can we not just put a little bit of hope, please, through this conference to the system?
James.
Morning conference, James Hawkins, Birmingham branch, deputy head teacher at the special school and member of the National Executive. Last year conference, I asked members and head teachers and leaders across the country that were serving as inspectors to burn their badges. I stand by that sentiment. A year on, all we have seen is the government and the inspectorate burning their bridges to leaders. They're not connecting with us. There is no genuine connection sought from the inspectorate or the government to change what's happening. More and more of our colleagues are leaving the profession. Fewer and fewer people like myself, deputies and assistant heads, want to take on that job. So who is going to lead our schools in the future? I've heard colleagues this morning talk about how they've had to retire because it's the only option. It is not the only option. The options we have before us as a union is to take action. Potentially, we can go forward into industrial action. We did it last year. We can do it again. If we don't get the changes that we want, then we are complicit in the failures that we see in the system that we are part of. So if we don't stand and rise to this now, colleagues, then we may as well just all retire. Colleagues, I implore you, use every power we've got. Support this motion, so that our union can move into talks and move the discussion forward so we get actual change. Not big listening bumps, but real movement in what we're seeing in our schools, because we deserve this and our children deserve it also. Conference, I move.
To Ruth Perry and to Professor Julia Waters, who is actually a personal friend. And the coroner found that a rude and intimidating Ofsted contributed to Ruth's death. And the coroner said, unless action action, and I really want to say that word, action, is taken, there is a risk that future deaths can occur. Well, from a health and safety perspective, you know, the legislation already exists that we can protect our members. We can do a risk assessment. We can protect the children in our schools from having to, you know, talk to Ofsted. I know 40% of those children in ungraded inspections will now no longer have to go through the deep dive and recount everything that they learned from the term before to prove the effectiveness of the education that they're having. But we have a duty to protect the children. It's not just the staff members, it's not just the leadership, it's the children. And I think from a safeguarding perspective, Section 47 exists when people are at risk of significant harm. We've got children at risk of significant harm because Ofsted are coming into schools to judge their schools. So we need to do everything that we can, and I would say, please think about the coroner. The coroner said action must be taken, and I think that the NAHT isn't necessarily known for action, but this is the time we must stand up and act. I move.
Take this one.
Deborah Park, Leeds branch. No school leader I know has a problem with being held to account. It's our bread and butter. We do indeed want the best for the communities that we serve, the communities that we have. The issue is that we are being judged on a broken system. If the government fund our schools properly to allow us to support all the children in our schools, including those with additional needs, if they review the national curriculum to make it more relevant to current and upcoming generations of young people, if they stop the threat of academy orders if a school is judged to need improvement, if they're aware of the levels of accountability that sit on the shoulders of one person, they stop the one-word judgments that can do nothing to explain the complex issues that we are experiencing in our schools and can end a head teacher's career, or even worse, then bring on Ofsted.
Thank you. And finally, we've got Dave Woods.
Dave Woods, Ealing Branch and National Exec member. We as leaders have spoken. NAHT and our sister unions have spoken. The entire profession has spoken. Single phrase judgments have no place in our accountability system. They have been proven to be dangerous. And if the Secretary of State, Ms. Gillian Keegan, is so tin-eared and remains sitting on her posterior, then her demise will come. Because we will fight, and we will continue to fight, until such a punitive, damaging system is removed. Colleagues, support this motion.
Thank you for all the speakers. We're now going to move to a vote, so please can I see those in favour of supporting the emergency motion? And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, conference. Okay, now we're going to move to motion 13, further one on inspection accountability, proposed by Roger Blackburn from the North West region and seconded by Nicola Kearney.
Borodar Conference, I think, just. My name is Roger Blackburn. I'm the Branch Secretary for Salford and the North West Regional Secretary. As you know by now, colleagues, the Commons Education Select Committee recently published the Department for Education's response to its report on Ofsted's work with schools. The committee called on the DfE to assess its policy of maintained schools which receive 2 require improvement judgments, being required to become an academy. The DfE's rather predictable response was to say that it keeps this policy under review and will have regard to stakeholder views. Conference, we need to send a clear message to the DfE that the answer to a credible policy on accountabilities for schools in this situation lies with the school leaders in schools and not with the policy writers in the sanctuary buildings. Conference, I want to talk to you about my colleague and friend Steve. Steve's a very experienced head teacher, colleague with a very clear moral purpose. Steve worked until recently in a very good school, which he and his leadership team had worked incredibly hard to improve over a number of years. But Steve wanted to give something back to his community and wanted to take on the leadership of a neighbouring school which had had a succession of issues over recent years, resulting in a requires improvement judgment from Ofsted at its last inspection. Steve had to make a very difficult choice. On the one hand, he could stay in the school he'd worked so hard to develop, whilst continuing to watch the neighbouring school, in one of the most economically deprived areas in Salford, struggle to break free from the inevitable pathway to forced academisation. His other choice would be to take on the role as head teacher at that neighbouring school, knowing that by the end of the month, the term, the year, he could effectively be out of a job should the school be inspected and judged as requires improvement for a second time, meaning it would be forced to become an academy under the government's current plan. This, of course, would inevitably mean Steve losing his job. But after a lot of soul searching, Steve decided to take the risk and became head teacher of the neighbouring school. Colleagues, living under this pressure should not be what leadership is about. We should not be in the position where we are effectively playing career Russian roulette by choosing to lead schools who have had a previous requires improvement judgment. As a profession, we should be doing all we can to ensure that every school has the very best leader it can have. We cannot hope to achieve this if we don't pressure the DFE into ending its current approach to forced academisation after successive require improvement judgments. The policy shows a lack of appreciation of what school leaders do in these schools. And as the Secretary of State knows full well from a hot mic moment recently, it's not nice to not be appreciated for what one does. The current high-stakes inspection system has led to a tremendous pressure being put on school leaders who work in schools who have had a previous require improvement judgment. Many of these schools are often in the most challenging areas where making significant improvements involve simultaneously addressing a large number of complex issues that cannot be changed overnight and quite often reach far beyond the school gates. We're asking you colleagues to support this motion and to give the National Executive the mandate they need to tell the government that this policy is not fit for purpose. It's time for a big listen at the DFE and time to withdraw a system that punishes school leaders for wanting to work in schools in the most need. Colleagues, be like Steve, do the right thing. Please support this motion. Colleagues, I move.
I can see Nicola seconding from the floor. Thank you, Nicola. National Executive fully support this motion. I can't see anybody at the microphones. Oh, there's somebody there, just.
Hi, I'm Julia Kinch, Salford branch. Second conference, first time on the mic. I just want to add my support to this motion because I came into headship being inspired by leaders just like Steve, who have wanted to make a difference in challenging circumstances. And that includes schools that have been graded by Ofsted as requires improvement, and I say graded by Ofsted, not by us. Head teachers I've worked with believe in a self-improving system that's collaborative and supports each other's schools on their improving journey, taking the challenge when asked, and I'm included in that. Recently, I've seen my colleagues question, and that's experienced colleagues like Steve, question their own moral compass of wanting the best for children and the communities that they serve. But because of this high-stakes system, they really do have to consider whether the time limits that they're given or the threat of forced academisation is where they want to go. The fact that they even have to consider not using their invaluable experiences because of this feels wrong. Wrestling with what they believe is right over what taking a poison chalice will mean is a risk that not everyone is willing to take. I support this motion because schools and leaders deserve more than this, especially a limiting judgment from Ofsted. Leaders called to or wanting to take on the challenge of leading these schools should not have to feel it is too risky to not want to make a difference. Context and professional dialogue, as discussed this morning, is everything and needs to be reflected in the system so schools can move forward without limits. Our school children, our schools, communities and school leaders deserve better. I support this motion.
Alistair Black, Coventry Branch. I'm working with a number of colleagues currently in Coventry who aren't necessarily looking forward to a second inspection, having been RI, because they're already being pressured by governors that they should jump before they're pushed. The effect that this is having on their mental health and well-being is devastating. I know these people, they are good leaders, and I've got every faith that at their next inspection, they may not be alright, but they're still under pressure to choose who to go with, rather than potentially having an unsuccessful inspection. One of them currently is suffering from a problem of recruitment. A lot of experienced staff have moved. You all know how difficult it is to get good people at the moment, and she's genuinely concerned about her next inspection. And I just think that the whole philosophy of 2 strikes and you're out needs to go, and it needs to go now.
Thank you, Alistair. Okay, can we move to a vote, please? So can I see all those in favour? Raise the hand. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, conference. Okay, motion 14, we've got inspection accountability. Now this one is, we debated this executive on Thursday, and National Executive didn't express a view or recommendation to conference on this. So this matter we feel requires some debate from the floor. We'd like to hear from conference the views on this to help us move forward. So it's proposed by Claire Evans and it's seconded by Amy. So Claire, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, conference. I'm Claire Evans and I'm presenting this motion on behalf of school leaders in Sandwell. This motion does not support Ofsted. This motion fully supports the emergency motion we've just heard, calling for a reform to the current inspection system. This is a motion demanding professional courtesy, something that Sir Martin stated he was committed to this morning. Ofsted is failing to adhere to its own inspection windows, creating undue stress on all of us here and colleagues across the nations. The high-stakes accountability associated with inspections, coupled with a lack of clarity regarding timing, exacerbates stress, jeopardises the health and well-being of every single one of us. By implementing a more defined time window, schools can focus on their ongoing business without the unnecessary disruption of the unknown. This motion proposes a simple yet crucial solution. Ofsted must adopt a consistent and fixed specific time window of no more than 3 months. This fixed time frame with clearly communicated start and finish times would provide a much needed clarity and predictability to our schools. An NAHT survey asked leaders their thoughts on the Ofsted inspection window. 12% stated they would like to know their visit to within a year. 32% stated they would like to know their visit to within a term. 48% stated they would like to know their visit to within half a term. We know from that our NAHT members want a specific and short window that is adhered to. Only yesterday, a colleague was telling me they are overdue Ofsted due to be previously exempt. They would like to implement a new MIS system, but hasn't because they are in the window and are concerned about potential disruption of implementing said system. Not knowing to within a term of Ofsted's arrival detrimentally impacts on the strategic business of the school, and this example is not a one-off. I'm going to hand over to Amy now as seconder, who is going to give us more detail and personal impact to this motion.
Conference, sisters, brothers, life is different when you're in the window. You sleep less, you worry more, you have to try even harder to maintain staff well-being and keep morale high. We all know how exhausting that is. One of the unacceptable inconsistencies of Ofsted is the enormous variation in the length of that window. When the outstanding exemption was lifted in 2020, 3,400 schools rejoined the pool. 1,300 of them, including my school, hadn't been inspected in over 10 years. We were told we'd be inspected before 2025 and that those furthest from inspection would be prioritised. That effectively opened a 5-year window and the clock started ticking. As our report was already 12 years old in 2020, I assumed we would be inspected soon and I began to prepare. When we still hadn't been seen in November 2021, I asked the senior HMI for our region when we might be seen and raised concerns about the impact on well-being of the wait. I was told we'd be seen by 2025 and not to worry, just do what we knew was right. Over the following 3 years, I've asked at every opportunity, most recently of Martin Oliver himself, and always get the same answer. By 2025, we're understaffed. There's more schools to see. We've had pauses. Gaslighting and victim blaming. In June 2023, Ofsted's own blog said that pre-2011 outstanding schools should expect to be seen by January 2024. Great, I thought, finally, an end is in sight. They'll come in autumn 23, and then we can all move on. Well, it's summer 24 now, and still no inspection. For 4 years, we have lived under this shadow and threat. We're asking for Ofsted to recognise the danger of this much pressure to school staff, and particularly leaders, and give specific timeframes for inspections, and then stick to them. Surely that's not too much to ask. Conference, I second this motion.
We've got Jen Clark, who's indicated she wants to speak.
Hi, I'm Jen Clark. I'm here with the extraordinary crew from the Derbyshire branch. Hi. So, this time last year, I was pretty fit and healthy, slightly more trim, 42-year-old. I had been the head teacher of my school for 7 years. We went on a really rapid journey of school improvement, and 14 minutes after I took up my first headship of my gorgeous school, we were good from BNRI. Whoop whoop us. So here we are waiting for re-inspection. Our inspection window opened and we waited. And then we waited a little more. And I'm a 3-form entry junior school. And at the point at which we were waiting last academic year, I had 90 of the most gorgeous year 6s, but I'll be honest with you, they were a bit of a box of frogs. 63 of them were pupil preening, 18 of them had a named social worker, 3 of them were LAC, and then I also had 8 EHCs. Trying to tell the narrative of the outcomes for that year group was really tricky. As you can imagine, we didn't hit any targets at all with our outcomes. I still waited though for that call. We were 2 years in now, and that call still didn't come. I went home from work still feeling a little deflated about this on Friday the 7th of July. And I have to say, I didn't finish coming back for the end of that academic year. I didn't make it until the summer holidays. My cardiologist said that he was certain that the stress from work, along with other physical factors, was the reason I had something called a spontaneous coronary artery dissection, which is basically where my artery in my heart split, created a blockage, and gave me a massive heart attack. It also put me in heart failure. I'm much better now. I've had the support of some awesome humans. And I am nearly back full-time. We told Ofsted what had happened because we knew we were in the window. And they said, that they wouldn't come back, but they couldn't tell us when it would be. We explained that we weren't shying away from our accountability and that we understood that they couldn't say when they were going to be back, but then actually, would it be really reasonable of them to not come back until the summer term when I had returned off phased return? This, however, despite these conversations and numerous emails, hasn't stopped them from phoning my school twice. Sir Martin, there needs to be an understanding from Ofsted that if we would love to tell a positive narrative about every aspect of school life, that you need to know that it is very difficult to do that when you are part of the problem. I support motion 14.
David Huntingford, Barking and Dagenham branch, Greater London, first-time conference, first-time speaker. I'm a serving head teacher of also a three-form entry junior school in an area of deprivation in London. And I started at the school in September 2020, a school that had poor data, poor behaviour, poor reputation in the community, but a historic, outstanding judgment. 4 years on, I'm still waiting for that call. And I know the fear that my colleagues are expressing here, that phone ringing in your office at 10 o'clock thinking, is this it? It's not sustainable. You're having conversations with your pupils, your staff, you're trying to do your job, and the whole time you've got this at the back of your mind. Is that the phone ringing in the office? Is that them? Is this it? And on top of that, the SATS data, the absolute fear of knowing that this could be your main set of data that has come in, that is going to be used in your inspection. Our data was not great last year, as so much is still embedding so many of the improvements that just hasn't had the impact we wanted yet on our year 6. And I've gone through a year of absolute panic and stress of thinking, what if Ofsted come in before we get our improved data the next year? I too had to have surgery on Sunday, only minor and nothing compared to my colleague. But this was because a minor medical complaint I ignored, because I did not want to be out of school. I did not want to be sat in my A&E or my doctor's waiting room, just in case that call came. And also the problem is, what if the doctor said to me, actually, you need to have a few days away while we get this sorted? This is the impact that this has on leaders. This is not just waiting, it's everything, and how it impacts on, or how it will impact on your Ofsted inspection. As a result, conference, I support motion 14.
Okay, next speaker, I see Graham at the mic.
Graham Frost, Cumbria branch in the National Executive. I totally support the sentiment of this motion. I'm so concerned for colleagues that suffer ill health because of the toxic, high-stakes effect of Ofsted inspections. I'm waiting for them to happen. I think the key, though, is we need an inspection system which we do not fear. We need an inspection system which is supportive and helpful. We need an inspection system that we actually welcome through our doors whenever they turn up, even at a short notice. The problem at the moment is the high-stakes aspect of inspection. And so I feel, colleagues, that this motion is so in tune with how so many of us feel. But I would hope that the emergency motion actually means that this motion actually isn't a necessary step for us to pursue, because it's no longer high stakes. So, colleagues, I support the essence of this motion.
Birmingham. It's my first time here. Actually, I'm here because I asked my union to support me with something, and I
didn't feel it was right to pay those sums and never turn up anywhere. So I got in touch with Sarah, and then I ended up here. It's really sad actually to sit here, to stand here and listen to the stories of people who do one of the hardest jobs, don't come into it to be told what a great job you're doing. We just get on with it. But you know, I'm very emotional at the moment, hearing that our colleagues are not well. They've been coming to work. I've had a financial notice to improve. We are an outstanding school. We have a slight deficit. 31st of March, it was £8,000. It'll be gone soon because I'm teaching part-time. Doesn't matter, I don't care about that. But I will decrease that deficit. We've got 9 conditions to meet. We are also in that window of Ofsted. And I can honestly say that when I got that financial notice to improve, I don't think I slept for about a week thinking. I actually did say to my regional commissioner, so you want a 64-year-old woman to leave under the cloud of a financial notice? And he ended the team's meeting really very quickly. But to have to say, this is not acceptable. It's not acceptable that you've got people in this room who are going into work because of their commitment to their school, and the department either don't know about it, they're not interested. In my financial notice, it said, we understand that this is going to be a period of instability for the school, because condition 1 was consider a merger. And then it gave me a website, www.forwellbeing. I read about the website, and it said my chair has a responsibility. Actually, the help I need is from my union, from colleagues here, and possibly from my doctor, but I'm quite strong and I'm okay. But I will not sit by and listen to colleagues who have given their careers and now they are not well. This is totally unacceptable, and we must now fight this together. We cannot leave today or tomorrow and then come back another year to hear another few stories of people who have had these things happen to them. And before I leave tomorrow morning, I think I'm going to be more of an activist, and I should learn a lesson from my daughter, who actually wrote something on her voting paper which I can't repeat. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm just going to take 2 more speakers at the 2-minute mic. Thank you. We'll start with the central one.
Hello, Denise Draper from Bristol. I ended the conference on not a very good note last year, letting you all know that I was leaving. I have left. I'm now a proud leader in the NHS. I was the frying pan into the fire. The reason I got up to this motion is because the last day of my teaching career was an Ofsted inspection that we'd waited 2 years for, and it was okay. It was fine. It was a good experience, and we showcased our school, and we did the best we could. But that wait for that 2 years was paralysing for that Ofsted inspection to happen, and it was paralysing for the head teacher also, because you get stuck in that window and you don't know when the call's going to come. For me, it was a relief to have helped the school to get through that process before I left, because I know when they come in the next term, they weren't replacing my post, so it was going to put more pressure on the team. So I was very proud to be able to be part of that inspection, and I fully support this motion.
Hello, Melanie Collins from Coventry branch. I'm deputy head at the school in Coventry, and a few weeks ago my head teacher Alistair went to China on a sort of setting up an exchange, and so I was in charge for that week. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday I woke up absolutely terrified, didn't sleep, barely slept that week up until Wednesday, terrified that we'd get the call, because if he goes anywhere else in the country obviously he can come back. From China it's obviously a little bit more difficult. So yeah, those 3 days, I didn't enjoy, sort of like waited to get to lunchtime, was really pleased to get to lunchtime each day without the call. And I know perfectly well I can run the school. Alistair knows that I can run the school. However, you know, but that sort of fear of Ofsted is one of the things that's stopping me from stepping up and taking on a headship anywhere else. You know, just to know, on that Wednesday, it was definitely Wine Wednesday by sort of lunchtime that day. Not that I had it in school, obviously, but I fully support the motion.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, and thank you for your help with expressing your views so eloquently and passionately around that motion. So we're now going to move to the vote. Can I ask all those in favour to raise their hand, please? Thank you. And those against? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, conference. Okay, we're now moving on to our final motion on inspection accountability. It's been proposed by Simon Haig and Helen Cullinge.
Simon Haig, Cornwall Branch and South West Regional Secretary. On the 12th of December 2023, the Senior Coroner for Berkshire, Heidi Connor, issued a 28 report to prevent future deaths. As we all know, this was following the tragic death of Ruth Perry. In the report, the coroner set out a number of matters of concern. 7 directed towards Ofsted and the Department for Education, and 3 directed at Ruth's employer, Reading Borough Council. Now, the Ofsted response is well documented. That was published in January alongside the public appointment of the new Chief Inspector, Sir Martin Oliver. So, why was the support, or more accurately, lack of support for Ruth by her employer highlighted by the coroner? Well, it was because Reading Borough Council admitted that they wished they'd done more at the time to tackle the inspection process. And you know, I don't blame Reading Borough Council for not acting in defence of Ruth, because let's be clear, fear of Ofsted is not confined to school leaders. It pervades the system like a toxic gas, and I'm sure it affects responsible bodies and employers. As a system, we're just not good at complaining, and historically, there's been good reason why generally we don't complain about inspection, and that's because it rarely makes a difference. In the words of one senior inspector who I asked how she deals with complaints, and this was off the record conversation, she said, "Schools can complain about a judgment, but it never goes anywhere." Her sense of untouchability was breathtaking. The unaccountable culture of Ofsted oozed from her pores. And the reality is that for many years, we've all known that. School leaders and employers alike. It's why most head teachers don't bother to challenge or complain. Many head teachers and leaders I've spoken to adopt a strategy of tolerating the inspection, hoping to manage it, get them in the school and get them out of the school with as little disruption as possible. Since my exchange with this senior inspector, an independent complaints procedure has been put in place. Indeed, the changes to the framework in January now make it possible to raise concerns with a senior inspector should a head teacher or responsible body not feel that they can address the lead inspector. It's a step. It breaks my heart to read the coroner's report to get a sense of how alone Ruth must have felt, both during the inspection and in the weeks that followed. No leader should have to feel that way. At the very least, their employer should have their back. And that's what this motion is about. Let's lead the way and support employers to exercise their responsibility with confidence so that our members know that their employer has their back. I call on National Executive to step into this vacuum and create guidance for employers, to aid them in formulating robust and proactive policies to dealing with Ofsted. But let me be clear on this. I want local authorities and trust boards to know we expect them to support head teachers. Our members know that we have their backs, and it's time that employers did the same. Conference, I move.
So Helen just indicated she's seconding, so thank you, Helen. Nice, clear hand. National executives have supported this motion with reservation. I'm going to hand over to Rachel to explain why. Rachel.
Colleagues, the National Executive support this motion with reservation. It is not clear in the terms of the motion what issues should be covered by the policies. If the proposers envisage mental health support and triage, the National Executive is of the view that this treats the symptoms but does not cure the disease of a brutal high-stakes inspection system. The National Executive would propose to interpret the terms of the motion to ensure that employers' policies promote protection from the harm ever occurring. Policies that promote the employer's legal duty of care and prevention of harm, rather than repair after that harm has occurred, are required.
Thank you, Rachel. So I've had Kevin Burnett indicate that he'd like to speak to this motion. Is Kevin there? Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, sir. Kevin Burnett, Branch Secretary for Bath and North East Somerset. Can I just say that I was just thinking of a thought around Ofsted and taking nothing away from the last three motions, which are more specific and directed, which touched me deeply, and I'm deeply sorry for the way those particular issues affected colleagues. So I'm not supporting accountability as it is. But was thinking after Sir Martin's address, possibly another idea to ponder as it changes and evolves. So I wish Sir Martin well in his new role and his change journey. And I equally wish the National Exec every success with the officers as they continue in dialogue with him around changing inspection. I hope he'll reflect with the NHT's support on his role as a champion for children, on how the vast amount of data that Ofsted collects can be used as part of an open and honest reflection to government and the general public at large, not only of the inspection of schools, but of the state and health of the education system as a whole. Ofsted should be able to say this is what the education system needs now to enable the children within the system now to flourish and have the best opportunities possible, whether it be in terms of funding, SEND, school buildings, cost of living support and the services around schools. Sir Martin Ofsted could have a positive impact on highlighting the needs and resources required by our education system as a whole for the benefit of each and every child and for all those who work within it.
Thank you. I can see three people standing at the mic. We'll take the central speaker first.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dom Wilkes, Cornwall Branch President and Head Teacher of Budehaven Community School, which is an 11 to 18 school in Bude. In support of Simon's motion, I want to share a real and serious experience with you in 2 minutes, hopefully. Since the end of February, I've been locked into a highly stressful dispute with Ofsted, culminating in a meeting with the South West Regional Director just over a week ago, following my personal challenge to say to Ofsted, I've had enough. Actions and words from Ofsted pertaining to a false and vexatious complaint that was upheld by Ofsted as a qualifying complaint, which I was told would be used in the evidence base of my next inspection. Additionally, the unprofessional behaviour of a HMI over a year ago, which I formally complained to Ofsted about, which was ignored and I've still not heard about, caused a ridiculous amount of stress and a sense of complete isolation and a real dangerous threat to the future of my school, the community we serve, my health and my career, and those of others. The letter was shockingly worded, and as a result, I responded. vociferously. I was due to meet with the regional director on Monday the 15th of April because that's the time they could meet with us. That was the day we returned after Easter. It was cancelled during the Easter holidays by them due to a diary clash on their part. This meeting needed to happen before my school was inspected, as I was not willing to go into an inspection with all this information being upheld as a qualifying complaint that wasn't actually true. Shockingly, on the same day, Monday the 15th of April, I got a phone call. The phone call was over a month earlier than the window was due to open, as we had an ungraded inspection last year, and it was 10 months and 28 days since that happened. I had to fight. I did fight, and I secured deferral despite the reason for the deferral not being on their website in their exhaustive list. I had to reference the negative damage to my mental health, my physical health, having palpitations at the time I was, and my blood pressure going sky high. It's normally good. At this point, NAHT, was the organisation I turned to knowing I'd get the support that I needed. Rob Kelsall and Kate from Brown Jacobson met with me and colleagues reassuring us, giving us the strength to push back, to challenge the meeting with the RD just over a week ago with confidence that came from an unwavering support from NAHT. I told the regional director straight. I couldn't have done it myself. This Monday, 3 school days after the regional directors meeting, Ofsted rang. They came still earlier than the 1-year window that they said they would come back in. Whilst the outcome is not public, I can say that I'm very proud of what we did, and they recognise the good things that we do. Read into that what you will. Thank you. I'm sorry to go over time, but I really wanted to, from the bottom of my heart, thank NAHT, thank Rob Kelsall and Simon for all of them.
Okay, we've got 3 more speakers. I'm not going to take any more speakers on this one, so we'll start with our colleague at the back and the black.
Thank you. Lisa Darwood, head teacher of a secondary girls' school in Birmingham. First time conference and first time speaker. I thought I'd make it a memorable one. So we went 12 years as a previously outstanding school without inspection. When we received the call, I was actually in A&E waiting to have my wrist plastered. My colleague, Nikki Craig, took the call. She asked if we could delay the 90-minute phone call at midday to allow me an hour and a half to get back to school, to which they refused. I therefore left A&E with a broken wrist to get back to school. The inspection was possibly the worst experience of my life. We did get downgraded to good, but that wasn't actually the issue. The treatment and how everybody felt on the 2 days of inspection was just so heartbreaking. And we put a 20-page complaint into Ofsted, and the HMI that undertook our inspection was actually the judge and jury in that complaint. In what organisational setting are you allowed to actually deal with your own complaints? For this reason, I'm confirming the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adrienne Wright and I'm the branch secretary in the London Borough of Redbridge. I'm just so glad that Paul held Sir Martin Oliver to account for the elephant in the room that we all loudly and longly applauded. The thing that strikes me about this motion, in no other sector or organisation that is held to account and monitored through inspection, is a leader so vulnerable. Because in no other organisation is one person so visible in their community when the result of that inspection comes out. They are vulnerable and that needs to change.
Thank you very much. That comes to the end of our session. Oh, Deborah, sorry, Deborah, didn't see you there.
How very dare you say.
Oh.
Good afternoon, conference. Deborah de Muscamp, Sunderland branch. Hi. For me, this motion is the essence of what drives the anxiety, the stress, the resignations, and our colleagues out of the profession is that you will feel isolated, you are on your own, and why should you be? Our colleague has just said there, in no other profession are you left out to dry, to soak it all up, and to take all the incriminations, the detrimental impact on your life, your well-being, and nobody's there to support you. So this is about knowing you are not alone. And knowing we have support is absolutely crucial. It's a step in the right direction. And just to respond to the National Executive comment, I totally agree with what you're saying. But how long will Martin Oliver's change actually take? This is for now, not in 18 months or even never. This guidance is needed now for all of us here going through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Can we now move to a vote? For those in support of this motion, could you raise your hand? Thank you. And those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, conference. Okay, now 16A is a lettered motion. We're moving on to our safeguarding and pupil support motions now. We've got 10 minutes before we have to go and stop. So we've got Nigel has indicated that he wants to speak on this one, which is great. Graham, you've got the second lettered one, Graham Frost, and Joe O'Rourke has the second lettered motions. Are you hoping to speak to this, Graham and Joe? Very briefly, that's great. What, Joe? Yeah, okay, so we will take this one, but we won't, we'll only have Nigel as the speaker who's said he'd like to speak around this one so we can finish promptly. So can I invite the proposer, Michael Tidd, and Sam to go and present this motion. Thank you.
Hello, Michael Tidd, West Sussex. I'm going to start with an apology to the Welsh speakers. I tried my Welsh out with Ruth earlier, and she very politely let me know that that's probably not the best way to go. I am sure lots of you have, in recent years, either appointed or perhaps more worryingly had to make redundant a pastoral worker or a family link worker or a child and family support worker because increasingly schools are having to take on those responsibilities. And it's because quite often when you know there's a family in need, you reach out. And we found this, we compared to other agencies. If you've got a safeguarding concern, you ring the MASH and they say it doesn't meet thresholds. And when you've got a mental health concern, you ring the mental health agencies and they say there's a 2-year waiting list. And when you reach out for early help, they say, yes, absolutely, we'll take that on. There's an 8 to 10 week waiting list to allocate a worker. And the problem is, those children are still in our schools every day and those families are still coming to our front door. And we have to do something. And there's a colleague, Professor Phil Wood, in my former neck of the woods over in the East Midlands, at NTU, refers to it as social triage. And increasingly, schools are the front door to access all of these services, and it falls to us to say, sorry, there isn't really any help. Actually, what he says is that schools are expected to fulfill this role with no extra resources, no professional training. It's no surprise that more than one head teacher he spoke to reflected on plans to leave early. He's trying to look into recruitment and retention, and this is a massive area of concern. Rachel gave us examples yesterday of Sure Start, where all those things that used to happen now fall to schools. Michael Henry from London gave us the example of having to pay for a hotel room for a family because local authorities can't keep up on their duties. But actually, schools can't keep picking up the pieces either. We need a plan. The Association of Directors of Children's Services have called for a comprehensive vision and plan for childhood, accompanied by a long-term, sustainable funding settlement. I think we need to join that campaign. I think we need to be really clear that where schools are happy to play their part, it's really important, as colleagues have said, we want to be able to help out where we can, but we also need clear expectations about the elements that fall to schools to deal with, and clear boundaries that say, here's what schools are funded for and what they're going to do, and here what other agencies are funded for, and make sure the funding and the plan is in place for that. So I'm hoping you'll support our motion. I'll pass over to Sam.
Good afternoon, Conference. Sam Cooper, Jersey Branch Regional Secretary for South Central. I think it says Southwest up there. Briefly, for many of our families, We're not just the front door to essential services, we are the essential services. I'd just like you to think about what perhaps you might have been involved in, what additionality you've been involved in this week. Healthcare, including mental health care. Nutritional support, including access to food banks. Family support, including early help. Guiding those young people who might be in the youth justice system. Preventing substance abuse and aiding the treatment. We provide homelessness and housing assistance. We provide domestic violence support, and now even dentistry, to name but a few of the essential services that we're all involved with. Conference, we need more support. Conference, I'm proud to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of this motion, we have, there's been a friendly amendment submitted, so I'd like that to come up on the screen, please. And you should be able to see the amendment with track changes moving from red to green. The speakers have agreed to this friendly amendment, but we do need to take a vote on it. So, just give you, okay, I see nod. So, could you raise your hand, please, if you support the friendly amendment? Those in favour, thank you. And anybody against? Okay, so thank you. I'm now going to invite Graham Frost, who's proposing the lettered motion around this, to speak briefly on the motion 16B.
The government have announced that they now have a world-leading attendance data set. World-leading. They say this will help schools spot children with poor attendance, poor patterns of attendance. Help us to spot children with poor patterns of attendance. Anyone here struggling to spot children with poor patterns of attendance? None of the self-congratulatory government announcements attend to the root causes of persistent and severe absence. Schools diligently do their part, but managing persistent school absence and the factors that influence it is a complex and cross-sector challenge. And other sectors and services such as health and social care must also be properly resourced and held to account to deliver their responsibilities to children, young people and their families. Furthermore, ministers in the Department for Education must make clear and acknowledge that the attendance issues schools are tackling are symptoms of society. Government must commit the investment required to reinstate the external services that will have the biggest impact to address persistent school absence, including children's mental health services, social care, educational welfare services. Conference over.
Thank you. Liam seconding this motion. Thank you, Liam.
Liam McGuckin, Primary Council and immediate past President in Northern Ireland. Colleagues, I stepped down as President of NAHT in Northern Ireland at Christmas and chose to retire. And you probably are saying, how does he look so young? Well, it's not lack of stress, it's just a lot of moisturiser. Okay? And that's a story for the bar later. After 35 years as a PE teacher, primary teacher, vice principal, and 19 years leading 3 schools, and then retirement, I reflect on why did I get into teaching. Undoubtedly, like everyone here, we wanted to give young people a chance to achieve in their lives and maximise their potential, both in the classroom and on the sports field. As teachers and school leaders, we have worked with parents to increase attendance. We have guided young children into school away from anxious parents who think their young child will never settle. We have adapted start times, talked to parents, checked up on worried children, set up sensory circuits or calming corners, and produced introductory booklets and arranged visits to familiarise children with new classrooms. But there comes a time when we have exhausted our inventory of personal and staff resources. We always go above and beyond to maintain high standards of attendance, and this should be respected and acknowledged by ETI, Ofsted, DFE and government. Government must invest in children's mental health services, social care and educational and welfare officers who are available regularly and who we need to see them. Colleagues, I formally second this motion.
I'm now going to bring in Joe, who's proposing motion, the lettered motion 16C.
Hello colleagues, I'm Jo O'Rourke from Stockport Branch and this is my first conference. Am I allowed to say that twice? Because that feels I've been a head teacher for 19 years at Loud Hill Nursery School. I'm going to compare the situation between 2019 and now. You will see a stark contrast for our children. We typically have 60 children in our nursery. Our SEN support plans up this year, up from 10 in 2019 to 18 now. Applications for EHCPs up from 2 to 6 now. Support needed for emotional needs up from 4 to 12. Language delay up from 10 to 20. Children not toilet trained up from 10 to 30. Our nursery children are COVID babies. They were born around the first lockdown. Their mums gave birth alone. They couldn't see grandparents, the health visitor, or any other support services face to face. The children were born at a time of stress. The impact of COVID is still being felt on their development. We know what makes a difference. It all relies on well-funded and carefully targeted resources. This includes more early years staff. As our 3 and 4-year-olds developmentally are more typical of 2-year-olds, we need lower ratios through the early years and Key Stage 1 to support early communication, emotional and social skills. They need quicker access to the expertise of speech and language therapy services and educational psychologists. We need more health visitors and school nurses so they can offer support with eating, toileting and sleep. We need well-funded family support, well-being and mental health services. One of our parents has been told her wait for counselling is 2 years. We call on the National Executive to demand better support from government and a clear strategy to address the impact of COVID on children and families. There is an urgent need for crucial services to be rebuilt to ensure better health, well-being and educational outcomes. Conference, I move.
Okay, finally, Nigel, thank you.
Thank you. Talking about motion 16A, my fund has been taken a little bit because of the amendment, but I do want to talk about the fact that we need a properly planned and funded, properly planned that works on the funding approach, as the motion states, where schools are much more respected and involved than many agencies currently involved in. Too many times we're not involved in decisions or discussions, or we find out last about what's going on. Indeed, we are, as we continually discuss, the 4th emergency service, but we are not necessarily involved enough, and that has to change. We have to try to do everything that we can. What we need is well-funded, effective services that work with schools to have better systems of support for children and families. So I support the motion.
Okay, thank you, speakers. So in terms of the motion and lettered motions, the amended motion, can we raise our hands if we support that motion? All those in favour, thank you. And those against? Thank you. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. So that's the end of our debating session for the second part of the day. We're now going to hear from one of our gold sponsors. I think what I've heard this morning is very passionately education and school leadership, and being part of the NHT is about the stories we tell. And in terms of storytelling, the work of Lifter does wonderful work in school in terms of telling stories to children about people from around the world. And our friend Serdar is here today to talk about the Lifter, and he's certainly somebody whose personal story has touched me over the last 12 months. Serdar, welcome to the NHT conference.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you, colleagues, for being here. Thank you very much. So my name's Serdar. Some of you have seen me before and know me. I'm a former filmmaker and teacher, and for the last 8 years, I've been leading Lifter. Lifter means to lift in a number of Nordic languages. And what we're doing with Lifter is we're lifting children outside their everyday realities. We're using the beauty and wisdom of our great planet to nurture knowledge, to nurture values, and to nurture cultural capital. I'd like to start with some thanks and some empathy. I know what it's like to lead an organisation that is strapped for cash. I know what it's like to lead an organisation that's had to reduce in size, and what it's like to lead an organisation that has hurdles thrown in its way at regular intervals. The work you do, the decisions you make, are directly contributing to the lives of many thousands of children, probably over 100,000 children served by leaders in this room. So what we're doing is we're contributing as educational leaders to the fabric of communities, of our country and our world. And we think that that's a really important responsibility at LIFTA. And we feel that that's a responsibility that we share.
LIFTA is an educational platform that allows children to access different stories from around the world, so they can have a window into the lives of people from all across the globe. They can enter someone's life in their home or their workspace. They can look around in 360 degrees on their computer or tablet. They can see where someone lives or works. They can click on multimedia to understand the new context that they're in. And in each space there's a human being, and when they click the human being, that human being comes to life, and it becomes a short documentary film about that person's life that touches on a number of important themes. And these themes are woven into the curriculum. And our vision is that by the time a child leaves school, they'd have been to every country in the world. They'd have met numerous people from each country in the world. They'd have seen lots of different slices of life, lots of different professions, lots of different cultures. With this wealth of experiences, children would be able to see how interconnected we are, how interdependent we are. And we believe that this will have a positive impact not only on their education, but on society as a whole.
I do apologise about the echo. I'm trying to speak really slowly so it doesn't echo as much. The next video is going to be a person called Tom Fay, who's the Director of Education across a trust, talking about some of the impact he's seen from LIFTA. And the impact is around our 5 focus areas, but also across the curriculum.
Honestly, don't have enough time in what I'm going to say to you about to promote LIFTA and what it's done for schools in our trust. My goal for this trust, I joined the trust 5 years ago when it was not in a good place. How do I make it sensible to kids who are coming in and off of the state where, and not just this estate, but all our estates, how do I make learning sensible, enjoyable? How do I get them to connect? How do I get to challenge their thinking and link it to their behaviours when they walk out of our doors, out to interact with their parents, their families, the wider community, Pontefract? How do I get them to know that the world's a little bit bigger? How do I get them to know that actually there's different places where people don't believe in the same things? And how do we narrow the gap between what's in their brains, what we want them to know, and then how to behave outside of our schools? And that's basically what LIFTA's done for us. It made teachers' planning better. It made teachers' planning more enjoyable. Our kids during LIFTA time, we have LIFTA time across our curriculum every single week. I've never seen in my entire time as a leader in education, kids engaging with something that immerses them into the learning we want them to have, again, in their long-term memories by the end of the session. LIFTA has made learning for our kids 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional. The kids themselves talk to us about it in a completely different way. Their behaviours have changed, and there's so many proxy benefits of the platform that we're starting to see, like things like LIFTA is helping our kids learn to read faster, learn to do their different subjects at a better rate. It's allowing them to write for longer. It's allowing them to process mathematics for longer. It's allowing them to talk about all the things that if you're going to have an Ofsted inspection, it's allowing them to talk about things you'd want them to talk about with confidence and fluency in front of a lead inspector or an Ofsted inspector.
Reading, writing, and are three areas that we've got lots of schools telling us that they've seen real impact in. Our Director of Education, Dr. Harriet Marshall, works with lots of schools and trusts to ascertain impact data and to run action research projects. And one particular result that I'm very fond of is this one: a 40% increase in students' excitement and motivation to write after a 6-week lifter intervention. And I think this is really, really impactful. To date, we have impacted the lives of over 250,000 children, and for this we're very proud. And in the next video we'll see some of these children talking about the impact lifter has had. If there is any way of making this less echoey, technical colleagues, that would be amazing. But if not, let's just imagine the echo isn't there.
Lift the time, la 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 la, lift the time. And then Lorena, at the end, Lorena says, ooh.
Lorena says, ooh, yeah. So who made the lifter song?
We made it together.
We come back and we see that lifters on, everyone sort of goes, yes. It's because it educates you in a fun way. I love it.
It's absolutely amazing.
It's awesome, in a word.
You said something very nice to me downstairs. Can you say it to me now?
My favourite subject is lifter.
I love lifter because it links to everything that we're learning about.
We really like it. We like it so much. Like, it's a different type of learning to normal learning because you can also have fun.
You didn't have to work hard to keep your focus. You could work hard to learn. You could use that energy on learning.
I hope this is the future of learning, I guess. I hope it is.
I love that you can learn about people. Because there's a word, it's called sonda. It means like the realization that everyone has their own story and everyone has their own life, just as complex as your own. Some people, they look at other people and just dismiss them. Some people look at other people and want to know the story behind them. And lifter makes all of us the second kind of person.
Very, very impactful. They helped kind of structure this idea of kind of common humanity between all of us, this idea of connectivity and diversity across the world. And I genuinely think that younger children being exposed to that more often would be crucial to their education. It shows them the wider world. When I was younger, I grew up in a very rural area of this country and didn't really see the world outside of it. Didn't see a motorway until I was 10. And I think if I was younger and I'd been shown those things, it would be a lot more impactful for me.
We did a teacher survey this year and got some really interesting results back. We found, and this was nationwide, and we found that teachers who used lifter twice a month or more said that 96% of them said that it's had a significant impact on students' sense of belonging. And we think this is particularly significant at a time where attendance is an issue for us. And this is beautifully captured and articulated by young Lottie from Yorkshire in the next clip. And James, behind the scenes, could you please stop this just after we ask Lottie how she'd describe lifter in 3 words, so you can stop it before we hear that.
I was like, first, huh? Like, what is this? And now I'm like, It will learn us about the world, basically. If everyone was the same, we'd all be boring. And I'm glad that lifter teaches about all the different stories of people. And it's kind of that saying, everyone has a story. Because it's like a painting. Picture this. It's so detailed. Each character is doing their little own thing. Each character is being their own self. I can't remember his name, but he was gay, and in this religion, they didn't allow gay people, they weren't that fond of it, but they accepted him. And I think it's a really good message saying, no matter who you are, no matter what you do, you can always be yourself and just be with everyone. Any time when say, oh, we're going on lifter, any time I see it, I'm more like, yes, we're going on lifter. you just feel so great, like, oh yes, we're going on it. Because it's better. Like the first time I was like introduced to Lifter was like last year, and my teacher was like this. Oh, we've got something new, and the first time she couldn't like work it out, so we didn't get much done of it. But now we know what we're doing. It's really easy. I love it because you can just like pop on, watch a story, and all of them are just so entertaining. And I think it's great for teachers because sometimes when you're describing something, you can't properly describe it. You can't just magically teleport all the class to one place. But Lifter, it's right there on the screen. You can see it all. Everything's there. And it's just amazing.
You can stop here, James. Our vision is that before too long, by the end of next year, we'll be serving 1 million children. That's a really significant milestone for us because it means that we'll be a fully self-sustaining business. We'll be able to reach our vision of having a story from every single country in the world so that by the time a child completes their education, they've literally had a meaningful learning experience in every country in the world. And this is a journey that we're on, and it's within reaching distance, and we hope many of your children will also be on that journey with us. I'm going to skip through a few slides. This is an important one. Again, from the survey, 83% of teachers who use Lifter twice a month or more said it has a positive impact on their job satisfaction. And in the next video, we'll hear a little bit from Connor, who'll talk about that. But before I do that, I'm going to say that my colleagues and I have come up with an offer. If you come to our stand and you decide to purchase Lifter during the conference, we'll give you an extra 20% off. So that's our offer for this particular conference. If we can reach 10,000 more students from leaders in this room, we'll add an extra £100 off of every single invoice from leaders in this room. So that's an exclusive offer for this conference.
My job satisfaction comes from that, and the fact that the children are making progress, they're healthy, they're happy within school, and Lifter really does provide that. As we've mentioned previously, when Lifter comes up on the screen, whether it's an actual article, whether it's a part of a story, or whether it's a video, whether it's just the camera spinning round all the globe, the children immediately light up. You can see it in their eyes, the awe, the wonder. They wonder where the learning is going to go. You can see the cogs going in the brain. Where does their previous learning come into? Where have we visited previously? Are we going somewhere we've been before? And we've mentioned the engagement and behaviour and attitudes of pupils. Lifter is a tool for that. Pupils immediately are engaged, they remain engaged for long periods of time often. And it's great when as teachers and probably all in the room have had it, where that light bulb for a child comes on and they get it. And Lifter enhances that within the classroom, and you do often see, quite often actually, how learning is interconnected and interlinked, and for children it's just that constant light bulb on. I remember when we've done that, and I understand this now, and I've seen that before, we've been there before, and I understand how this impacts on this, and I remember last lesson when we did this, and where are we going now? And for me, my job satisfaction comes from that, from the pupils, and having Lifter there to support my job, my workload, to enhance the curriculum, which is already in our trust in school very ambitious. It makes me proud, and it makes me extremely happy that in fact we have that within our lessons.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was from De Lacey Primary, which is Lottie's school. Year 6 are going on a trip to London from a Wednesday to a Friday, and it's going to cost every single child £350, which the school are heavily subsidising. Lifter costs 50 times less per child, 1/50th of that. And when I asked those three people, which were the head, the deputy, and the Lifter lead, if they would compare the impact, they found it laughable, because they said Lifter is so much more impactful than numerous school trips, let alone one. It's not a competition, but we're prioritising costs, and I just wanted to outline that. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm really sorry about this echo. I will try and help the technical team so that they can repair it for later. And I hope to see many of you at our stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Serda. It means a lot to have you as our gold sponsor, and it means a lot to see you here. I think the echo is slightly better from the floor than it is from the from the podium, because we've got the mics here. So thank you, everybody. So we are slightly late on this session, so we were due to come back at 1:45 for lunch, but we're going to extend lunch until 5:45. However, can I ask for really good discipline around using the QR code if you do want to go and speak at the 2-minute mic, because we do have a lot to get through if we're going to finish at 4:15 for that hard finish. Thank you, colleagues. See you after lunch.
Working out in terms of motions, because I'm going to do a bit of working out.
Are you still doing it?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, but we are not allowed food in the main conference hall. We are not allowed to sit down and eat here, so if you are able to please take your plates and return to the exhibition hall to eat lunch. Thank you very much, and apologies. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to say again, we are not allowed food in the main exhibition, in the main conference hall at lunch. Please, if you're able to, take your plates and back to the exhibition space. We're not allowed to eat in here. Apologies and thank you.
to the 9th Inspiring Leadership Conference.
Inspiring leadership is at the heart of our strategy. Our teachers deserve it, and we're not going to have the best children if our leaders can't inspire our teachers. That's why it's important that we attend. We need our leaders to have the oxygen masks put on them, and that's what this conference does for us.
For me, it's been about being able to stop and reflect to allow our trust to really move things forward. And I think the biggest takeaway from this morning for me is around about that resilience. And actually, resilience is now going to be, or very clearly, is obviously a collective thing, and it's about developing that community. So we're going to go back and do a lot of work around that, I think, for next year to hopefully move the trust in our schools forward.
We in our school together have connected, and how we connect with one another within our teams. It was really good.
It does actually do what it says on the tin. It does inspire you.
The conference has told us today that we live in interesting times, and they're certainly challenging times, but there's always room for optimism. And what the conference does is it gives us an opportunity for a couple of days to reflect on that optimism.
We know it can be challenging for teachers to find time to keep up with so many tasks. Discovering and delivering trusted yet engaging and appropriate content across the entire curriculum, communicating sensitive and important news, and meeting the needs of all pupils, among many other things. And that's where Espresso by Discovery Education is bridging the gap. Building on a long heritage of supporting teachers with easy-to-find, ready-to-use, pupil-centric content to meet all primary school needs in just one place. We've got everything covered across 3 easy-to-use areas: the national curriculum, news and topical content, and learning beyond the curriculum.
It's probably just that variety. It's not just you put a video on or you put an activity on. You've got a range of different ways you can use it in a lesson.
For me, it's my first port of call, because the videos are all there.
The curriculum is at the heart of Espresso. We have aligned resources designed by teachers and subject experts for all key stages across core and foundation subjects. We cater for pupils' individual needs with differentiated learning across lessons. We bring the real world into classrooms, giving context and relevance, whilst keeping pupils engaged and curious. Espresso simplifies planning and reduces time teachers spend preparing high-quality lessons.
It's like a tool bag, and there's some days when you come in and you think, I don't think that's going to work, what I've got planned. So I'll just open up Espresso, and it's a magic hat. You put your hand in and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat, and then you've got a lesson.
With a single login, you can access resources covering the national curriculum, news and topical content, and learning beyond the curriculum. Espresso covers all your primary school needs.
Okay, good afternoon, conference. Thank you for coming back promptly. We're going to start off the afternoon session, final session of the conference with a word from our sponsor, Dean Renfrey from eTeach. Dean, would you like to come up to the mic?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for taking time to listen to me today. My name is Dean Renfrey, and I'm Marketing Director at eTeach Group. I'm going to take a little bit of time today just to talk to you about the work we're doing and introduce you to NHT Recruiter. So we've had plenty of really strong conversations over the last 24 hours. Many of you will know of eTeach and have worked with us over several years. Those of you who don't, a little bit of a reintroduction. So we work with around 7,000 schools in the UK, and most of our work predominantly focuses on making sure you have the right people at the front of your classroom. Our technology is aimed at making sure that you have your staffing solutions ready to hand when the time comes. We have a range of different ways that we can work together, and that is expanding all the time. We have application monitoring and tracking systems. We have broadcasting services to your other job boards. We have digital marketing services, which is a very new addition, covering all your social media recruitment. We also have alternative provision, tutoring, which is mainly face-to-face. And then we have NHT Recruiter, and a new product for 2024, which we'd love to talk to you about soon, is going to be supply agency management, all through an app. But our core mission will always remain using technology to make sure that we can offer value and get the right people in your schools and in your teams. And from that core mission, that drove the idea behind NHT Recruiter. So during those discussions, we wanted to make sure that we were partnering with NHT to make sure that members could have a bespoke product that was going to provide a solution that they really needed, not a generic, off-the-shelf, white-labelled offering. NHT Recruiter is the sector's elite applicant tracking software and includes unlimited advertising across all eTeach sites. For candidates, that means it's mobile-first technology. It means that you can apply for a role in the school of your choice with a single click. For hiring managers, it means automation, efficiency, and removing the administrative burden from your back-end staff. For you as senior leaders, it's trust, it's insight, it's intelligence, and then hopefully improved results that last for the long term. But ultimately, it's building the team that you need. So I've been fortunate enough to have experienced over a decade in a senior leadership role in education, and the pressures around recruitment aren't new. They've been there, those conversations have been taking place. They are changing, and we are going to have to adapt to those times if we're going to want to solve that continuing conversation. Resource, attraction, and retention continue to dominate the conversations we're having with school leaders on a daily basis. But our sector is changing at an unheralded pace, and technology is driving that. But when it comes to our teams, it will always be about focusing on the people. Macro conditions, flexibility, and changing expectations are added challenges for school leaders building their teams. But to add to that, candidate behaviour is changing faster than ever before. So NHT Recruiter brings the technology and the people back together. We know the challenges around agency spend, and we understand how to remove the stresses at resignation deadline. We believe this really is a tool that NHT members can utilise and to take their hiring strategy to the next level. The technology really does exist to put you on the front foot. Hiring education is unique. We quite often know of the pressures before they arise. We know of the flight risks, and we're aware of those gaps and where they are likely to be. But now we have a bespoke way to proactively address that, building talent pools ahead of time and turning those resignation deadlines into an advantage. So this means, hopefully, better information, more applications, and improved results for your school. We talk a lot at eTeach around conversions and the candidate journey. And as a system, it's designed to just do that. Some of the things that we've been learning along the way have been addressing those candidate behaviours. So you can see 3/4 of candidates are now going through that application journey on their mobile. And for a lot of people, it would have been the finding the job, and then they would move to a desktop to personalise their CV or apply later in the day. But now we're actually losing people during that candidate journey. So we think we need to prioritise that candidate journey much, much sooner. Also, with the market being so competitive, with so few teachers coming into the teacher training space and retention being difficult post-COVID, it's more important than ever for schools to be talking about their own unique values, brand and ethos. So, if you may, could you think to your own school, and if you were to think about your vacancies that you have maybe live or expecting to be live in the next few weeks and months, how would that work from a mobile experience? Would you be able to find that role very easily on a mobile? Would you be able to, on a mobile device, then actually apply for that role? And would you be able to do the research needed to convince those teachers or support staff that your school is the right place for them to further their career? Could you do all of that from a mobile? Hopefully that's something that we can take away, because we believe the single biggest change that we can make to recruitment for 2024 in education is having something as simple as an online application form. With that comes more applications and potentially some administrative burden that we'd want to remove for your staff, and NHT Recruiter does that too. So, in the last year, we have seen over 100 schools on board with NHT Recruiter. These schools now benefit from shorter time to hire, lower cost per hire, and they're building talent pools ahead of that next resignation deadline, making those dates, as we know their approach, far less daunting. Then hopefully off the back of that, they're future-proofing their recruitment, they're improving their insights, they're working out which channels work best for support roles, for leadership roles, and for teaching roles. Hopefully the result of that is also a reduction in agency fees. We've been hearing so much over the last 24 hours that they are the continual area where we do not know how to budget for those over the course of the year, and they are skyrocketing. So NHT Recruiter is going to put that insight back in your leadership conversations, making sure that it's not just about advertising, it's about conversion. It's not just about your school, it's about making sure the people that you want to work with you can understand what you value within your school. And it's making sure that your back-end staff are supported to manage that process efficiently and not have an additional burden on top of them. If anything I've covered today resonates with you or your school, we'd love to continue the conversation. So thank you very much for listening through for that brief interlude, and I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Thank you, Dean. It's great to have you on board as a partner this year, and thank you for opening our afternoon session. So we do have 12 more motions to go through, plus we have 2 emergency motions at the end of the session. So it's now just gone 2 o'clock, so we've got quite a tight time frame. Now, the mechanisms we have for making sure we get through the debate is to go and reduce the 2-minute mic to 1 minute. Also, we can say no more contributions than 1-minute mic unless people have indicated beforehand. But we don't want to do that, so can you try and make sure that any contributions from the floor to the 2-minute mic raise a new point in terms of the debate as well, because we want to give the afternoon session as much value, but we do have to be tight, and we do have a hard finish at 4:15 where we have to clear the room for the gala dinner for tonight. So moving on to motion 17, pupil support and safeguarding. We've got Johnny Gray and Jackie who are going to propose and second that. And if you are due to speak for a motion, can you make sure you'll come to the table so we just get a bit of time? I know you're quick, Johnny, but we just need to make sure every second counts this afternoon. Oh, can he move? Wow.
Made it. Well, thank you, Brellan. Here I am again, Johnny Gray, Northern Ireland. Great to be here and propose this motion. Right, I hope you'll identify with it, because listening to your conversations today and all that you've been going through in schools, we're in a similar situation in Northern Ireland, and that's one thing I would underline. The membership in Northern Ireland are appalled at our current education authority and what's going on there, as many of you are appalled with your own. We have a system that protects the system. We have a system that funds the system, not the learners within the system. And that has really hit through when it comes to our pupils with SEN, and really what you've been expressing today, that they haven't been given the rightful presence in their education system through different means of lack of funding, lack of provision, lack of everything, lack of thought. And our members came forward and said, enough's enough. We have absolutely no confidence in our education authority. In 2022, we had 250 pupils not placed. Okay, a crisis, that's not good enough. Not placed, complete complex needs, all right. The second year in 2023, we had 850 pupils not placed. Now, okay, mismanagement, right, let's sort it out. We got a lot of promises about it never happening again. In 2024, I have 1,000 pupils not placed. So every year it has got gradually worse. And this is not good enough for our children. It's not good enough for what we expect as schools. Our children are deserving the best education, yet what we have from our authority is poor ethos, poor vision, poor leadership, and in turn brings about poor funding, poor support and advice, and impacting on poor outcomes for our children and schools trying to do our best in very trying circumstances. Brothers, I turn to you and ask you for this motion. Our schools are, and sisters, sorry, thank you. Sister. All right, sorry. Oh, that's terrible. I will get major abuse when I go back to the table. Can I just say, Liam, we have this poor policy coming through, and the learners in our schools are deserving of the best without the appropriate funding to meet the child's needs. The system is broken, as you have described, and the funding for the system must be for the child. We are educationalists. I therefore call you and urge you to support this motion, and I propose it, and we call a no confidence and ask the executive to support us as we take our fight to the employers and say, give us strength to your voice that our vulnerable children have a rightful presence in our schools. Fund them, fund us to do it, and we're willing to step up to the mark. Thank you, conference. I propose this motion.
Thank you, John. I can see that Jackie's seconding from the audience, so thank you, Jackie, for that. We've had nobody indicate they want to speak, and executive fully support this motion. So, and I can't see anybody at the 2-minute mic, so we'll move to a vote. So all those in favour of supporting motion 17, raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to, let's give them a clap for Northern Ireland, because that was a really good use of work. Thank you, Northern Ireland. Next, we've got motion 18 on pupil support and safeguarding, proposed by Marika from the SEND and AP Sector Council.
Colleagues, President, Conference, I had a much more entertaining and detailed speech prepared, but it feels like a bit of a vanity project when we've got so much debate still to be had and some emergency motions. So I'm literally going to limit to a few key points that hopefully enable you intellectually to make a decision about this motion.
We do have full 5 minutes for all speakers. We're not that tight on time.
Thank you.
So.
No, I don't. Okay, it's fine. I'll keep it really simple. There have been capacity audits for years and years and years, specifically excluding special schools and specialist provision. Schools Week exposed in 2022 through a Freedom of Information request that there was something going on, a bit like the DFE saying to the LAs, you do know how many special places you've got? Yes. Oh, okay. And you're not overfilling your schools? No. Oh, that's fine. Which probably wasn't good enough. So rapidly introduced with the National Capacity Audit, which began in the summer of last year. And the early indications coming out of that are staggering, that over 2/3 of special schools are operating over their physical capacity. When I say that's staggering, it's staggering that by implication 1/3 of special schools do have capacity. And I'm sure that your experience will reflect that entirely. And I can't speak about this without just paying tribute to the incredible, the breathtaking work that our mainstream schools do in including children. But you'll forgive me for being quite sector specific about this issue. We know how much it affects you and your children and your families. So special schools are massively overfull, and early indications are very significant, but at the moment there is a discussion which is that the methodology is an evolving process and being refined. Just to be clear, it's not going to be refined to make the picture look better, and we're not going to let it. The methodology is really clear the way things are coming out. What is really disappointing is that it's being accepted as a state of norm. We have now got tribunals overriding the views of head teachers whose schools are at breaking point because they're telling head teachers of special schools that it's to be expected, unfortunately, that LA schools experience overcrowding LA specialist schools. My own school has a national capacity audit visit on site verified capacity of 132 and is operating at 197 this week. I won't be overindulgent by telling you what the implications are for everybody in the community about what that looks like. And still, I have 3 members of staff dealing with referrals, the hundreds of referrals that we receive every year, and I know that every special head is in a similar position. So essentially, the National Executive asks you to give us the mandate to address this, to ask the DFE to stop fiddling while Rome burns, to accept that there is an absolute crisis in places, not only that the schools are overfull, but even then there is insufficient capacity in our system, and to address it urgently. Don't worry about the technology, the methodology, the headline's completely clear. There isn't enough capacity, and there needs to be now. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Marika. David, are you happy to second from the chair, or do you want to come up and speak? Thank you, David. Okay, National Exec fully support this motion. We have had an additional speaker who's indicated they want to speak on this motion. It's Alison Francis from the Coventry branch. Alison.
Hello, Alison, Coventry branch representing West Midlands and Special School Secondary Head. We know that as a specialist setting, we are in crisis. Nationally, special schools are over capacity. Mainstream schools are struggling because of the funding. Recently, I visited a young man. They arrived in the country 18 months ago. They live in a 2-roomed flat, mum, dad and the child. Very complex autism, non-speaking. Dad works, mum does her best. She is absolutely exhausted. She's in this flat 24 hours a day with her son, with no support, desperate for a place. That's just one case I can tell you about. I would expect everybody in this room knows of a similar story. Families are desperate. Parents are forced to give up work. As well as caring for that child, that brings other issues for them, financial and well-being concerns. We can guess the findings of the audit, but let's hope it's not a costly, meaningless exercise. A strategy is needed, but one that is properly scoped and not reactive behaviour we're currently seeing from local authorities. Not tribunals forcing us to go over our pan. The government need to understand the complexity of neurodiversity. They need a vision, they need a strategy, and they need the will to implement it. But the DFE can't look at capacity alone. What good are the spaces if there isn't the staffing or the appropriate funding and resourcing to allocated to meet those placements? There's a lot of work to be done, but we ignore it at our peril. We are storing up significant societal problems that are preventable. As leaders, we have our own strategic plans. They're costed, they're timescaled, and we're held accountable to them. We should be demanding to see this strategy, and we should hold the government to account if they don't do it properly.
Thank you, Alison. There's nobody else at the 2-minute mic, so could I ask those in favour of the motion, could you please raise your hand? Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we've got motion 19 on pupil support and funding, and it's been proposed by Rona Tutt from the SEND and AP Sector Council and seconded by David Duncan. Thank you, Rona.
Mr. President, along with the term SEN and then SEN and disability has come a whole litany of labels. For some time, it was thought that if you had one condition, you couldn't possibly have any more. But then it became apparent that neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD, autism, developmental language disorder, and specific learning difficulties have a tendency to coexist, both with each other and with other disorders. So that it may be that co-occurrence is actually the rule rather than the exception. Next, along came the term neurodiversity, which moves away from words like deficit and disorder, and then looks instead at an appreciation of difference, so that these can be seen as being on a continuum which can be divided into the neurotypical and the neurodivergent. And in this room, some may feel they're in one, and some may feel they're in another. But the thing to remember is neurodiversity is a continuum, and a continuum has no clear dividing line between the parts that are in it. So all should be equally valued and respected. As we speak, a bill on neurodivergent conditions has just been introduced in Parliament. This asks for primary pupils to be screened and teachers to be better prepared for teaching all pupils. The government's PINS project, which stands for Partnership for Inclusion of Neurodiversity in Schools, recognises the need to improve the school environment to accommodate all pupils. Yet, we still have an inflexible curriculum and an assessment regime where pupils who can read fail the phonics screening check, where those who need more than 6 seconds to process information fail the tables check, and where some are prevented from pursuing the subjects they enjoy by the restraints of the so-called EBAC, which, unlike the international and Welsh baccalaureates, isn't there to reward them for their work, but used as a performance measure by which to hold schools to account. Until there is greater flexibility, too many neurodiverse pupils will continue to be excluded, too many will fail to gain employment, and too many will land up in the youth justice system.
Young people described as neurodiverse are frequently marginalised in and by society. We, as school leaders, should be trying to ensure that these young people, who we have the privilege of working with, can become the best version of themselves that they can be through the opportunities that we provide for them. When leaving school, many of these young people fall through the cracks and remain unsupported in society. Many will be in receipt of an EHCP, but very few will be employed or even offered an apprenticeship by the same local authority they live in and which holds the legal responsibility for their EHCP. Why do we allow this to continue? NAHT needs to be a strong voice for these young people.
In the same way that people come in different shapes and sizes, no two brains are identical. Or, as Margaret Mead, the anthropologist, said, always remember that you are absolutely unique, just like everyone else. Mr. President, I move.
Ronan, David, thank you so much. So, National Executive fully supports this motion. We have... Sorry? Oh, David, did you want to say more?
Sorry, conference. I am honoured and delighted to be able to formally second this motion, as it is an issue that needs to be addressed.
so sorry, David. I cut you off in your prime there, but thank you so much for presenting that wonderfully. I love that teamwork that went on there. Okay, so we fully support this as National Executive. We do have 2 speakers who have indicated they'd like to speak toward this motion. We've got Nigel Atwood and Patrick Foley. Patrick, would you like to go first? Why Nigel just coming to the mic? Patrick Foley is representing National Executive.
Patrick Foley, is this on?
Just try again, Patrick.
Patrick Foley, is that better?
Yeah, that's working now.
Okay, communication difficulties. There we go. Comrades, brothers and sisters, in the spirit of social mobility, social model of disability, which has been adopted by the NHT and nothing about us without us, I, as an autistic person, would like to support this motion. Neurodiversity is a concept and word that allows me to describe myself, to be part of a community of discourse, to support and understand other neurodiverse people. Personally, I would describe myself as AUD-AD, that is someone who has autism and ADHD, traits of both within the neurodiverse community. Language is fundamentally important in describing autism and neurodiversity, and the language we use exposes our knowledge and our views. And it is fundamental as educators to educate ourselves and to listen to neurodiverse people and the neurodiverse community. There are 2 key linked ideas I think all people who work with neurodiversity should know. Firstly, don't be behaviouralist in your understanding of neurodiversity and in the words that you use. You cannot look at a neurodiverse person and know how they are doing. We mask really well. There's no such thing as severe, mild, type 1, type 2, level 1, type 2, high functioning, hyper-functioning, etc., autism. You're not going to know how I'm functioning or how I'm doing. These labels are false and ableist. Remove them and remove barriers and use the vocabulary of neurodiversity to work together to help the neurodiverse community. And never use the word Asperger's. If you don't know, look it up or ask me. I'm going to try and keep it light so I won't tell you. Secondly, being neurodiverse is brilliant. I love the things I can do as an autistic ADHD person. I have incredible focus and lack of focus. I love my intensity and my stims and my glimmers. Celebrate our differences and embrace them. As people who work with neurodiverse people, as educators, please take those 2 things with you. Don't be behaviouralist, and neurodiversity is brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. We'll now take Nigel.
I was going to say more than I'm going to, but my colleague is going to explain our worries about language far better than I will. Thank you.
Carrie Anson from Birmingham. Just want to highlight language is so important and that whole nothing about you without you. So the Dorset NHS have done a whole piece of work on this, and semantics are really important. So if you take a look on their website, an individual cannot be neurodiverse as an individual, because an individual who is not neurotypical should be described as neurodivergent. So I think if we're going to be talking about neurodiversity, when we're describing individuals, we need to be describing them as neurodivergent as opposed to neurodiverse, because language matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, everybody. So, National Executive fully support that motion. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Sam Williams, Bristol.
Thank you, Sam.
Does that work? Yeah. It just reminded me of a quote my Senko put up on display at the entrance of our nursery school for National Neurodiversity Week last month, comparing neurodiversity to biodiversity and the way that humans have evolved to have these different brain types and for our brains to work in different ways and to really celebrate that and how valuable neurodiversity is. And thinking about young children and their neurodivergent development pathways from a strengths-based perspective is really, really important. And there's been conversations and other motions about that inclusive curriculum and ensuring that it meets the needs for those neurodivergent development pathways, and also around the reasonable adjustments for staff. And I think different brain types who are neurodivergent can bring their full selves and all of the qualities that their way of thinking can bring to an organisation. And when you can understand yourself and you're in an environment where you can communicate that and you've got that strengths-based approach, it can only make us stronger. So I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you, Sam. I can see Rona.
Just checking whether I have a right to reply.
You've still got 2 minutes. We haven't yet still got 2 minutes.
It'll take 30 seconds. It was just to thank everyone for their comments and obviously from their personal experience as well. Just to comment on the fact about neurodiversity. Neurodivergent and neurodiverse are used to mean the same thing. So neurodiversity is the umbrella term. In common understanding for most people, you then get either neurodivergent or neurodiverse, neurodivergent and neurodiverse meaning the same thing, or neurotypical. I was going to show it on the slide, but there's a whole story about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rona. Okay, thank you, conference. There's nobody else standing at the mic, so can we go to a vote? So all those in favour, could you raise your hand? And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, conference. We're now going to move on to motion 20, which is, we're now in the recruitment and retention section. We've got a proposer, Adrian Wright from Redbridge branch, seconded by David Huntingford from Barking and Dagenham branch. Welcome.
Although this motion has been put forward by the London region, it speaks to a national issue, and I would argue a national scandal, which I know will resonate with members in all regions. This motion speaks to an intolerable situation where school leaders who strive to provide the very best education they can for the children and young people they serve are operating in an unprecedented teacher training, recruitment and retention crisis, which is fueled by a range of factors such as pay and is worsening year on year. And so, one would reasonably think that if a school leader has overcome this hurdle and is able to recruit or hold on to experienced staff, that they'd be able to breathe a sigh of relief. But no. The reality is that if they are successful in recruiting and retaining the experienced teachers they need, they almost certainly do not have adequate funding to actually pay their salaries. Locally, primary colleagues speak about this as another impossible and critical issue that they're losing sleep over, because they have to try and balance two conflicting priorities: providing the very best for their children through experienced teachers who can provide a depth of curriculum knowledge, making the essential links between subjects, and trying to do the impossible and balance their budgets. This then leads to difficult decisions when recruiting, having to disregard more expensive UPS teachers when shortlisting, worrying about the skills balance in their team and the impact of the additional workload for leaders if they take on cheaper and less experienced teachers and ECTs. Post-COVID, they've also reported an increased demand for TLRs, as many teachers have been reluctant to take on subject leadership without remuneration because of the increased accountability and Ofsted scrutiny that has come with this. This again has put further strain on budgets in order just to provide the essentials. And following Gillian Keegan's recent announcement that it's hard to guarantee that government would fully fund the next teacher pay rise, a secondary colleague has said, if they don't fully fund the pay rise, where am I going to find the money? Cut mental health support, cut subjects, make people we need redundant? And of course, it's not just a mainstream issue. A local special school was telling me their current staffing costs are 91% of their budget, leaving only 9% for utilities, insurance, cleaning, admin, curriculum resources, CPD, etc. The wealth of vast experience and expertise they have in their experienced UPS teachers is second to none and is vital to support their vulnerable and complex pupils. But it's costly and they can't afford it. This intolerable situation needs to change. Our schools, our leaders, our staff, and most of all, our children deserve better. Conference, I move.
I, David Huntingford of the Barking and Dagenham branch, London, second this motion. We live in a time where there's a recruitment crisis, both in primary and secondary schools. For many years now, teaching has not been an attractive profession. So what is the solution? Well, the NPQH frameworks guide new head teachers to do all they can to ensure that teachers stay in the profession. School leaders are tasked with managing workload, ensuring some form of flexible working can be achieved, and that mental health and well-being is at the forefront of their thinking. But for myself, like so many of my colleagues, I have successfully achieved this, and staff want to stay at my school. Next year, all but one of my teachers will be on UPS, and I cannot set a balanced budget. The advice I've been given: reduce the number of experienced teachers and recruit younger, cheaper ones. Really? Is that how we reward faithful service within the teaching profession? Now, perhaps someone can help me here. Can anyone here please outline the fair and ethical HR approach that allows me to say goodbye to my experienced teachers and recruit younger ones? No. And how does this benefit pupils? With research showing it takes between 5 and 10 years for a teacher to reach mastery with their pedagogical skills, but leaving between 3 to 5 years, pupils are missing out. However, despite the next generation of head teachers being trained to ensure teachers stay, should each teacher who leaves the profession stay just one more year, the country's salary bill for teachers increases by nearly £500 million. Perhaps this is why the funding for UPS and TLR is not being made available. Hence, I urge us as a collective, as a union, to support this motion. Despite what I said earlier, talking about Ofsted, for me, this is what keeps me up at night. The thought of having to set a balanced budget, not being able to do so, and the thought of having to look colleagues, some of them who have spent 25 years in the school, and to tell them that they are now being made redundant because the funding is not just there. For these reasons, I second this motion.
We've had nobody indicate they want to speak around this motion, and the National Executive fully support this motion. Just scanning the room for the 2-minute mic. Can't see anybody at the 2-minute mic, so we'll move to a vote. All those in favour, could you please raise your hand? And those against? Thank you, that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we're moving on to motion 21, recruitment and retention, proposed by Martin Tinsley from South Central Region and seconded by Joe Ayres from South Central as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm Martin from Windsor and Maidenhead, South Central, second time attendee and first time speaker. You'll have to forgive me, I get quite nervous speaking publicly, so much so a friend once advised me to do a few lines to ease the nerve before speaking. So I've written I must not embarrass the NAHT 100 times in my notebook, and I feel a lot better for doing so. Colleagues, sadly this will more than likely be my last conference as a serving head teacher, at least for the foreseeable future, as I now need to look after me for the first time in my teaching and leadership career. Workplace stress contributed to some minor heart issues in the autumn, and I've been off work pretty much since then, and I won't be going back. The first line of this motion states that if we're to keep school leaders in role and to attract aspiring leaders to the position, current workload pressures need to be realistic, sustainable, and safe. Regrettably for too many of us, they're not. Last year, in my math, out of 20 assistant and deputy heads, only one of them said that they wanted to take on headship in the future. This year, that person has changed their mind, and now none of them want to become a head. Out of the 7 heads in the trust, 3 of us are leaving this year because of the impact the job has had on us. Last month, I had a coffee with a friend of mine who I completed my NPQH with in 2006. A year later, we both became heads, and he said, Martin, this used to be fun. This used to be the greatest job in the world. Now it's just... Contrary to Sir Martin's closing comments this morning about keeping a positive attitude, the reality for many is that as a profession, we've taken a battering for a very long time, and that makes staying positive a very hard thing to do. Colleagues, this year's Working Lives of Teachers report, which I'm sure all of you have read with great interest, contains some of the following statistics, all of which are worse than they were previous year. and Rachel referred to some of them yesterday. 94% of teachers and leaders said they have considered leaving due to high workload. Of those considering leaving, they cited inspection at 70%, government initiatives and policy and changes at 77%, being undervalued by government at 83%, stress and poor well-being 84%, and high workload 94% as being the 5 main reasons they were thinking of going. For those who actually left education, some of them cited poor mental health at 60%, inspection at 69%, being undervalued by government at 70%, stress and poor well-being 74%, and high workload 80%. One of the terrifying statistics was that 49% of leaders reported regularly working in excess of 60 hours a week. That is not realistic, it's not sustainable, and it's not safe. Colleagues, we are continually held to account by governors, trustees, Ofsted, local and national government, parents, staff, and sometimes our pupils for our performance. Sometimes this leads to devastating consequences, as we heard at last year's conference, and for some, including myself, it has made us reach the decision to leave education. I have often been asked by inspectors, advisors, and my CEO, so what? What's the impact? Whilst it's been very comforting to hear over the course of the conference the work that is being done by NAHT on this issue and the support of all of you in this room today, I implore the National Executive to hold the DfE to account by asking them, so what? So that their own reports have an impact on our profession and especially school leaders, and that the DfE works with us to create a working environment for our leaders that is realistic, is sustainable, and is safe, and that the impact of this is felt by everybody across all of our lands. Conference, please support this motion. I move. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jo Ayres, South Central President. This pulls together so much of what we've heard already today, not to mention the emergency motion 1. We hear so much of surveys and reports, and if we could spend our entire working week just reading reports by Ofsted, watching YouTube clips of how we should be doing things in our school to make things better. There are so many words, and we ask, so what? So many words from our visitor this morning, Sir Martin Oliver. He wants us to allow him to take his time. We've been waiting long enough for that. It needs to happen. We need impact. We are proud of all the work that South Central are very proud of all the work that Martin's done, and I'm proud to second this motion.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Jo. We've had nobody indicate that they want to speak towards this motion. I can see a hand going up. We do fully support this as a national executive.
Sorry, but I think I have to say something else now. We keep being asked about succession planning. There is no succession planning, unless you know something. From what we're hearing today, we should be asked about succession planning. We should ask our heads, our governors, our trust chairs. The question is, but you are planning for succession, aren't you? And actually, I tell you, I'm not answering that question. Because when I speak to my leaders, not one of them says, yes, Ravina, I want to step in your shoes one day. Now, this is a crisis. And I'm being honest now, I actually feel quite depressed. To hear that people are feeling so bad about the profession. And I do think that the executive have got to take this very seriously. You know, I've just had a chat with Rob, and I have to say, what a lovely person. I've never met Paul Whiteman, but I've heard him. What a lovely person. I don't know any of you up there, but I might get to know you one day. The point I'm making is, we must have a louder voice here. Now, if I come back here next year, which I hope I do, will I be hearing all this again? Well, that's cheeky at you today and said, I need a page in that leadership magazine that comes into our houses. And I'm going to write something in there about my experience today, in these 2 days. And I wonder how many people in this room are also not saying it, but thinking, is it time for me to go? And I can't go to anybody on my own, but I think we need to get together and make louder noises around well-being, because there's clearly nothing in place. Nobody ringing a number, somebody you don't know. Have they been ahead? Have they done this job? So we need to be thinking more carefully about the kind of support that we're supposed to be getting, not www.mentalwellbeing something. We just need to be doing a bit more. And if you hear any more stories about people think they're going to go, this is just awful. We need to be saying more about this in the press as well.
Okay, thank you very much, speakers. So we're going... Oh. Hi, Julie. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Julie Kelly, Hampshire Branch Secretary and National Exec. Just very quickly, so 8 years ago, because of the stress of the job, I did actually look into whether I could do co-headship, but I'm such a small school, there wasn't anyone who wanted to do it with me. I don't have a deputy, the lead teacher. Since then, I've been referred to the Teachers Referral Agency twice. Sometimes, parents are trying to get you because of safeguarding. And it's just carried on. So I've gone 8 years longer. It's just too much, and it needs to change. They can't find anyone to replace me. I gave you my notice about over a year ago, and there's no one for September to take over my school. And I think this is the picture nationally. I support this motion.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, I can't see anybody else with a 2-minute mic, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to... Let's give that motion a clap. We've clapped everyone so far. It was some powerful speeches. Come on, Deborah, you can come off there. So next we've got motion 22, recruitment and retention. We've proposed by Deborah de Mouchamp and seconded by Joanne Beavers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Conference, sisters and brothers. We know complaints are a part of school life. I'm shouting, sorry, I've got my teacher's voice on. There's a lot of people to keep happy in our local branch. I'll start again. We know complaints are a part of school life. There's a lot of people to keep happy. In our local branch meetings, it seems that these complaints and complaining have taken on a more sinister complexion. Stories of leaders suffering all kinds of abuse and threats from some parents or carers have reached a disturbing level. Our campaign started with a survey. The results are in, and they're not pretty. Too many leaders, mainly women, are subjected to an unacceptable level of abuse. This abuse has been face-to-face shouting and aggression, but also via exhausting, never-ending, vexatious complaints and the scourge of the modern world online. Leaders shared the impact of this increase in severity of abuse. Some have struggled to come to work but don't want to take time due to being in the Ofsted window and letting others down. Many have felt isolated, frightened, felt utterly miserable, confidence eroded, second-guessing straightforward decisions and frequently feeling overwhelmed. Leaders tell us they have complex, time-consuming risk assessments in place for certain families, measures to mitigate being caught on your own with a potential volatile parent or carer. Leaders tell us they've considered leaving the profession, they're anxious, tearful, and they recount the toll it's taken on their mental health and well-being. All of this is happening, and no one is really talking about it. No one is reporting it, and no one is supporting us. No one is standing up for us, saying, this is just not acceptable. We're easily accessible, generally pleasant, and me, often in a cardigan, very amenable and always wanting a solution. The root cause of this threats and abuse can start from the trivial, we've all heard them. Lost lunchboxes, coats, sweatshirts, PE kits, swimming kits, you name it. to the more serious, challenging their child's behaviour or making referrals to other agencies, and sadly on the increase where the child is not able to access CAMS, SIPs or specialist provision. We discovered that the threats can be generally along two lines. The old favourite, I'm ringing Ofsted, the council, the governors, the education, to the personally abusive and humiliating, you're not effing talking to me like that. Everyone's saying the same about you. You're a disgrace. This used to be a good school till you came. I'm going to have your job. You better sort this out or I'm coming down to school. And all of this often in a public space, in front of other families and children, and us with nowhere to turn and no one to protect us. We've labelled this behaviour in Sunderland. It's harassment, it's bullying, it's abuse. And we want to call it out now before it becomes the norm. We're denormalising it, if there's such a word, politely, professionally, wearing a badge, reminding everyone that we are better than this and this behaviour has no place in our schools or society. Our schools should be the centre of cohesive, tolerant, safe communities. We cannot let this behaviour go unchallenged. Our campaign has several aims: offering a safe space in branch meetings to share and seek support, building better policies and guidance to protect us. We are so vulnerable. Raising awareness with our parents and being brave, saying we're not having it, and raising it with children. Reporting it through health and safety channels. I know you don't want to fill a form in, but we're not reporting it. We're not labelling it as violence at work. We need to report it. We need the stats. We need to know what we're putting up with. For too long, we've thought it's just part of the job. Colleagues, no, it isn't. There is no excuse for abuse. I urge you to support this motion, not just with a show of hands at conference, but go back to your branches, start talking about this issue, give your colleagues a safe space to share, ensure it's reported properly, value yourselves, your worth. If you have been a victim, find your courage and stand up, stand together, don't make it the norm, make your voice heard, display the poster, make a stand, wear your badge and your cardie with pride. Conference, I move.
I've got 20 seconds. Joanne Beavers, Sunderland Branch Deputy Head Teacher, Year 6 Teacher, Sunderland Supporter, Football Referee. All of these roles I've been given abuse. And I'm sure there are many other roles and people in your settings who think some of these roles are fair game for abuse. From the site supervisor who might have opened the gate 1 minute later than expected, to the office staff who constantly field the phone calls demanding to speak to members of staff, and the ever-growing forms of social media where we find our staff being attacked. Supporting all staff members whilst also facing abuse ourselves impacts on school leaders' use of time and our own mental health and well-being, and this is on top of all the other stresses we've heard in motions today. We have badges available at our North East table. Please come and get one. Show your solidarity and support. I fully support and second this motion today to say it's not okay and there's no excuse for abuse.
Thank you, Sunderland Branch. We've got Tony, who's indicated that she wants to speak. This is fully supported by National Executive. I can see Dave as well at the 2-minute mic. But Dave, we are going to now reduce the 2-minute mic to 1-minute mics. So anybody who's a spontaneous speaker will reduce that to 1 minute. So 2 minutes if you've indicated before that you'd like to speak, but 1 minute if you are speaking from the floor without pre-indication. Tony, I'll hand it over to you first.
Thank you, Simon. Tony Dolan, Barnsley Branch Secretary Council. I joined this profession 17 years ago as a secondary science teacher. Harassment and abuse wasn't ever experienced or even discussed. Almost 9 years ago, I took up my first leadership position, and it did happen, but it was on a very rare occasion. Fast forward to now, and it happens almost on a daily basis to either myself or one of my colleagues in the form of an email, social media comments about the school and the staff, telephone conversations, and more frighteningly, face-to-face. If you told me 9 years ago that I would be harassed, threatened, humiliated, and, as of last month, now spat upon by parents and carers, I would never have believed it. At our recent South Yorkshire Hub meeting last week, I raised these specific questions with the South Yorkshire Police PCC. He had no real response. I know that they're overstretched, but sadly, it's not just me and my colleagues, but it's lots of people experiencing this on all different levels of school, and we have no real recourse. The police are stretched, I appreciate that, but if they cannot protect us, as leaders we need to protect ourselves and those colleagues that we lead. Conference. We have to be proactive in protecting ourselves and the teachers and support staff that we work with and lead. I fully support this motion and hope to be at the forefront of leading the initiative across South Yorkshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Dave, from the 1 minute mic.
Colleagues, I'm a fairly robust person. In February, I was threatened by a parent. He stated he knew my route to the train station and he was going to make sure he took me out in the street when no one else was about. This was an argument over a game on a playground. The sick part of this threat was that had it just been me the threat was made to, I'd have done nothing. Because after 17 years as a head teacher, I'm very used to such threats. But we reported this to the police only because my site manager was also threatened. We got a crime number, but nothing else. And that was it for the police. We cannot, as a profession, allow such behaviour to continue unabated and unchecked. We need to stand up and we need to fully support this motion. Well done, Sunderland.
Thank you, Dave. Got another speaker from the 1 minute mic.
Mick Murphy, Wolverhampton branch. Quite simple, this one. Can we just make sure that when we're deliberating about the campaign, we remember that it is the employer's responsibility to ensure the safety of their employees. So through National Governors Associations, the whole range of people that you talk to, that they're included in these deliberations as well. Thank you.
Okay, I can't see anybody else at the 2 or 1 minute mic, so could we move to a vote, please? All those in favour, raise your hand. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, conference. Thank you, Sunderland. Motion 23 is next on recruitment and retention, proposed by David Jones from the Denbighshire branch and seconded by Chris Parry.
Pnawn da, David Jones, Denbighshire branch, NAHT Cymru. And can I just start by saying, da iawn, Sunderland. I think we're all with you on that one. Over the course of this conference, I have enjoyed conversations with colleagues. I've been ahead in both England and Wales. And it's clear that we face the same challenges, whether that be recruitment and retention, whether that be supporting our most vulnerable learners, or dealing with woefully inadequate funding. There are some areas where in Wales we are fortunate. You will have heard from our Cabinet Secretary earlier today. We're fortunate to have a generally more enlightened, a more progressive government, a government open to conversation. In recent years, they've introduced flexible new curriculum. They've taken significant steps to reform our inspection and accountability regime, including the removal of single-word judgments, and have enshrined in law the requirement to meaningfully consult with trade unions on any legislation which affects the workforce. However, like all governments, they have a tendency to go on flights of fancy, vanity projects, and sometimes they need a guiding hand to guide them back to the correct path and to refocus on the things that really matter. When we're facing multiple crises in schools, reforming the school year, school day reforms are not our priorities. This motion calls on National Executive to hold Welsh Government to account to their own legislation and meaningfully consult at the earliest stage of policy development to avoid poorly conceived, ill-timed and clumsily formed policies blighting education and distracting both us and them from what really matters. Conference, I move.
Thank you, David. Actually, Chris has indicated the seconding from the floor.
Dylan Thomas isn't here, so it's...
Yes, Chris. I've
Oh,
seen a
Chris,
hand from Chris. Yes, thank you, David. Okay, I've got no indication that people want to speak to this motion. We've had full support from the National Executive. I'm looking at the mics, can't see anybody there, so can we move to a vote, please? Those in favour, please, could you raise your hand? Thank you very much. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, conference. Moving on to, let's give them a clap. Thank you, Wales. Moving on to motion 24. It's a numbered and lettered motion with 2 letters. It's being proposed by Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson from Birmingham branch and seconded by Rubina Barr.
Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson, Birmingham branch and National Executive. It's not just Ofsted that pushes leaders to the edge. The pressure put on leaders by a whole range of agencies too often has a negative impact on our mental and physical health. One example of this is the way the DfE and its agencies are putting undue pressure on school leaders to enact structural change of schools' organisation or characteristics, even when this is against the wishes of the governing board. How many times recently, indeed, Dave has just said what I've got in my little speech, have we heard, I'm usually pretty robust, but I've done this job for a long time, but I don't think I can do it anymore. I have no job to go to, I can't access my pension, but I'm off. Or simply, I've had enough. It's not just Ofsted that is pushing us over the edge. Yesterday, Rachel told us head teachers are 4 times more likely to quit than in 2010. Our national secretaries tell us they are having more and more calls from members facing unbearable challenges and pressures. So other examples, to add on to what we've heard over the last 2 days. Pressures from dioceses to change, crumbling buildings, RAC, PFI restrictions, the TRA, parental complaints, local authorities who are bankrupt, deficit budgets, redundancies, ESFA, financial notices to improve. Headlines, such as just a few days ago in the Schools Week, state Small Academy Trust warned over asking for government advice. Leaders believe they were pushed to merge after simply asking for advice. I met a new head teacher last week in Birmingham who had been a head for 6 months. He said he starts his working day at 3 or 4 a.m. Impossible decisions, sleeplessness, crippling anxiety, and as Lynn Neagle said earlier, vicarious trauma. I had to look that up. Vicarious trauma is work-related trauma exposure. And if you look up the 6 signs of vicarious trauma, I can bet we all have all 6 signs. We can't go on like this. Our children deserve healthy, passionate, ambitious leaders. Our staff deserve healthy, passionate, ambitious leaders. We deserve to be healthy, passionate, and ambitious. We must insist on change. We must challenge the DfE and others who put this pressure on us. We must make this happen. Paul Whiteman said yesterday, we can make things better. Let's do it. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Sarah. I can see Rubina, you second. Thank you. Thank you. So we do have a friendly amendment on this one that's come from the National Executive, so I'd like that to be put on the screen, please, and you'll be able to see the track changes moving from red to green on the screen. I'd like to take a vote if you would like to accept the track changes, conference, please. Those in favour of accepting the track changes, raise your hand. And those against. Okay, so we'll accept those track changes. Thank you very much, Sarah. And we do have it, this is a lettered motion. So it's, we've also got it lettered at 24B. I noticed there's been quite a change, a last minute change. Rebecca Penn, you don't have to speak, Rebecca, but if you're prepared to, you're more than welcome to. Okay, Rebecca, come up to the 2-minute mic. Thank you. Just wait for the mic to kick in again. Sometimes the...
Good to go?
Yeah, I think that's got it.
Marvellous. Shame you couldn't hear me. Every day in our schools, we put the needs of our children and our young people first. We make sure they have what they need to thrive, and we go above and beyond to ensure that they get the very best education that they truly deserve. We support our staff with a sounding board for their problems, with the encouraging voice they sometimes need, and we try to maintain a positive attitude, knowing that where we lead, others will follow. We love being school leaders. It's a role we take pride in, but sometimes it comes at a cost to us. For too long, we have been the ones to fix the problems in school. We are the go-to people for anything and everything, day and night. This is unsustainable, and it is having a detrimental impact on our mental health and well-being, and is described by several members this weekend, our physical health also. In Wales, through industrial action, we have fought to put conditions of service of school leaders at the top of the agenda. We are calling for protected leave for head teachers to ensure that they are not constantly contacted during the school holidays. We are calling for reasonable working hours to ensure that there is not an expectation that head teachers are on call at all hours. We must protect ourselves. We must protect each other. I call on you to support this motion to ensure that we protect the mental health and well-being of members. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Nicola Hammond, Cardiff Branch. I formally second this motion.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got the amended motion. I can't see anybody else wishing to speak about the amended motion, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour of the amended motion, raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, conference. Thank you. Okay, next moving on to motion 25 on recruitment and retention is proposed by Jackie Bartley from the Secondary Sector Council and seconded by Stuart Beck from the Secondary Sector Council.
Good afternoon, conference and friends, colleagues and friends. A lot of our motion from the Secondary Council has been encompassed by a lot of the motions earlier on, both at primary level and for our SEN colleagues. But we, as school leaders, do all that we can in order to serve the needs of the pupils in our care. But the Secondary Council are putting forward to National Executive that more and more we are expected to take the role as expert counsellors, health professionals, psychologists, and that's to name but a few. Whatever happens in the media, the government and our local authorities say the schools will look after it. The schools will take care of it. Pupils, as we know, are presenting with more complex needs, and we in schools, we don't have the specialist expertise, we don't have the resource, and as been seen by every motion today, we do not have the funding. The resource is not there to accommodate our most vulnerable pupils and those on EHC plans. We call on our conference and our National Executive to campaign for properly funded and resourced specialists and mainstream provision for the most vulnerable and precious pupils that we have. Conference, I move.
Simon's already introduced me, so I'm just going to say I second this motion.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Jackie. So, conference, National Executive fully support this. Marika's indicated that she'd like to speak towards it. You don't need to. Thank you, Marika. Okay, so we will move. Have a look at anybody else from the microphones. Can't see anybody, so we will move for a vote. Okay, so please raise your hand if you support the motion. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you are against the motion. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you, Stuart. And it looks like, Stuart, you're proposing this next one, and Jackie's seconding. That was very efficient. Well done, Magnus.
We run a very efficient ship, Simon. Okay. Again, I'm not going to introduce myself. I've done it before, but I think this motion follows on very nicely from the motion that Deborah and Joanne brought us from Sunderland, which pleases me a lot, because I'm a son of Sunderland, so no doubt great minds think of alike, and it must be in the genes. I have to say, Joanne, I don't know whether you've noticed, but the team lost 2-0 to Sheffield Wednesday a few minutes ago, and if any of you have seen the Netflix series, perhaps you'll have some empathy with us as Sunderland supporters. This motion is exactly what it says on the tin. I don't really need to say a huge amount more about it, but right from the outset, I do need to say that it is not to do with allegations or concerns of an unlawful nature, as is alluded to in bullet point 3. And it's everything to do with the burden of persistent and often malicious, anonymous complaints by parents, or even, dare I add, general members of the public who also now have recourse to the complaints process. We discussed this matter a lot at Secondary Council over the last year. And another member of Secondary Council, Darren Gelder, was due to propose this motion, so you have the substitute using football terms today. Sadly, following medical advice, Darren's not able to travel to be with us today, but we still need to hear his voice and experience on this matter. So I'm going to just read out a short passage from that Darren sent me. Fascist, racist, homophobe, pedo, nonce, molester, abuser, rapist, bully, thief. This is applicable to head teachers and, sadly, to a number of my teaching staff. These are all labels and accusations that have been made against myself or colleagues with no basis or foundation. However, we are forced to answer any complaint that is made, regardless of how baseless it is. The ease of which to complain has never been more accessible. 15 minutes online will allow you to complain anonymously to Ofsted and ESFA, all of which requires an investigation by a third party and puts us under immense stress and pressure. A recent NAHT Heads Round Table cited malicious complaints as the main reason senior leaders were leaving, not just workload or Ofsted. Abuse is defined as the cruel treatment of a person, yet we are subjected to this with no scope for recourse against the person who made the allegation. Every other profession has a mechanism to deal with this type of issue. No one is suggesting that complaints should not be dealt with, but there must be a consequence to a malicious, vexatious complaint whose only purpose is to hurt emotionally and psychologically. So we, as Secondary Council and Conference, call on National Executive for a reformed complaints regime that ensures these bullet points that you see up above and that I'm not going to read out. It is not right that we and our members have to put up with such persistent, cruel treatment. It should not just be something we have to accept and put up with, as it's seen as being part of the job, as a consequence of a deeply flawed system that is negatively impacting our members. I do want to just reiterate what a colleague said earlier. We need to reiterate that actually the protection of us as school leaders is the responsibility of our governing body, and I think an awful lot more work needs to be done on that. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Stuart.
Just very quickly, our colleagues in Sunderland, you said exactly what we were thinking in Secondary Council over the whole year. Thank you. I think what you're doing should be replicated throughout all of the branches to all of our colleagues, and that we all have the same campaign moving forward, that we should never be abused for doing something that we love. I second this motion.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Jackie. So we've had no indication that anybody wants to speak to this. It's fully supported by the National Executive. I can see one person at the 1 minute mic. I'm just reminding, 1 minute. Okay, so thank you. I think it's Karen, but my eyesight's not great. But okay. Introduce yourself, please.
Karen Stevens, Lancashire. Very proud to wear the badge, Deborah. Thank you very much. If you could make it available to everybody, that would be brilliant. I think it's time for less woolly policies. I think it's time that local authorities took up the mantle that NAHT do there. But I think you've got to make it stronger, so we can hold a piece of paper to our parents and say, you can't treat us this way. As a caseworker, it's virtually all of my casework, where heads are ringing me and saying, I've got this, what can I do? What does your policy say? Is it strong enough? No, right, I'll get this vexatious complaint to be added to it, or take it to governors, get your chair in, get it accepted, get it on your website, don't take it anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. There's nobody else at the microphone, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Conference. Next, we're moving on to motion 27, recruitment and retention, proposed by Chris Parry from the Caerphilly branch and seconded by David Jones.
Afternoon, Conference. After so much impassioned debate about so many significant issues, apologies in advance for bringing everybody down to earth with a conversation about the Welsh Independent Pay Review Body. Conference, the Independent Welsh Pay Review Body was established 5 years ago, and yet it already feels like a hangover from a different era. The funding challenges that have become the norm for school leaders over the last decade has moved from feeling like a concern to a crisis to an actual existential threat to our ability to provide a high-quality education to our young people and everything they deserve. The fundamental business of the IWPRB has been to ensure that teachers and leaders get the pay and conditions needed to attract the next generation to the profession and the current generation to stay in it. And yet, 5 years on, the pay of teachers and leaders is nowhere near the level it should be. The simple task of recruiting staff feels like an impossible challenge, and there's no sign that there's a wave of eager graduates on the horizon hungry to take up a career in education. It is not hard to see why the IWPRB may be struggling to deliver. The process of providing evidence to the body is incredibly bureaucratic, requiring a huge amount of organisers' time to pull together written evidence for submission, and then even more time providing oral evidence. This wouldn't be a problem if the recommendations, be they about pay or conditions, were enacted, but let's be clear, this is not happening. Time and time again, NAHT has requested that steps are taken to address the head teacher workload, and yet there is still no sign that something as basic as protected time for school leaders or protective leave is being enacted. On the pay situation, it is even more dire. I don't have to rehash the comments we've heard all day about how far pay has been degraded over the last decade. This situation is compounded by the fact that even when recommendations are made, they're ignored or sidestepped by government. An example, the recent strategic review undertaken by the IWPRB made 26 recommendations on pay and conditions. Welsh Government agreed to all recommendations and made a commitment that all recommendations that were cost neutral would be implemented. So that's none of them then. The truth is, for us in Wales, the most significant success over the last years, for example, the pay increase teachers and school leaders received after our successful industrial action came as a result of direct negotiation with Welsh Government. Conference, there is clearly a crisis in confidence in the review bodies. NHAT's own studies indicate that around 1 in 10 school leaders have no confidence in the current system. Conference, we believe that it is high time that we evaluate whether the pay review model is fit for purpose. We call for the commission of a study that includes professional advice to determine whether the abolishment of the IWPRB and moving towards a collective bargaining system in Wales and England would further benefit our members. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Chris. And see David's happy to second from the floor. Thank you. We've had nobody indicate they want to speak towards this motion. National Executive fully support it. I'm just looking at the microphones. I can't see anybody standing, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Conference. Next up is motion 28, which is a lettered motion. It's on school structures. It's proposed by Hugh Jones and seconded by Gwyn Vaughan from the Conway branch.
Pnawn da pawb. Hugh Jones, Conway branch, National Exec. Bizarrely, my first time speaking at conference. I make no apologies. This is going to be a very patriotic speech, but very short. A couple of days ago, after we had our exec meeting on Thursday, I had tea with the Birmingham branch. And it wasn't long before we started talking about music. There's an awful lot of expertise in music in Birmingham. And the question turned to, what's your favourite song? And I couldn't think of it. I just could not think what my favourite song was until I came here. And I saw a great big dragon outside the front. And I remember, do you know the song International Velvet? It's a song through Welsh, but the chorus is in English. And the chorus goes, every day when I wake up, I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. And I've just started Shazam, bizarrely. That's right. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that resonates with me. One of them is whenever I drive home from a national exec meeting and I hear about the grumbles in England about Ofsted and the pressures that you have to work under, I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. This morning, Lynn Eagle came here to explain to you a different approach that exists in Wales. We even got Owain Lloyd here, who is our director in Wales. He's come to hear the Welsh grumbles and to hear our motions this afternoon. I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. When I reflect on the awesome success of our team in Wales over the last couple of years and the real benefits that we've achieved, I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. As a result of that industrial action, one of our successes was a review of the middle tier. This is a genuine exercise that listened to our complaints and our views and our opinions, and it's led to real change. There's now a genuine opportunity for the voice of school leaders and our members who work in the regional consortia as well to be heard and to shape school improvement in Wales. Colleagues, I move.
Thank you, Luke. Yep, so I can see David, you've seconded from the floor. Okay, thank you, David. So we've had no indication anybody wants to speak towards this. We've got, it is a lettered motion, so I'm going to invite anybody. Sorry? Yes, I've got that, yeah. So I'm going to invite Nigel to speak to the lettered motion 28B. Nigel, do you want to do it from the floor? Do you want to do it from the floor? There's 2 minutes on the floor. That's, yeah. Just try again.
Colleagues, the need for strong, stable and sustainable local authorities which are well funded and well led is evident to all of us, whether we're part of a maintained school, an academy school or any other type. Local authorities work with every child, regardless of status, in the deliverance of statutory duties in all our schools. Decisions in local and national authority structures are made according to money, or lack of it, to be truthful, and due to that bland and non-descriptive data of the children. Decisions are not necessarily or usually made based on the needs of our children or with the understanding of the context of schools. The job we are all doing in schools is becoming harder, something we all know is a fact. Every one of us has a story about the effects of cuts to SEND, cuts to early help, cuts to social care, cuts to CAMS and many other children's services in the local and national authorities, and how these affect the running of every school and significantly restricts the support that children need but do not receive. Cuts to support staff in local authorities, and especially in children's services, do in turn adversely affect the well-being of you and your staff, regardless of what type of school you're in, adding to the pressures you face day in, day out. The example in Birmingham is clear, but not isolated. SEND has been in crisis now for well over a decade, longer. Support for children through social care and early help had started to see some improvements in support, but we are now seeing £69 million in cuts over 2 years to these services for our most vulnerable children. Less money in these services, fewer staff in these services, an extremely limited offer for our children. Looking around the room and talking to many through different forums, we know this is the case in different English authorities and in Wales and Northern Ireland. At the end of 2023, it was widely reported that the following LAs were close to failing or already having Section 114s. Spelthorne, Woking, Croydon, Thurrock, Slough, Warrington, Brentwood, East Hampshire, Guildford and Warwick, to name 9 of at least 26 expected to fail by the end of this year, owing 11.7 billion. ITV have just reported the education budget in Northern Ireland needs an additional 291 million. The depletion of local authorities funding is almost for 15 years now, while the needs increase exponentially. We must fight for local authorities and the vital services they provide that families and children depend on to ensure they're funded appropriately and restored to a level that meets the growing needs in our schools and communities. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Okay, I can see we've got Dean up at the 1 minute mic, Dean. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Dean Taylor, Newport Branch National Exec. Diolch you for that rousing speech around the middle tier. It is true that our industrial action pushed Welsh Government into a review that they said previously they didn't want to get involved in because it wasn't up for grabs. So we now have an opportunity. And my plea is that National Exec and the Welsh Exec continue to keep a timely momentum with this. And also ties with the motion that I spoke about this morning. Just because we're changing structures in Wales doesn't mean to say we need to replace it with something. We need to think long and hard about where we put our funding and where the money goes. We know that we need an increase in funding and the core budgets of schools in Wales. We need an increase in ALM funding. We need an increase in lots of things that affect the front, chalk face and schools as a whole. What we don't need is money being wasted on vanity projects and with the school day. We need a massive scale down with the middle tier, and we need to look at what actually impacts, and that is teachers, resources, teaching assistants, and those resources that support our children at the front line. I support that motion wholeheartedly and believe that we need to take this opportunity to rethink and focus and spend our money in the right places at the right time.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, I can see Jim at the 1 minute mic.
Jim Nicholson, Stockport Branch. Very quickly then. It's a ridiculous situation when already in Stockport we are in a situation where 67 out of 91 maintained schools were in-year deficit budgets last year. Our DSG has already been compromised by having to transfer money from the high needs block to support our high needs block. We're now in a situation where our local authority can't undertake its statutory responsibilities because it hasn't got sufficient finance, and this year we had to transfer money from our DSG to support the local authority in operating its statutory responsibilities. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Jim. I can see Kevin at the 1 minute mic.
Thank you. Kevin Burnett, Bath and North East Somerset Branch Secretary. LA seem to be locked into a system, especially around SEND. And just to highlight the dangers that have been highlighted recently around local authorities taking the so-called DFE lifeline through safety valve programs, which appear merely designed to cut the DfE's own high needs deficits rather than improve preventative services, which are often cut as the DfE tells LAs to resubmit or alter safety valve plans to save money as EHCP demand rises ever higher. Can we please look more carefully at these DfE solutions?
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, I can't see anybody else from the microphone, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's supported unanimously. Thank you, conference. Okay, we're moving to the last of our motions in the booklet. We have got 2 emergency motions to remind you of, which have been sent through to your app, but let's get full attention before we move on to those 2. Motion 29 on structures, proposed by Dave Woods from the Ealing branch and seconded by Claire Rees.
So, Dave Woods, Ealing branch and London Regional Secretary. Sisters and brothers, all of us are now seeing the impact of falling pupil numbers and the consequences this brings on our school budgets, our staffing numbers, and the increased workload for leaders and all staff in school. In London, this issue started well before the pandemic, and the decreases have continued and in fact have gained momentum at a faster rate. We are now seeing schools forced to merge, forced to federate, and forced to close. The issue of mergers and closures is further complicated for local authorities, and we've just heard a myriad of issues for local authorities. Local authorities continue to have the statutory responsibility for all place planning in their areas. Yet despite this responsibility, they are only allowed to open new schools if they're academies or free schools. Likewise, they can only close schools if they are maintained schools. And the problem this has led to, in terms of pupil numbers, is twofold. One, schools that are decreasing in size are being forced into deficits. The deficits then become bigger. The problem doesn't go away, and the school eventually is highlighted for closure. The first thing we're seeking in this motion is support for better interim funding to support schools facing large and significant drops in numbers. Because we know, many of us in this room have seen the cyclical nature of pupil numbers. In my time in school, I've seen numbers drop, I've seen numbers rise, and I now see them drop again. So we see they will likely go up. But what we've also seen is where these mergers and closures happen, we have the most perverse situation in a London borough, where an academy school has fallen into a category, and very close to it is a maintained school with an outstanding rating. The local authority has to close a school. It's forbidden from closing the academy, and so it is forced to close the outstanding maintained school, losing the jobs of all the staff in that school, disrupting the learning and education of all the pupils in that school because of a dogma policy set by the DfE. So the second part of this motion urges the National Executive to campaign for local authorities to once again have their full place planning powers over all schools and any school structures within the areas that those local authorities serve, so they can then make proper, accountable, democratic, and effective decisions for all families and pupils in those local authority areas. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Dave. Claire, is just seconding from the floor. Thank you, Claire. Wonderful. We've had full support from National Executive for motion 29. We've had nobody indicate that they want to speak to this motion. I can't see anybody at the microphone, so let's move to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Dave. So we're moving on to emergency motion number 2. This has been proposed by Chris Parry from Wales and Dean Taylor from Wales. Hopefully we can see that on the screen, and I'm going to give you a minute to go and read through that emergency motion, in case you've not been able to see it on the app. Okay, I think people have had a chance to read it. Chris, over to you.
Right, me again. Comrades, conference has recently become apparent that 2 local authorities in Wales are acting in a manner that will have a detrimental impact on the workload and well-being of our members. Rhondda and Taff Council are trying to force all primary schools to run paid-for childcare sessions before school in a bid to generate income. That income will not be passed on to the school. When NAHT questioned the proposal, especially the principle of head teachers running childcare, the LA pulled the funding from all schools that had been placed in their budget on the assumption that they would later capitulate. Cardiff Council has released a Cardiff Federation strategy without consultation with unions. They seek to urge schools to federate if a head teacher leaves or retires in a bid to save money. Such a plan is akin to England Academy model, forcing our members to take on considerable additional responsibility and managing a number of schools to save on head teacher salaries without any consideration as to what is best for learners. NHT officials met with RCT Council this week, and the LA will not see reason, and our members feel that they are being bullied. Cardiff Council have also refused to pause the plan, and it has now been agreed by full council. Conference, both these cases highlight what happens when local authorities are chasing the pound and finding ever more convoluted ways to generate income and source efficiency savings. Surely it would be much easier to provide schools with the funding they deserve and need in the first place. We call on Conference to give support to members in Rhondda and Taff and Cardiff, and for all mechanisms open to the union, including lodging a trade dispute and potential industrial action to protect and defend the terms and conditions of our members, as well as their mental health and well-being. Conference, I move.
Conference, we heard from our Cabinet Secretary earlier today about the principle of social partnership, and we spoke to that motion. We see 2 councils here in this motion who are working outside of what we believe is reasonable. Many colleagues today have expressed motions about well-being, the impact. We've heard some stories about the impact on our well-being and on our actual health in terms of school leaders. It is time for Welsh Government to work with the WLG and with local authorities in order to remind them of their responsibilities in social partnership, to remind them of what our terms and conditions are. We've talked today about us being social workers, health visitors, all those things that land on our staff. It's time to draw a line in the sand. Welsh Government and councils in Wales believe in the principles of democracy, and that education sits in that democratic thing through local councils. They need to start acting properly with the interests of our members at the fore, and in terms of that social partnership, and in line with that social partnership that our very Cabinet Secretary today has expressed. So we're asking you to support that we draw a line in the sand, we give support to the members in RCT and in Cardiff, so that head teachers are not forced to take on federations or forced to take on things beyond the job. We know how hard it can be, our job day by day. And it all comes back to that point that I barked on about all day today. We need more money in the system from Westminster, Welsh Government, through local authorities, so that we're not chasing the pound to try and put a plaster over things that are inherently wrong. Conference, I second this motion.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Dean. Now, National Executive don't have a view on this because it's an emergency motion, but National Executive, you still don't get a vote, I'm afraid. So sit on your hands, but go and see how delegates vote on it. Does anybody want to speak to this motion from the microphones? I can see a hand there. Deborah? Try again, Deborah, because it just
Hello?
got you.
Got 4 words. No excuse for abuse.
Thank you, Deborah. Anybody else want to speak on this emergency motion? So let's move to a vote. All those in favour, raise your hand, please. Thank you. And those against? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Wales. And our final motion of Conference is emergency motion number 3, proposed by Patrick Foley from National Executive and seconded by Paul Gosling from the National Executive. It's up on your screens. Patrick, if I just give people just a minute just to have a quick read of it, in case they've not seen it on the app. Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Comrades, brothers and sisters, schools work best when they are diverse and represent the wider community. In these schools, children are prepared for the world that they will live in, a diverse world of multiple faiths, heritages, ethnicities, abilities, class origins, genders, neurotypes and nationalities. Social justice is best served where children are best able to experience the wild world around them in schools. Diverse schools give our diverse children the best chance of being the best people they can be. Sociological studies have shown this many times. The motion makes it clear that the NHT opposes the government's proposal to remove the 50% cap on admissions for free faith schools and all other proposed reforms of faith schools, including allowing special schools to have a faith character. The government say that the cap has not worked to improve what they call social mobility, and therefore they propose to remove it. In the NHT, we believe in the wider and deeper idea of social justice. And we know that removal of this cap will make the country less equal and will promote economic injustice and inequality, and we oppose this. Conference, I move.
Paul, are you seconding from the... Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Okay, so I'm just looking if anybody wishes to speak to this motion. Is that Michael? Michael's coming up to the microphone. Thank you, Michael. Just try again, Michael. There's always a slight delay when people start speaking.
If I keep starting, no, I'm pleased because I've been hoping there'd be something to really get a debate about. This feels like a really confused motion to me because already faith schools that exist can have fully limit by faith. So it's only really going to apply to new schools, which means we're talking about if you happen to live in an area where there's lots of need for places, do you have access to, for example, it's often Catholic schools, and I say this as an atheist in a secular school myself. It feels like there's probably a bigger issue that we need to address here, and maybe it needs exec or the union as a whole to look at what's our policy towards faith schools and how we think they fit in the landscape. This feels to me like colleagues in Catholic schools might see that particularly as an attack. I know it's been an area for them. I'm not sure this is a helpful thing at the moment. I'm not sure lifting the ban, but I don't think we should be opposing it quite this way. I think it probably needs more thought.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Patrick, you do get the right of response because if you want it. If no one else wants to speak towards that motion or against that motion. Okay, Patrick, do you want to exercise that right? Just try again with the microphone, Patrick.
I guess the response would be that it's a reactive motion. It's an emergency motion. People can have the right to put motions in when they're not emergency motions, but this is a reactive emergency motion that we need a policy around this because there will be a proposal being made by the government. It's an emergency motion saying we should oppose it, and I oppose it for the reasons I said in my speech, because it will be counter to social justice.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Michael. And Michael, just to say that when we take a vote, National Executive will go and be sensitive to what you said. So let's move towards that vote on that emergency motion, that emerging situation. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay. And those against? Okay. it is carried largely, but not unanimously, and there's quite a few abstentions on that one, so clearly that indicates the fact that we've got to go and give this consideration with National Exec and the work taking it forward. Conference, that's the end of our motions and our emergency motions for 2024. And we're just going into the closing ceremony, and then once we've done the closing ceremony, if we could ask you to go and exit the conference hall swiftly, so it gives an opportunity for our colleagues to get the room ready. So in terms of my first time chairing conference, I didn't get 2 opportunities to chair conference like you, Paul Gosling, because I know how much you enjoy chairing the policy conference, but it's been an absolute pleasure. I've really enjoyed the level of debate. I've loved the way that we've listened to each other, because I think leadership is as much about listening as it is expressing our opinions. It's been really powerful. I'm looking forward to seeing how your decisions over the last few days go and influence the work of National Executive and our staff team at NAHT, and we want to make sure that when we meet this time next year, that some of those real issues we've made real progress on, and we hear what you're saying when people talk about the frustration of not making as much progress, and we share that frustration as well. So my key takeaways, I've got a couple of takeaways from National Conference 2024. I think my first takeaway is that the solutions to the challenges we have exist in this room. People in Wales are doing some great things, and we can look towards Wales. England is doing some good things, believe it or not, because when I go to Wales, they actually talk about the per pupil funding we get and the fact that we don't get money sucked out of the middle tier. People in Northern Ireland are doing some great work as well, and they're reshaping school inspection and doing some great work around solidarity. And our nations, our nations as well, so our crown dependencies, they're doing some wonderful work on a small level, and we can learn so much about being active and being together there. So please go away from this conference realising the solutions do exist in this room. We've got some great work going on. We just need to make sure we learn from each other more and go and make sure that we go and hold our governments to account and say, look what they're doing over the border, because it's so much better. My second takeaway is that I'm really heard what you said about the mental and physical impact that school leadership and the decisions around accountability, around workload are having, and they're dire. They're absolutely dire. And to sit and listen to those is both emotional and it's frustrating, and it makes me angry, because we shouldn't be doing this to our people. So let's make sure we work collectively to go and make sure we reduce and eventually eliminate some of those toxic pressures which are causing such dreadful health outcomes for our members. Thirdly, I'm going to go back to school in September. I've made that decision, and I'm going back to school absolutely convinced of the fact that being part of the NHT family makes me a better leader. And being with people like you over the last few days has been energizing, it's been inspiring, it's also made me reflect, which made me reflect on why I love being in school and why I love working with school staff and young people and their communities. So thank you for that. I look forward to working with you continually. And my final reflection is that I'm proud to be 25% Welsh, so thank you very much, you, for giving me that thing. It made me reflect on that. Thank you so much. Right, okay, we're going to move on for some thanks now. So just moving on, I have a list here of members of the executive who've retired or resigned during the last year with National NHT. So since our last conference, Andy Malla has moved on from executive, Barry Reid has moved on, Chris Kirkham-Knowles, Heidi Mitchell, James Field, Mark Dale Emberton, Maxine Stafford, Ruth Davis, and Tim Bowen have all moved on since the last conference and moved on from exec. They've been wonderful colleagues. I've loved every minute of working with them, and they've taught me such a lot about being part of the union and being part of this great family, the NHT. Got quite a few in the room today. Let's give them a clap. Thank you very much. I want to go and say a big thank you as well to the ones who are leaving this summer. So we have a number who are leaving this summer. We've got John Colleen, we've got Judy Shaw, Julie Kelly, Keith Wright, Patrick Foley, Paul Gosling and Stuart Beck. So many of those are in the room today. Let's give them a clap for their wonderful service to the NHT. I want to give a big thanks to the officers and members of the National Executive who supported me during conference and supported me all week and in my presidential year. It didn't just start at the start this week. National officers, I've got Paul Gosling, our very wise and wonderful past president, who's been an absolute brilliant friend and colleague over the last few years, and I've loved every moment of working with him. Thank you, Paul, for helping me and supporting me during my presidential year and my year as vice president as well, serving with you as well. Thank you, Paul. I've got Rachel on my right, who's been a brilliant vice president with very wise counsel, and she's brilliant on detail, which really helps me because I'm not. So thank you so much, Rachel, for your support and help. You're going to be a brilliant president, and we can't wait to see you in this chair next year. Thank you, Rachel. Next, we've got our wise and wonderful National Treasurer, Judith Stott. Judith has been a real sort. When I first met Judith at the Northwest, I think in 2011. I think I've had too many drinks then, Judith, and was probably being a bit silly. But I absolutely loved your speech when you became Northwest President, and that was one of the things that made me want to get more involved with the NHT, because I don't think I was getting involved and coming to national conference at that point. So thank you, Judith, for your support and friendship. Thank you. And finally, to our General Secretary, Paul Whiteman, thank you for your support in my presidential work. Thank you for giving me freedoms to go and pursue the subjects that I'm really passionate about. And thank you for your unwavering support, Paul. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much. And finally, part of the team that supports conference, who does lots of work behind the scenes and make sure that we're in the right place at the right time, who make sure that we are actually organised and sticking to time, is Amanda Hume. Amanda, thank you for your wonderful support and help over conference. Thank you so much. We've got a thank you to our wonderful Cymru branch. They've been absolutely amazing as a region. Wales is a warm place. It's full of hospitality. It's full of music and friendship. You've made us feel so welcome in Newport over the last few days. We're really looking forward to spending time with you as well and seeing that infamous Welsh party spirit, and we can't wait to go and move onto our gala dinner tonight. So to all our Welsh colleagues who've supported us so well over the last few days, let's give them a special clap. Thank you to the ICC staff at Newport venue. We have got an opportunity to go and have a collection later, so please bring some cash, and if you've got any, and also bring your card as well, because the bar is card only. But you've been so good. This is a special venue, and we've been so well looked after from when we decided we're coming here to actually to the end of our conference. So thank you to all the staff at the ICC. Thank you as well to the AV team for sorting out the AV challenges. It's a big space, and our head teachers have very loud voices and don't know how to use microphones. But thank you for making sure that we've got the AV right, and I think the visuals have been superb as well. And finally, to the NHT staff who've been working so hard behind the scenes to make sure we deliver on Conference 24. I don't like naming names, but I've got to just name a couple. Our governance team, we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi, Magnus Gorham, who's been whispering in my ear, making sure I look vaguely competent throughout the last 2 days. And we've also got our Luke Skywalker of conference, Adam Ives, who's just a brilliant mind who goes and helps us with those things. So let's give a round of applause for the governance team. And finally, Mark Cornell is at the back. Mark has been working so hard with his team, which is numerous, to make sure we delivered on this event. Mark, thank you so much. We'll see you in your dinner suit later and be able to give you a special thank you when you'll be performing some MC duties, I'm sure. But Mark, please thank your team from the bottom of our heart. We know how hard it is to deliver a conference, and you've done a great job. Thank you, Mark. And his team.
And final thanks are from me to Simon. I'm sure you'll agree with me, he's done an amazing job of chairing conference. He's going to be a hard act to follow. I've been watching and learning all week. He's got a very special mix, I'm sure you'll agree, of seriousness and humour. And I can't not mention the special smile. So thank you, Simon, for your excellent chairing of conference.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, so we're looking forward to the gala dinner. There is a seating plan, which I've just been flashed up to advise you about the seating plan, which will be displayed. Oh, it's there now, so we've got a seating plan up there. We are going to have a spot prize for the most enthusiastic dancer. So please dance like no one's watching, and please bring your dancing shoes as well tonight. And for those who are attending Springsteen tomorrow night, Rudym yn Cymryd Gofal ein Pobl. Thank you, everybody. Conference is closed.
Didn't do the
What?